You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much.
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Hello. Welcome, everybody. We have McDougal and Goomba. We have Moore. We have Donald Beck. Good to see you guys. Glad you're here for the live stream. Friday, March 7th. It is a little after 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'm Greg. Welcome to an evening in Old Time Radio, and welcome to Adventures in Old Time Radio, our live stream tonight. Looks like we've got about, 10 viewers right now? Cool. I want to point out something that I have probably been lax in pointing out, and that is that I'm very grateful to all of you guys. Hey, there's Penguin. Hey, Penguin. How are you doing, my friend? Very, very grateful for you, who I call the core, original, hardcore guys and girls that have been here since the very beginning. I've been doing this now for almost 4 years, I think. It'll be 4 years, I think, in August. Anyway, McDougal and Goomba, Donald, Moore, Billy's, Laura, Tree, Teresa, all you guys have been here basically almost since the very beginning or very shortly after that. And I just want you to know how much I appreciate it. You don't have to come to these live streams. You don't have to come to the premieres. You don't have to watch the videos, but you do. I'm assuming because you like them, but also because you like the community, and you've just been there since the beginning. And I want you to know how much I appreciate it. Justa. Oh, and speaking of Justa, there's Justa. Hey, thank you for the super chat, my friend. I really appreciate that. Very cool. Thank you, Justa. But all you guys have been there from the beginning, and I also, not to denigrate anybody else, I appreciate everybody that comes to the streams, everybody that watches the videos. I would not be doing this almost 4 years later if you weren't watching and enjoying and participating. So I just wanted to put that out there. I think that this channel wouldn't be what it is without you guys. So anyway, enough of the melodrama and the sappiness, but I had to say that. Anyway, I've compiled some great action and adventure shows from the golden age of radio for tonight's stream. These types of shows were extremely popular from the 1930s. Shows like The Adventures of Superman, Tarzan of the Apes, Smilin' Jack, and they were originally kind of geared towards younger viewers, but eventually, in the 40s and later, they eventually started targeting older audiences like Bold Venture, Sky Blazers, Escape, and then from espionage shows like Top Secret and The Man Called X to more mixed genres of both mystery and adventure like The Saint or The Lives of Harry Lime. These types of shows, they really drew an audience every week, and this genre kind of appealed to everyone, because it had a little bit of everything in it. It had romance, adventure, suspense, mystery, drama. So I hope you like the shows that I have got lined up for you tonight. So, diving right into it. First up, Russian Roulette from Bold Venture, where a young heiress to a sugar fortune comes into Shannon's place with a gun, and she's being chased by some bad men who want to kill her. So, of course, Slate Shannon, played by Humphrey Bogart, and Sailor Duval, played by Lauren Bacall, have to help her, of course. After that, we have the Brute from that great adventure show, Escape. This show was massively successful. It ran from 47 to 54, and it was narrated by Paul Frees and later William Conrad. In this episode, a jinxed, malignant sailing ship in the year 1900 kills her own crew, one man at a time. This is a really exciting story with an apparently supernatural twist to it. And the show only ran in the summer of 1948 and continued the adventures. I'm getting ahead of myself, I'm sorry. Anyway, after that we have I Love Adventure in the episode The Pearl of Great Price. This is the show that only ran for the summer of 1948. And it basically was a continuation of the show I Love a Mystery, with the same characters, but they were played by different actors. Michael Raffetto, I think that's how you pronounce it, plays Jack Packard. He's the hero. Tom Collins plays Reggie York in the first 8 shows, and he was replaced by Barton Yarborough as Doc for the remaining 5 shows. The 3 closed their detective agency from the first series when World War II starts. And then Jack gets into intelligence work. Reggie joined the Royal Air Force, and Doc flew with the Winged Tigers. In this particular episode, the adventurers are sent into the Indo-Chinese jungle to recover a treasure from a lost ancient city. After that, we have a lesser-known show, I Fly Anything, which ran from 1950 to 1951 for only 1 season. Dockery Crane is the hero, who was basically a freelance pilot, and he was played by Dick Hames. And Buzz, his friend, is played by George Fenneman. In the episode Date with Death, Dockery is hired to fly a typhoid vaccine to the fictional land of Bajorka. I really like this show and this episode, despite it never catching on and being canceled. I think lots of good aerial adventure and intrigue makes for a good story. After that, we have The Millionaire Murders from Dangerous Assignment. This show ran in 2 iterations, first for 7 episodes in 1949 and starring Brian Donlevy, and then again on NBC in 1950 until 1953. And then after that, there was an Australian version that began in 1954, which redid a lot of the 1952 episodes of the American series, with Lloyd Burrell playing the main character. It also made it to TV from 1951 to 52. Now, I'm not going to ruin the plot of this episode, but it is one of the more exciting episodes, in my modest opinion, taking place in France. All right, let's enjoy these great adventure and action shows. Tree, you made it. Hey, great to see you, Tree. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you and your husband Mike are doing well. Yeah, good seeing you. So we're going to dive right into it. Enjoy.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Where are you, Slate?
Stop yelling in my ear. I'm right beside you. Did you find the candles?
Where you told me, in the pantry under C. I knocked over the Brussels sprouts under B to get them.
Serves you right. I told you to put the Brussels sprouts under S. Hold still till I light them. Yeah, that's a little better.
All the lines are down, huh?
Telephone is in. That's about all.
Oh, there goes that hotel sign again. It's always falling down.
Yeah, ever since the last time you sang in the shower.
I'll get it. Quickly, come on in.
Up there.
Out there, it's wet. Come in so I can close the door. You're going to have to register by candlelight, miss. The management isn't trying to be romantic. It's just that the electricity is out.
Who are you? Where is this?
What's the matter with you?
Tell me where.
Slate, come here. Look at her, Slate.
What do you think I'm doing?
Hold your candle up to her.
Yeah. Tell me when my hand catches on fire. Nice rain we're having, isn't it, miss?
Don't come near me. Don't come near me.
Slate, watch her. She's got a gun.
Hey, take it easy. You little fool, drop that gun.
Your hands, take them off. They're touching.
Drop it, I said.
Oh.
Okay, sis. You made a good entrance. Now tell me why you did. Well, me or the cops?
Cut it out, Slate. Can't you see she's sick? We'd better get a doctor.
When a girl roams around in a storm with a gun, she needs a cop.
This time we'll do it my way. We'll get a doctor.
Mr. Bentley. Let me in. Mr. Bentley.
What's the matter, Amy?
Oh,
Don't make you edgy? Make you want to go prowling?
Judith's gone.
Hey, get in here. Hey, you're fooling me about Judith being gone, ain't you? You know you don't need no crazy excuse like that to come talk to me any time of the day or night. You're fooling, huh?
No. I looked all over the main house, in every room, every place she could hide. She's just disappeared.
And you're her nurse, ain't you, Amy? You supposed to watch over my fiancée, Miss Judith, like she was a crawling baby.
I must have fallen asleep. We'll find her. All we have to do is call the police, tell them that she's sick.
And let Miss Judith cry and moan and wail on the shoulder, spill out what we've been trying to do to her for the past year?
Oh, they won't believe her. It'll just prove she's unbalanced. She's sick in her mind.
Just a little bit longer, a little bit. And I'd have had control of her sugar plantation, her money, the whole shebang. Me, just an ordinary boy from the country with a knack for managing. And you fell asleep.
I'll find her for you. You'll see. I'll find her.
Sure you will.
And they'll put her away. It'll be just you and me. Just the way you wanted, the way you planned.
You sure fancy yourself, don't you, Amy? John Bentley speaking.
This is Slate Shannon. The girl came into my place a while ago.
You're lucky, mister. I just lost one.
Maybe this one belongs to you, then. Judith Harper. This phone number, Eldorado 13...
You get acquainted fast, mister.
We found it in her purse. She wandered in here sick with a gun, tried to shoot me. We got a doctor. If she's yours, maybe you better come and get her.
Sure thing, mister. Just tell me where.
Shannon's place on the waterfront.
I'll send her nurse, mister. Because my Miss Judith is sicker than you know.
Someone found her.
She's at Shannon's place on the waterfront. You're so lucky, Amy. You just don't know how lucky you are.
John,
Get her. Bring her back to me. I don't care how. Just bring her back.
I have talked to the young lady, senorita.
How is she, Doctor?
Buena, very good. Quiet. She is tip-top.
that medical talk confuses me. An hour ago, that girl was ready to fall on her face.
A few seconds before that, she was ready to shoot me.
I don't blame her. Then you were her mortal enemy.
I always thought I looked pretty rakish by candlelight.
I meant to talk to you about that, Slade.
Hear me, senor. This girl is pursued by a fear of going insane. I have the fragments of the story.
And we want to hear it. Beautiful girl like that, sick, terrified.
He's trying to say he wants to help, Doctor.
And the young lady needs whatever help. Now that she has told me of herself, it is my guess she will recover quickly.
Recover from what?
I will not bore you with technical phrases. This girl is frightened of what is at home. She must not be sent back there.
Now, wait a minute, Doctor. I can't take care of her. I got enough with this one.
Perhaps.
Look, Doc, if you think I'm going to fade out of the picture on account of her, you've got a silly little cerebellum. Cerebellum, Doc. I said it, and I'm glad.
I am suggesting merely a place of rest. I know of one.
Yeah, so do I. On Merino Key, there's a place there, kind of a hotel. People go there when they feel they've been in the world too much. It's a... Now, wait a minute. What can I do for you?
Where is she? Where's Judith Harper?
Who are you?
I'm a nurse. Where's Judith?
She's in that room. Don't worry about her. The doctor said she'd be all right.
I don't care what the doctor said. I want to see her.
All right. Hello, Judith. Someone wants to see you.
Get her out of here. Get her out.
I'll teach you to talk to me like that. To me?
Hey, have you gone out of your mind? Leave her alone.
Get out of here, you. I said get...
You're all through saying, let's go.
Fool.
I said we're leaving. See, we just did.
You don't know what you're doing.
And you don't know what's happening to you. You're getting thrown out of a hotel. Good night, nurse.
We about ready to shove off, Slade?
Just about. Give me a hand with this line.
Aye, aye. Got it.
How's the girl?
She's asleep below. I tucked her in.
Well, I told you I'd take care of that.
And that's why I tucked her in.
I don't know about you, sailor. Sometimes I get the feeling you're possessive.
She shot at you once because you wanted to touch her.
She was out of her mind. Besides, she missed.
But I'm not. And I wouldn't miss. And for the same reason.
Yeah, that's what I said. You tucked her in good like I told you, huh?
Soothed her fevered brow, hummed a lullaby, mentioned your name. Can we go now?
Yeah. Take the wheel, sailor. I'm going to go below to check on a few...
Hey, you, mister. Hold it up a minute.
Sorry, Buster. We're...
Hey. The reason I yelled hold it up is you may not be going no place. I thought I'd tell you.
You told me. Now you can get off the boat.
You're a cute one, Mr. Shannon. You throw Miss Judith's nurse away from her. Now you're going to throw me off the boat.
And that's my Slate. He ain't partial to no one, never.
I told you on the phone, Shannon. Miss Judith is sick. She goes home with me where she belongs, where she gets healed by my love.
The doctor said she...
Pardon me for interrupting, lady, but what's a doctor say against the opinion of my big fist?
You've got a point there, Buster. Maybe I can dull it for you.
Yeah. You're just crying for it, ain't you, Shannon?
Your fist wasn't big enough. A big boy like you.
You didn't ask him if he could swim, Slade.
He'll learn. Let's go to Merino Key, sailor. Comfortable, Judith?
Yes. So wonderful here, sitting on the deck. The ocean and the air.
There isn't much that combination can't cure.
I want to apologize to you, Mr. Shannon.
But taking a shot at me, forget it. If it didn't happen at least once a week. Hey, sailor, what's the matter with you? You let her fall into the trough.
Look to starboard, Slade. Over there, those clouds.
Oh, yeah. A black squall. You better get below, Judith.
I don't mind. I like the rain.
Here it comes, Slade. Looks like a real one.
Come on, Judith, below. Steady as she goes, sailor.
She's okay, Slade. I just fixed her something hot to drink.
A nice rest cure we're giving her.
You know, I think she's liking it. Hey, Slade, what's happening? Look at the compass.
Your prying eye. Yeah, sailor, the rudder's broke. I think we hit a slab of driftwood.
You mean we've been drifting all this time?
The last 15 minutes. Now look ahead, sailor.
Lights.
Uh-huh. If this current holds, we'll get through the channel between them.
Where are we?
Someplace in Merino Key. Only these lights aren't marked on the chart. I don't know who we can thank for them.
Maybe we'll find out. Watch that tide rip.
You all right, sailor?
What happened?
As far as I can make out, we're aground on a reef.
But the lights.
They put us there. Better go see about Judith. Tell her to get comfortable all over again. I got an idea. We're going to stay here for a while. The tide's out now. We can walk to shore along this reef. Think you can make it all right, Judith?
I think so. I feel wonderful.
I could carry you.
You heard her. She feels wonderful.
Here, Judith. I'll give you a hand over the side.
What about me?
Just don't rip your jeans. You left your other pair home.
That's about me.
We're lucky the storm only lasted the night. If it had gone on any longer, the Bold Venture would have been beaten to death against those rocks.
You check her, Slade?
Yeah, just a few scars. All we need is a new propeller and a new rudder. Maybe I can bite one out of that palm tree.
Why not just ask the man for one?
Huh?
The man standing underneath the palm tree, waving hello to us. I'll bet he's got lots of used propellers.
Welcome. Welcome. Thrice welcome to my island.
Look, you, whoever you are.
Charles Dane is whoever I am. And whoever you are, I am delighted the sharks did not smell you out during the night.
You shill for sharks?
Only for myself, dear one. And now you may kiss the sands of my island. For you have found a refuge.
Well, that's good, because...
Because it's a refuge you will never want to leave. Welcome. You see, dear ones, all the delicacies of civilization without its penalties. These rare books, these exquisite paintings, the gossamer objects of art. My last guests admired them deeply.
All loot from shipwrecks you arranged with those lights, Charlie.
Not loot, dear one. Let us say, rather, the spoils of fortune. These perfumes, Mr. Val, a fragile twilight fragrance at your disposal during your stay.
I like the one you're wearing, Charlie.
You have discerning taste. We shall get along famously, we two. And this radio. I hope it has music that becomes you, Mr. Val.
What do you think, Charlie? Does it become me?
A tawdry substitute, dear one. Your music should be of impassioned space, of fiery gardens, of...
Easy, boy, easy. Heel, boy.
Quite right. I mustn't overdo you. Yes, what is it, brother? You may come whisper in my ear. Thank you, Prado. Prado informs me that Miss Harper is quite comfortable in the guest room, and that your boat has been floated and tied up at my private pier.
Which brings us to the question of...
Please, Mr. Shannon, I care to hear this.
Senorita Judith Harper, owner of the vast sugar plantation on the outskirts of Havana, has disappeared. Any knowledge of her whereabouts is to be communicated to her plantation manager, Senor John Bentley.
Mr. Shannon, my deepest bow to you. You are a kindred soul. I pirate ships, you...
Judith's a sick girl. We were taking her to Merino Key so she could rest, so she could get well. If she goes back, she'll have a relapse.
You can stop now, Slate. Charlie's not listening.
Come, Mr. Shannon. I want to show you a thing. Come.
Don't go away, sailor.
The thing. A shortwave radio transmitter. My contact with the other lonely souls of this world.
You going to get word to Bentley after what we told you?
Precisely. I believe Bentley should be with us. For the game.
Oh, what game?
A precious game. A delightful game. A game that could possibly... kill you. Mr. Shannon! Hello! Hi, Mr. Shannon. I've been trying to attract your attention.
Now, to be honest with you, Charlie, I was hoping you'd never make it.
Have I done anything to affront you?
Now, let's put it this way. How am I going to get this propeller repaired? And how long do we have to stay on this island?
And I shall answer you. Of the propeller? Well, some time ago, there was an almost identical storm such as this. And an almost identical boat as yours pounded itself against the identical reef.
Oh, is the name of that boat the Capri?
The identical name.
Reported missing in a squall 3 months ago. Never heard from. What happened to the men on that boat?
Which brings us to the second question. When shall you leave here? Never, I'm afraid.
Hey, look, friend, I asked you a civil question. So I want a nice, clear answer.
Please to note, you're soiling my linens, Mr. Shannon.
And please to note...
Well done, Prado. Prado watches over me, Mr. Shannon. And when you touch me, his hackles rise. And if you will, sir, you might cast a glance out there, seaward.
Another boat.
In haste to answer my message to Havana. Oh, have no fear. The tide is in. The boat will not crash on the reef. Now, do try to look more neat for dinner. Good afternoon, sir.
Aren't you grateful to Mr. Dane, honey, that he got word to me? So I could come and take you back with me in the boat.
Don't touch me. Keep away from me.
How can you say things like that, honey?
You don't want me. You want the plantation and the money and that woman.
Honey, just by saying things like that proves you ain't well in your mind. That's why I just got to take you back.
But not before we have our dinner, Mr. Bentley.
What are you doing in here?
2 things. One, eavesdropping, because I thrive on it. And second, inviting you to dinner. I thrive on that, too.
I'm taking her out of here now.
I don't think so. I'm afraid you have no choice, Mr. Bentley. You like games, Miss Harper? You haven't tasted the roast pheasant, Miss Harper.
I don't care for any.
But you should eat, my child. I've heard you've been ill.
Leave her alone.
Hey, sailor, you want that pheasant giblet?
I'll trade you for the neck.
Hey, Charlie.
Yes, Mr. Shannon?
The rye bread.
Save me the heel, Slate.
You people have fine appetites. I'm happy for you.
I've got to hand it to you, Charlie. You serve a fine blue plate.
Por favor, senor. How many will there be for dessert?
We shall see. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed my humble board. And now, the pièce de résistance. I give you a game.
Here.
Slate, you've been dying to say that ever since you saw that British picture.
A game, ladies and gentlemen, with this revolver I have here in my hand. Russian roulette.
Oh, hey, you really are crazy, Charlie. That game can be fatal.
As I told you, it could be. 6 chambers in this revolver, but 1 bullet. Each of you shall spin the chamber, place the gun to your head, pull the trigger.
So help me, Dane.
Hush, sir, hush. Or Prado will shoot you in the back. Now, shall we play so that Prado can signal the cook how many there will be for dessert? You first, Miss Harper. Take the gun. Thank you. Now, spin the chamber. Just so. Of course, you may close your eyes, my dear. I congratulate you. Mr. Val, if you please.
I'll keep my eyes on you, Slate.
All right, sailor.
You'll be with me another day, Mr. Val. I am thankful. Please pass the gun to Mr. Shannon.
Always pass a gun, but first, sailor. Hi, sailor.
I'm thankful, Slate.
Now, please pass the gun to Mr. Bentley.
You're crazy, all of you. I'm not going to have any part of this. You're all of you out of your mind.
Hello!
All right. All right, give me the gun.
I'm pleased, Miss Harper. Mr. Bentley shot himself dead, and it amused you, too. I pronounce the dinner a success. May we have another try tomorrow?
Mr. Dane,
Yes.
I've been waiting for this chance to see you alone.
It sends a delicious thrill through me.
I've never known a man like you.
Of course you haven't, dear one.
I wanted to go on. If you sent Slate away, it could be any way you wanted it. Whatever you...
What a pathetic effort. And ludicrous. To waste your feminine guile so on me.
It didn't do anything to you, huh, Charlie? I must be slipping.
With any other man, you would have had a brilliant triumph. With me, I am a man of small pleasures, Mr. Val. Not you or anything will deny me my childish game. Beat it, dear one. Now it's your turn, Miss Harper. Give her the revolver, Shannon.
Yeah. It's 1 and 6, Judith.
I don't think it matters very much. We all die.
The approaching storm makes you moody, Miss Harper. Play. It will pass. Bravo. Well done. 3 days and you all still survive. However, there is still tomorrow. 4 for dessert, Prado. To work, Mr. Shannon, Mr. Val. Take them out on the reef, Prado.
Si, senor.
You're lagging, Mr. Val. Come, those lanterns aren't that heavy.
Why don't you light up your own shipwrecks, Charlie?
Don't worry about your conscience, dear one. It won't be with you very long.
Okay, Prado, take the gun out of my back. I'm walking.
But walk faster. You too, senorita.
I shall wait here and observe. Hurry back, dear ones. I'm desolate without you.
Aquí. Put a lantern here. Bueno. Adelaide. Move.
What a racket this Charlie has. Arranging these lights to make it look like a clear channel.
Aquí. Here. A lantern.
Sailor,
I can't hear you. Speak up.
after we set down the next lantern, slip, fall, grab Prado.
You too. No whisper. Here. A lantern.
Give me a hand, Prado.
Si, senorita. My pleasure.
You're wrong, kid. It's mine.
Senor Dane! Senor Dane!
You said the wrong thing, Prado.
Now what?
Now what is, we've got his gun.
What's the matter, Prado? What's wrong? Prado! Prado!
Get out of the way, sailor.
Out of the way is in the water.
That's right. Get in it. It's not deep. Just hold on to that rock.
Prado!
Quick, sailor.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to be a hero. Get in that ocean.
Did you get Prado, Shannon?
I got him.
My congratulations, sir. Does it hurt, Shannon? Where? In the stomach? Or did I get you? Oh!
It hurt, didn't it, Charlie, for a time? It doesn't hurt anymore, does it? Sailor!
I heard you cry out when Charlie shot.
What do you do when a bullet creases your skull?
I run to somebody so I can put my head on his shoulder.
Lend me a shoulder, sailor. I got just the head for you.
Lean on me, Slate. I'll see you get home. Look, Slate, a postcard from the rest home on Merino Key. Judith is doing fine.
Yeah, look at the P.S. She wishes we were there.
I guess she figures we need a rest.
You want to go?
I might.
Why don't you? Nothing keeping you here.
Yes, there is.
Me?
Uh-uh. I'm waiting for the man from the grocery store. I ordered a couple dozen candles in case the lights go out again.
What's the matter? You afraid of the dark? You don't know what to do?
What's to do?
This. That's what's to do. Hey, where you going?
The fuse box. Something's wrong with these lights.
What's wrong with them? They're on.
That's what's wrong, Slade. Nothing ever happens till the lights go out.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escaped to the North Atlantic in the year 1900, and to a sailing ship whose very name struck dread in sailors' hearts, as Joseph Conrad told it in his famous story, The Brute.
You could never tell it just by looking at her, proud and strong and beautiful on the outside. You couldn't see the black heart inside of her, and you'd never know she'd killed at least a dozen men and maybe more. But I knew her for the murdering she-devil she was. I saw her the day she killed her first one, and I was there too when she finally made her big mistake and killed the wrong person. But that was a long time later. Oh, she had a name all right, but after that first day, her first killing, nobody with the family ever used it again. Everyone else from that day on would look at her half afraid and half snarling, and they called her the Brute. I remember I was 14 the day my father took me down to the South Thames boatyard to watch the launching of the ship. My brother Charlie was there, of course, 8 years older than me and very proud of his one gold stripe, now that he'd been made an officer on the Apps line. Charlie and Father were talking. I just stood and listened to them and didn't say much of anything myself.
Look at her, Dad. Ever see a ship in your life with lines like that? I bet she'll outsail any clipper in the China trade.
Well, that remains to be seen, Charlie. How soon are they going to launch her?
Any minute now. Oh, I'd give a lot to be sailing on her, instead of on the Malcolm Apps.
Well, the Malcolm's a good ship, son. As good a ship as any the Apps family owns.
Oh, I'm not kicking. I'm glad enough to be through apprenticeship and get my commission. But even at that, I'd almost rather be a bosun on this ship than third mate on the Malcolm.
I understand that Colchester's to be her captain.
Yes, that's right. Oldest commander with the Apps and Sons line. Look at the size of her, Dad. She's a full 2,000 tons.
Less half a ton, Charlie.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Jermyn.
Mr. Wilmot. Hello, Ned.
How do you do, sir?
No, Charlie, she came to 1,999 and a half when we measured her up.
Well, 2,000 tons or not, Mr. Jermyn, you'll never build a better ship than this one.
I don't know, Charlie. I built her the way Mr. Ops wanted her. She's big and she's stout, but I don't know.
And what's your reason for saying that, sir?
No reason that makes any sense. About the devil's own time with her. Cabin doors jamming when they shouldn't. Edge covers that wouldn't fit after they'd been measured up. Blocks fouling for no reason at all. I don't know, Mr. Wilmot. But if she were a human being, I'd say that maybe she's insane.
Oh, come now. You've been working too hard, Mr. Jermyn. Better take a vacation now that she's finished.
Well, I could certainly use...
I say, that's Maggie Colchester up there, the captain's niece. Is she going to do the christening?
That's right, Charlie. And I'd better get down below now. My own men are going to knock the stays loose and let her slide down into the water.
Well, good luck, Mr. Jermyn.
Thanks, Mr. Wilmot. Come on board for the celebration after she's launched. Bring the boy.
Fine, thank you. We should be there.
They'll let it go any minute now. Dad, I'm going to sail on that ship someday.
Oh, you'll probably sail on a lot of Apps line ships before you're through, Charlie.
Look, they're giving Maggie the champagne now, and she's going to christen it.
Yes, listen.
I christen the Apps family.
The Apps family. So that's what they're naming her, eh?
All right, men. Knock out the stairs. Let her go.
Look, Dad, she's starting to move. There she goes.
Yes, and look at that speed. I never saw it. Jermyn, look out!
Good Lord, he fell right into the ways and She went over him.
He didn't fall. The timber rolled off the deck and knocked him under.
She slid right over him. Mr. Jermyn, the man who built her.
She's launched in blood, if that means anything. She's a brute and a murderess now, Charlie. Still think you'd like to sail on her?
It was an accident. It doesn't mean anything.
Perhaps not.
I'll sail on her someday, sooner or later. I will sail on her.
Well, the way things worked out, I was the one to sail on her first instead of Charlie. He'd gone on out to the Orient aboard the Malcolm. And 6 months later, when I started my apprenticeship, I found the company had assigned me to report to Captain Colchester on the Apps family, or the Brute, as everybody was calling it privately. There was some kind of mix-up in the sailing orders, and by the time I came on board, the tug already had a line on the big sailing ship and was starting to ease her stern first out into the channel.
All right now, ease ahead there. Pick up the slack.
Captain Colchester was at the taffrail shouting orders to the tug captain, and the mates were forward somewhere, handling the check line.
You've got the slack now. Haul away.
I stood at the waist, waiting for a chance to report in, and watching a young fellow about my own age, who was doing something or other up aloft on the mizzenmast above me. The tug had drawn the line out taut, but the ship hadn't started to move yet.
You've got no way on her yet. Turn your engine up to full speed.
The tug was churning the water to froth, and the hawser was tight as a bowstring, but we still didn't move.
Keep that up. Hold that on full throttle.
Then suddenly the ship gave a lurch and started back like a bucking horse. The men forward had no chance to ease the check cable, and a second later it snapped. The ship plunged on back and then sheered over to bring up with a smash against the pierhead that knocked me sprawling on the deck. And at that moment, the lad who'd been working aloft on the mast crashed down onto the deck not 10 feet away from me. And he lay there without moving.
Give a hand up here on my waist, mate. Young Hawkins just fell out of the tops. Hey. That's too bad.
Is he dead, Captain Colchester?
He's dead, boy. You get a hold of yourself. Don't stand there trembling. You never seen anybody die before?
Yes, sir. On the day they launched this ship.
Oh, Jermaine, eh? You're young Ned Wilmot, I suppose, the new apprentice.
Yes, sir.
And no doubt you may have heard this ship called by an unpleasant name once in a while.
Yes, sir. The Brute.
Well, you'll be kind enough to remember while you're aboard that her name is the Apps family, and she's had her share of accidents, the same as any other ship. Is that quite clear?
Yes, sir.
Now get along forward with you and stow your gear away on the forecastle. You'll take over young Hawkins' duties for the time being.
Yes, sir. I sailed aboard the Brute for the next 4 years and watched her kill 9 men during the time. We got so we'd try to outguess her, try to figure how she'd do it the next time. But no matter what we think, we never were right. And it wasn't only the killing, it was everything. Most ships have little ways all their own, and you'll learn about them and allow for them. But not her. She was like a crazy woman. You never knew what she'd do next. I remember once off the Gold Coast, she ran before a gale for 2 days as pretty as you please, and then broached to twice the same afternoon, flung the helmsman clean over the wheel the first time, and the second time swamped herself fore and aft and split out every stitch of canvas. And after we got the decks cleaned up, we found 1 seaman had gone overboard. He was her 5th, I guess it was, or maybe the 6th. Oh, she was beautiful, the Apps family was. Big and proud and beautiful. And along with it, a killer. A black-hearted, sea-going brute. My brother Charlie was on the China run all that time. First on the Malcolm and later on the Lucy Apps. But we never happened to hit port on the same time. Finally, the time of my apprenticeship was up. We boomed into London at the end of the trip, and I went before the board for my papers. I guess they figured anybody who could stay alive for 4 years on the Brute must be a seaman. Anyway, I passed, and Mr. Apps handed me my sailing orders along with the commission. I was assigned as 3rd mate to Captain Colchester on the Apps family.
Well, congratulations, Ned. Glad you're going to stay with us.
Thanks, Captain Colchester.
You've been a hard-working apprentice, and I've no doubt but you'll be a good officer. In fact, we have a man on board who'll make sure of that.
Why? What do you mean, Captain?
Got a new first mate on this trip. Come in, Charlie.
Charlie? Well, hello there, youngster. I say, you've been doing a bit of growing the last 5 years.
Charlie, I didn't even know you were in port.
Been in for a week down country, though. I hear you fooled the board.
Careful, man. You're talking about your own third mate.
Yes, so they tell me. Well, you'll be jumping lively on this trip, me boy.
Easy, easy. Don't forget, I know this ship and you don't.
And I'll learn it quick enough. Been wanting the chance for a long time. And between us, I think we can even break this jinx.
Lads, there'll be no talk of a jinx on this trip. At least not in the cabin as long as Maggie's going along.
Maggie? Who's Maggie?
Ask your brother. I think he's the one who talked her into the trip. Though she claims it's for her health. I'll leave you two to get acquainted. We'll be about 10 days loading if you've got any plans.
What's he talking about, Charlie? Who's Maggie?
His niece, Maggie Colchester. You remember her, the girl who christened the ship?
Oh, of course. Well,
Hasn't Dad told you where I've been spending shore leaves for the last year and a half?
No, Charlie, I didn't know anything about it.
Well, then let me show you something. Here. Now, if I have my way, Maggie will be wearing this before the trip's over. Here, take a look.
Blimey, that's all right.
Yes, I bought it in Cape Town. It's a blue-white diamond set in platinum.
Is it big enough to go on a finger?
Oh, it's big enough, all right. And that's where it's going if I can talk her into it.
And who's going to talk who into what, Charlie?
Maggie, I was, saying that, I hoped I could talk you into going ashore for dinner with me.
Oh, where are you now? You big liar.
Oh, Maggie, this is my brother, Ned. Ned, this is Maggie.
How do you do? And are you one of the officers, too?
I'm the new third mate.
Well, I certainly hope you're more truthful than your brother.
Maggie.
Whose invitation to dinner I am accepting with pleasure.
Oh, really?
See you both later.
All right, you are. About an hour.
Charlie, she's lovely.
Well, she's more than that, Ned. She's everything as far as I'm concerned.
Well, in that case, good luck. I hope you get her.
Well, we'll see about that. Anyway, with Maggie aboard, we've got to make sure this jinx ship stays on good behavior for once.
It'll be the first time if she does.
And it's the first time we've had both the Wilmots on board together. We'll tame her down, Ned. We'll make her calm and peaceful as an old workhorse. Just you wait and see if we don't.
And the strange part of it was, he was right. We stood out past Gravesend and made the passage to the China coast in 121 days of the finest weather you could ever hope to meet. And for the first time in her bloody life, the old ship settled down and sailed herself as neat as you please. Charlie and I had talked about it sometimes when Maggie wasn't around, and he'd always laugh and say the brute knew when she'd met her match that she didn't dare try to buck the two of us. But I was more ready to give the credit to Maggie, to think maybe she'd charm the old murderess the way she'd charmed all the rest of us. From the second day out, Maggie was the secret darling of every man on board. She was all over the ship, here, there, and everywhere, with red tam and her bright blue eyes, never still a minute, and having the time of her life. If she'd come along for her health, she'd found it before we passed Gravesend. We raised a storm on the passage back and ran 4 days in a heavy gale. I stood by and held my breath, ready for anything, and nothing happened. The old lady, App's family, held up her head and sailed along like a seagull. Any time before, she'd have buried her gunwale in the quartering seas, but now, all the water she shipped you could put in a teacup. 109 days from Hong Kong, we raised the Dungeness light, and early the next morning picked up a tug off Sheerness for the long tow upriver to London. The ship followed along on the tow line like a puppy on a leash, and we moved slowly up the river past Gravesend. All of us were glad to be home, but Maggie most of all, I think, because she'd never been at sea so long before. I had to smile at the way she danced around in the bows, picking out one landmark after another as we came to them, sometimes standing up on the spare anchor we'd taken in on the foredeck in order to get a better look at the riverbanks ahead. She wasn't wearing the ring yet, but I knew she was going to and was only teasing Charlie as long as possible.
What's wrong, Ned? That tug stopped her engines.
Collision up ahead in the channel, Charlie. Looks like a yawl and a schooner fouled together.
Oh, yes. Well, looks like they're clearing it up now. Guess we can move again in a couple of minutes. Maggie, why don't you go on the afterdeck? You're in the way up forward there.
Oh, I'm all right, Charlie. Stop worrying. We're almost home.
Better save your orders for the crew, Charlie. She outranks you.
Oh, I'll take orders from her any day. Yes. We are almost home, Ned. We've had a lucky voyage.
It's the first halfway peaceful trip I've ever made in the old brute.
Oh, I told you we'd tame her down. She's turned over a new leaf, Ned.
Well, it won't last long if she keeps on sheering off there and drifting back down the channel.
Huh? Oh, yes. And we're heading straight for those fishing smacks.
Better have the tug start up and hold a taut line on her. I've seen her do this before.
Yes.
Ahoy, the tug! Take up the slack and get her straight in the channel. Hold it against the current.
Any other ship would have held steady for the 2 or 3 minutes we stopped, but not the old Epps family. And now, when the tug tightened up in the hawser, pulling at an angle across her bows, she wouldn't respond, wouldn't budge. The old girl wanted her own way. She was just as stubborn as ever.
Ahoy, the tug! We're still drifting. Open up to full speed.
Confound her. Never saw a ship act like this.
The heavy hawser was pulled so tight it was humming, and Tug's pedals with her engines full whipped up the water like a mill race. And then it happened. The heavy towing chock tore loose from the deck. The hawser began sliding across the bow, ripping out rail stanchions like matchsticks. Then I thought it was going to sweep under the flukes of the spare anchor, the anchor that Maggie was standing on.
Maggie! Get off that anchor! Look out!
Charlie!
She tried to jump clear, but she was too late. The great anchor had tipped up on its side, clasped her about the waist like a monstrous arm of steel. It had carried her with it, and swung down and over and smashed against the side of the ship.
She went into the water. Take charge of the deck, Ned. I'm going in after her.
Ned, was that Maggie?
Yes, sir. She's overboard, Captain Colchester.
Maggie. Oh, the dirty, murdering brute. Now it's women she's killing.
Let go the port anchor! Hold the ship as she is and get the boats over!
I hadn't told Charlie, and I didn't say anything about it to Captain Colchester. But I stood there, and I knew it wasn't any use. Because I'd seen the way the heavy anchor had carried her over, and then swung in to smash her against the bow before it dropped her into the water. And I'd seen the way that water beneath the bow was all colored red. They found her at late afternoon when the tide turned, and she floated clear of one of the mooring buoys. And the next morning, we tied up in the London docks. The men had been happy at coming into their home port, but now they remembered how she'd been happy too, their own darling. I'd never before seen a crew leave a ship so quietly, and some of them, when they reached the wharf, turned back and cursed her under their breath. Finally, it was only Charlie and I, alone on the quarterdeck, and Captain Colchester was below, somewhere in the cabin.
She never wore it, Ned. The ring. She never wore it.
But she would have, Charlie. I know she meant to. She was just having a little fun with you, that's all.
With all of us on board, why did the brute have to go for Maggie? Why?
I guess there's not much answer for that.
She's everything I wanted. Everything.
Yes, Charlie. I know.
I talked her into making the voyage. It was my idea.
It's no good, Charlie, this kind of thinking. I guess you know that.
I don't know. She's everything I wanted.
Charlie,
Oh, Mr. Willman.
Over here, Captain.
I'm going ashore. The shipkeeper's come aboard now. The two of you are free to go whenever you like.
Thank you, sir.
Charlie, nothing. I'm resigning command in the morning. I'll never set foot on board her again as long as I live.
I feel the same way, sir.
Well, come into the company office in a day or two and sign out for the log. Good day, gentlemen.
Charlie, we'd better go ashore, too. We're done here.
Yes, I suppose we are.
I'll arrange to have our gear picked up later. There's no use of... Captain, look out! Missed him! But yardarm off the mainmast. Fell right behind him.
Ah, you missed me, you murdering brute! And that was your last chance, too!
Ned, that yard was made fast at Dungeness. And out falls out of the tops with the ship lying still at the wharf.
Yes, Charlie. Come on. Let's go ashore.
Wasn't the devil satisfied for one trip? Is there no way of stopping her? How many more does she want to kill?
Charlie?
Oh, Ned. Ned, take me home.
Charlie was 10 years older by the time we reached home, and it was 2 weeks before he'd do anything more than sit in his room and stare at the wall, saying nothing. Captain Colchester carried out his threat and resigned from the company the morning after we docked, and I filed my application for a transfer. The Apps family was reloaded and ready to sail, but she stayed on lying at the wharf with nobody to take her out. And that's the way things stood for 2 weeks, until one morning a bombshell dropped.
Hello, Ned.
Charlie, I wondered where you went this morning.
And I left the house early.
How do you feel?
Fine. Ned, Mr. Apps tells me you've applied for a transfer. Another ship.
Well, yes, I did, as a matter of fact. You saw old man Apps?
Yes, I stopped in at the office this morning. Ned, it's up to you, of course, but I hope you'll change your mind.
Not a chance.
The ship sails tomorrow morning.
Oh, so they finally found somebody crazy enough to take her out?
Yes, they did. Me.
You? You're going to skipper the Brute?
That's right, Ned.
But I
it's a short voyage, North Atlantic run. Be awfully glad to have you along. Somebody I could depend on if you feel like signing on again.
Charlie!
Of course, it's up to you.
All right, Charlie. I'll sign on again. Be glad to. We boomed out past the Sheerness Light and headed north, hugging a lee shore in a stiff breeze. The ship drove ahead as steady as a barge, with scarcely a roll or a quiver. But in spite of the smooth and easy way she handled, I couldn't help feeling uneasy. I could sense the black spirit of her brooding somewhere down inside, mocking and taunting us with her bloody memories, and waiting for a new chance. By nightfall, we were running hard in along the Kettling coast, where those rocky headlands break at intervals out of the shelving sandy beaches. The onshore wind held steady in our quarter, and the sun sank down behind the land some 3 miles away. It wasn't quite full dark yet when Charlie sent for me. I came up to where he was standing alone near the wheel.
Is that you, Ned?
Right, Charlie. Bosun said you wanted to see me.
Yes. I did send for you, Ned. Hold her steady as she goes, close to the wind.
Aye, sir.
I've been standing here, thinking about Maggie, Ned. How she'd scrambled around over the decks, making friends with everybody, having the time of her life.
Charlie, you've got to stop it.
No, I'm all right. I like to think about her.
It's this ship and all the memories around it. It's what I was afraid of.
No, it's all right. Ned, I want you to take charge of the crew and give an order. Of course, you'll question the order, but you'll carry it out anyway. Do you understand?
What's the order, Charlie?
Have all hands prepared to abandon ship.
What? But why? There's nothing wrong.
Mr. Wilmot, it is not an officer's place to question an order by the captain. You'll do as you're told.
Yes, sir.
You can give the order now, Mr. Wilmot.
Charlie, I can't let you... Very well, Captain. All hands on deck! Stand by the boats! Prepare to abandon ship!
All right, helmsman. Find your place in the boats. I'll take over the wheel.
Aye, sir.
You don't know what you're doing, Charlie. We're in no danger. There's no reason to abandon ship.
You're always in danger aboard this black-hearted brute. I'll put on the quarter now. You can get the boats in the water when she yields. Hurry on.
Steady! Going on the quarter!
Easy on. All right. Now.
All hands! Lower boat!
We shouldn't have any trouble running ashore to that beach there at the south.
Hey, what about you?
I'll hold her steady until everybody's clear. You'd better go over the side. Your boat's standing there.
Oh, no, not until you do. I'm staying with you, Charlie.
Don't be a fool, Ned. I'm doing this alone.
No, Charlie, not while I'm here.
Mr. Wilmot,
You will abandon ship and take charge of the boats in the water, and that's an order.
Charlie, I can't...
Mr. Wilmot!
Very well, Captain.
That's the spirit, lad. And to obey orders and step lively. You'll be a seaman yet. Good luck, Ned.
Thanks, Charlie. Stand by for you in the boat.
Of course, lad. Fine. Bye.
I slipped over the gunwale and dropped down into the boat that trailed alongside on a line from the rail. I'd hardly hit the bottom when the line slackened. I knew Charlie had cut us loose from the ship. He was alone on her now, alone in the night sea, with a black brute.
Look, sir, look! He's laid it over, away from the wind.
Charlie had put the helm over hard. With a terrible shudder of her dark sails and a smother of white foam from her bows, the great ship heeled about in a sharp turn and then began to drive ahead like some mad thing before the wind. Straight before the wind and straight toward the shore.
Look, sir, the rocks on the headland. She's going to smash herself.
Faster and faster she plunged ahead through the weltering seas, faster and faster on the back of the gale, while the black-hearted spirit of her screamed in the ratlines.
Look, sir, the rocks! What in the name of heaven is he going to do?
And now, for one long instant, she hung poised at the top of a plunge and then drove smashing downward onto the rocks. We stood by, as close as we dared, for 3 hours, while the killer ship pounded herself to bits in the surging sea. But we didn't find my brother Charlie. And from the first minute, I knew we wouldn't. Because just before I'd left the ship, there by the helm, in the light of the binnacle lamp, I'd seen the thing he was holding clenched tight in his hard brown fist. It was a tiny platinum ring set with a blue-white diamond.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and tonight brought you The Brute by Joseph Conrad, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, featuring Dan O'Herlihy as Ned Wilmot and Eric Rolfe as Charlie Wilmot, with Nina Cowden as Maggie, Jeff Corey as Captain Colchester, Wilms Herbert as German, and Parley Bear as the father. Music is conceived and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week.
You are far into the remote hill country of Afghan. Caught in an ambush by the fierce Pathan tribes, trapped in a hopeless fight from which there seems no escape.
International Incident Number 4.
Jack Packard and Reggie York. Report to London at once for assignment in French Indochina. Signed the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
I Love Adventure. The American Broadcasting Company presents a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring the international escapades of Jack, Doc, and Reggie. Tonight's incident brings you The Pearl of Great Price.
Good morning, Major Packard. And you too, Sergeant York, sir.
Good morning.
Glad to have you two gentlemen back at 10 Gramercy Park with us again.
Thanks.
Right into the great reception hall, if you will, please.
All right, Jack.
Right up. Right in, please.
Quiet. Well, I say, Jack, the door closed with no sound at all.
Sound's been deadened in this great room.
But it made such a frightful noise from the outside. I say, Jack, do you have the feeling of having been to church when you come into this room?
Well, why not? The cathedral-like windows, tapestries depicting the history of the world hanging from the vaulted ceiling 3 stories up, furniture and paintings and carpets that were used by emperors and queens, and a princely horde from the beginning of organized government.
Sure. Is that what all this represents?
And more.
No wonder I feel reverent. I'm communing with the ghosts of the great names of history.
And it's against this background the 21 old men are working.
Look here. Except that we've done a couple of nasty jobs for them, do we know anything about them?
We don't know who they are individually. What they stand for, yes.
Do we indeed?
They're a group of international figures, each one representing his native country, gathered together with wealth and power and the good of the world at heart.
Come to London at once for assignment in French Indochina. Who wants to go to Indochina?
I do. So do you, if it's interesting enough.
I'd still like to know just what these 21 old graybeards are up to.
Well, it's pretty simple. The world's in chaos today. Governments are weak and suspicious. Everyone feels as though he's sitting on dynamite. 21 old men use us and others like us as their undercover instruments to work behind the scenes and clean up festering spots with no one the wiser.
A very excellent explanation, Major Packard.
Uh-oh. There goes the tapestry back. 21 old men are in session.
Did you speak, Sergeant York?
Not at all, sir. It's just the fact that you can see us from behind that ruddy glass while we seem to be talking to the empty air.
Believe me, Sergeant, you are not talking to the empty air.
I'm sure of that, sir.
Before I give you into the hands of Monsieur Renault, our French representative, for your next assignment, the 21 old men have asked me to state that you, Sergeant York, were overheard referring to us as 21 old graybeards.
Oh, I say.
Quite all right, Sergeant. Quite all right. It is simply that the majority of our members are entirely smooth-shaven, and they feel out of character being referred to as graybeards.
I shall refrain in the future.
And now then, Monsieur Renault.
Hey, one more question, please.
Well?
What about our third partner, Doc Long? Are you looking for him?
We are making inquiries. The matter has our attention. And now, Monsieur Renault.
Major Packard, Sergeant York, your next assignment will take you to the northernmost border of French Indochina, where it joins Burma. It is jungle country. It is dangerous country at this moment because there is deep unrest among the natives of both countries. Therefore, you will travel from the last civilized outpost to the lost city of Shiva, upon the backs of elephants.
So, not elephants.
Quiet, Reggie.
Upon the backs of elephants, with Hindu and Sikh outriders upon Tibetan ponies and camels.
A circus, no less.
What's our jumping-off place?
That you do not need to know. One of our planes will fly you to Saigon, and another will take you to the last outpost. There you will contact the camel and elephant train.
I say, what for? What's the assignment?
That you will be told at the last outpost of civilization. Do not waste time on questions. There is a cab driver waiting who will take you to the airport directly.
Well, thanks for the ride.
Oh, voila. Oh, voila. Jack, look here. This is no airport.
Just the same, this flying junk heap has landed. Come on, get out.
Yeah. Nothing but a bloomin' cow pasture. And all the cows look like buffalo.
Not buffalo, caribou.
Last outpost of civilization's right. No town, no hotel, and night coming on. Hey! Where's he going?
I don't know. He's delivered us here. Now I guess he's going home.
Well, but look here, Jack. We're just being dumped out here in the middle of nowhere. Getting dark and no friends, no contact.
Oh? Are you so sure?
Hello. Where did you pop from?
I've got some Tibetan ponies hitched to a buckboard, or what's left of a buckboard, over there behind those banyan trees.
Well, There goes our plane.
Yes, I kept out of sight until he taxied off.
Nobody told us we were going to meet a girl.
Especially not an English girl. What are you doing out here in the fringe of nowhere?
My husband was an OSS officer out here during the war. He liked it here. He brought me back afterwards.
Oh, that explains you being here. And your husband?
Dead.
Oh, sorry.
Don't bother. He couldn't resist the charms of the native women. And I found him on the doorstep one morning with a kriss straight through him. I guess that taught him.
Oh, look here.
I should think you'd return to England.
Has that got anything to do with your assignment out here?
No.
No. Is your curiosity satisfied?
Yeah?
Yes. Well, then, let's get into what's left of my buckboard after these four-legged Tibetan devils get through kicking the blazes out of it and head into town. All right, you shaggy little imps of Satan. Take us to the hotel.
Jolly good dinner. Yeah, I'm a great curry eater myself.
Yeah, so I noticed.
I brought you out here in the garden behind the hotel where we can talk in the darkness without being overheard.
It's about time we got down to something definite. You say you had direct word from the 21 old man?
Yes. Listen. That music's coming from the Temple of Agog behind the garden. That's a real Chinese flute.
It has the flavor of this jungle setting. What are those chimes?
Chinese bells, cymbals. I don't know all the names for their instruments.
Well, never mind that. What I want to know is, what are Reggie and I doing in the backcountry of Indochina? What's up?
You're 10 days' journey by camel or elephant from the Burma border.
Yeah?
Someplace near the border is the lost city of Shiva.
Well, I thought this was the last outpost.
The lost city is dead.
Dead?
Banyan trees and jungle vines have swallowed it up. Except for a few priests of the old religion, worshippers of Shiva, it is uninhabited.
I've heard of these old cities of a lost civilization. Why are we going there?
Keep your voices guarded. There is a pearl of great price hidden there.
Pearl?
Those are the words I was told to give you. Recently, the sacred temple in Lai King on the Burmese border was raped and pillaged. The marauders and their precious loot are said even now to be under the protection of the priests of the lost city.
What's all this stilted English you're using?
I'm repeating a message word for word which I was told to give you.
Marauders from Indochina crossed the border and pillaged a Burmese temple?
Yes.
And brought their loot back across the border into Indochina?
And are now under the protection of the high priests of the lost city of Shiva.
And we're to round up the marauders and loot?
The pearl of great price.
What?
That is all that is required of you. Return the pearl of great price.
You mean look for a single precious stone in a sweltering jungle hundreds of miles? Here. Aren't we getting an awful long way from the hotel?
The further from listening ears, the better.
So, jungle creeps right up to the very threshold of civilization, doesn't it?
It's a fight. Man against nature. Never ends in the tropics.
Those creeping vines gleam like serpents in the moonlight.
Yeah, let's turn back. I don't like that. Hey, Reggie, look at that. Men creeping out of the jungle.
Run, run!
Oh, we can't. They're behind us.
Hello!
The jungle raiders! The jungle raiders!
Tear into them, Reggie!
Marone! Zinda Bagalo!
Reggie!
Enough! Enough! We want them alive.
Tell this slimy native to take his hands off me. I should think so. I deliver these men into your hands and you treat me like a piece of merchandise.
It was a mistake in the confusion. You have delivered them according to plan. The Mem Sahib does her job well.
Chalo! Aage chalo! Jaldi, jaldi!
You coming around, Reggie?
Oh, I say, this awful motion. A bit of an earthquake, huh?
We're in a howdah aboard an elephant.
Oh, no. You're only spoofing, Jack.
How do you feel?
Rotten. Head splitting, stomach churning, tongue swollen.
Hey, guard! Water! Give him water!
One in.
Yes, sir. Bound, hand and foot.
Yeah? Same here.
Okay. All right, remember?
Funny.
Oh, sure, yes. Hold that water bag to my mouth. Water. Beautiful stuff, water.
Right hand. Right hand.
Yeah, thanks, old boy. Oh, now I remember, Jack. We were set on by these jungle jackals and beaten into insensibility.
Yeah, back in the hotel garden. They swarmed over us like locusts.
Huh. What are we now?
Listen.
What's that? Monkeys. Birds.
Yeah. We're plunging through trackless jungle.
Captives on an elephant. Well, what's it all about? Oh, I say, Jack, couldn't they roll up the canvas sides of this hotter? It's hotter than blazes.
I got one or two glimpses out. There's nothing to see but jungle.
Oh, the heat.
The heat's worse in the open.
Listen. Did I hear something following us? Even a belly musician. What am I hearing, please?
Whole caravan. Elephants leading off to break trail. Camels and Tibetan ponies to the rear.
You mean we've been grabbed off by some roving jungle tribe? Well, what do they expect to get out of us?
I don't know. Doesn't make sense. What's become of the girl?
Flora? Sure.
They could have her on another elephant, I suppose, but looks to me like something else.
Oh, the swaying and rocking's doing things to my insides.
Yeah, it'll get worse before it gets better. Keep your mind on what I'm saying.
Yeah, you said... what did you say?
I say I think Flora framed us with this bunch of bandits.
But she had word from the 21 old men to help us.
Or did she? Mighty funny she had to take us to the back end of that hotel garden to talk to us. And how did these boys happen to be back there waiting for us?
Well, but she had to be what she said, Jack.
Why?
Because she's the only one who knew why we're here. We didn't even know ourselves until she told us.
Hey, that's right. The pearl of great price. If she's an enemy, that may be a lot of hokum. How about that? Kidnapped on elephants without the faintest idea what our assignment is.
Oh, boy, this heat's brutal. If we don't get someplace pretty soon, you've lost yourself a good right-hand man.
Good evening. It is getting cooler.
What? Such politeness.
Who are you?
I am the one who kidnapped you to this place.
I'm not surprised you got the face for it.
You do not like my face?
Hey, what is this place? Where are we? What became of the elephant caravan?
This is the lost city of Shiva.
Sure.
The lost city of... Hey, look, what is this? You kidnap us. You drag us out here trussed up like chickens. Then you turn us loose, give us this adobe cottage on the edge of the jungle with servants and fresh clothes and treat us like guests. What's it all about?
You are dissatisfied? Did we not bring your luggage from the hotel? Did we not return your weapon?
Well, you did that.
But why the about face? One minute we're captives. Next, nothing's too good for us.
Listen.
Okay, drums.
Ceremonial drums from the temple. The old ones are performing the rites of purification with the dancing girls.
Dancing girls?
Those you will not see. They are the maidens of the temple.
Look, I don't care about dancing girls or maidens.
Oh, look here, Jack. Let's not go too far.
Stop beating around the bush. What's up?
You do not know? I do not know.
You don't know why you brought us here?
It was a commission given to me. Kidnap the 2 white men from the hotel garden, deliver them by elephant train to the lost city of Shiva. Give them the Mahatma's quarters with the Mahatma's servants to wait on them. And after that...
Yeah? After that, what?
Do their bidding.
Oh, Joe, really?
How about that? Bring us here and then do our bidding.
Yes. The elephant and camels are tied up in the jungle to the west of the city. We await your orders.
What about that white woman back at the hotel? What about Flora?
She was but a small cog in the great wheel, which has begun to turn.
Uh-huh. You know anything about a band of cutthroats around here?
Cutthroats?
Jungle bandits. Just got back from sacking a sacred temple over in Burma.
I would not know.
Ever hear of the pearl of great price? Well, did you?
I'm not a dealer in precious stones.
Look here, old boy. Your tongue says one thing, your eyes say something else.
You call me a liar?
Hey, put that pig sticker back in your robe. Take it easy. That's better.
Oh, but, Jack, the old boy's eyes...
Let it alone, will you, Reggie? How about the temple? Can we get in?
It is forbidden.
What's to prevent us? It rambles all over the landscape. Half the walls have caved in.
It is forbidden.
Say, which side of the fence are you on?
The dog of an infidel who defiles a temple with his presence shall have his throat cut before the morning.
Take him, Reggie. That's a good boy. Tie him up.
Will we ever get out of this jungle now?
I don't know, but at least he's not going to keep us out of the temple.
Say, old boy.
Hold it, Reggie.
What now?
I heard an echoing footstep. Let me get a look around this next corner.
Well?
Easy. Someone's coming.
Get a look at him?
Yeah, dressed in a priest's robe, but there's a dagger in his belt and a pistol in his hand.
He's a man of peace, no doubt.
Listen. When he comes around the corner, jump him.
He's my man.
Good. Quick. Drag him in here under this stairway.
Coming. Poking around these dank, cobwebby places makes me think of tarantulas and puff adders.
There, that's good.
Hello. Ring of keys.
Great. Now we can go back and find out what's behind that locked door we had to bypass.
I see, Jack, we're not getting anywhere.
Well, we've had 3 hours in here without getting caught.
And if all the priests we put to sleep were laid end to end, the
Come on. Let's see where that big door leads to.
If there's a pearl of great price in this decrepit old temple, we've got about as much chance of finding it.
Take it easy. We may have to search for days.
And I suppose the priesthood will hold still for that.
Here, this is the door.
50 keys. Which one fits?
How about this? No. Then this ought to do just about it. Aha.
Well, I'll be blessed. I say, Jack, not so much noise.
Yeah, sounds like a jailhouse break. Too late now. Where do we seem to have got?
Sure. Blasted tunnel. Reed torches burning along the wall. Dirt underfoot.
Here, give me a flashlight.
Here, well.
Thanks. Here, look. Footprints of horses in the dirt.
Mighty small horses.
Tibetan ponies, the little ones. Either that or the small, shaggy burro.
Recently used, too.
I think we found something.
No doubt of it, but what?
I don't know. Maybe the hideout of the raiders.
Raiders?
The gang that robbed the Burmese temple.
Jove. The chappies with the pearl.
Could be.
Barely reed torches are all right for atmosphere, but they smoke like chimneys. Electricity much more practical.
Less light, the better for us.
Hello, Jack. Do I hear something? Listen.
Sounds like Santa Claus.
It does, doesn't it? Listen.
Coming from around the corner down the passage.
Getting closer, too.
Here they come.
Well, I say, Tibetan ponies with sleigh bells. Pack horses.
10 ponies. Every one of them packed to the running board.
So, Jack, could that be the loot from the temple?
I don't know. Doesn't seem to be guarded. Just one native priest guiding the lead pony by the halter.
Well, look on the fourth, fifth, sixth pony. Isn't that the girl?
A girl. Bound hand and foot and strapped to the pack saddle.
Well, is that our idea of chivalry? What's fair about that?
Here they come alongside. You clip the priest, I'll grab the pony's halter, and we'll just keep going.
Get him!
That's a good boy. Come on. We've got the spoils from the temple. We've got the whole thing right in this pony caravan.
I say, where are you taking us?
I'm taking us out to the west of the Lost City to the Elephant and Camel caravan.
Oh, this pace is killing me.
We'll soon be there. I got it figured out.
What?
The reason this pony train had only one priest in the tunnel to guard it was because the bandits themselves weren't allowed in the temple.
Oh, say, good deduction. We weren't supposed to be in there either.
Well, we caught him by surprise. The priest was delivering the caravan back to the bandits.
What, native priests and bandits working together?
Well, who knows which is which in this country.
Well, where were they going with it?
It's been hidden here since the Burmese temple was sacked. Our arrival probably made them nervous. They were going to move the booty to some safer place.
We grab it off first.
And that's the reason for getting to the elephant caravan fast. If the bandits find out that we grabbed off their loot, this jungle's not going to be fit for man or beast.
Yeah, but I knocked out the leader of our elephant trains. You don't think that chap's going to be on our side now, do you?
We'll give him a choice. He can still be on our side or get a hole in his head. Hey, now look, Shandu, or whatever your name is, you got nasty with us, and we had to take care of you while we worked. We apologize. We'll do whatever we can to make up for the insult of knocking you out, but you got to get your elephant caravan going and get us out of here.
I have been insulted. My ancestors have been insulted. My progeny have been insulted.
Look, old chap, here's $100 American. Doesn't that wipe out all the insults?
There is other things in the world besides money.
Look, can't you get it through your head? We've captured the whole pack train of loot from the Burmese bandits.
Ram Ray.
Yeah, you better say Ram Ray. Once they discover what we've done, they'll be on us like wild animals. They'll butcher your whole caravan.
I think you lie.
Reggie, go get the girl.
Be back with her in a shake.
Girl?
They had a Chinese or Burmese girl tied to one of the ponies.
Chinese or Burmese? You cannot tell the difference?
Ordinarily, yes. This time the girl seems to speak Chinese, but her looks are...
You have captured her. You have in your possession that
all
one...
right, honey. You're in safe hands.
The one... मंदिर की देवी को नमस्कार हो नमस्कार हो
點你咁用待我？呢啲人係邊個嚟？
उनको आपको बचा लिया है
呢次還未妥當呀！
मैं सफारी को चला देता हूँ
快啲，快啲！
सफारी चला लो चलो
Mercy, what's going on?
快啲，冇乜時候啦呀！
Well, we certainly stirred things up. Are we getting underway?
The caravan starts in 5 minutes.
All right, Reggie. Cut those ropes off his wrist.
Righto. All right, hold out your hands. There.
What happened? What sold you on becoming our friend again?
You do not know this priceless one. This princess, Ye Devi.
你又幫我？
You mean this girl's someone of importance?
The pearl of great price.
I say. Well, how about that? We're looking for a piece of jewelry and come up with a Burmese princess.
Safari Tikai! Come, the elephant train is ready. Sir, step forward. The elephant will lift you with his trunk to the howdah.
Step right up, Reggie.
Oh, I say. Braced by an elephant. Look here now. Tell the brute to be careful. What? Look, Jack. Run the elevator.
It will be dark presently.
The marauders don't like the dark.
No one likes the dark in these jungles if he's wise.
What about us?
We have elephants. All jungle beasts are afraid of elephants. Major Packard, the elephant is ready.
The Burmese princess first.
Devi ji, aap hathi pe chadenge.
好，我同佢哋走。
Devi ko le lo.
Hey, Reggie, give the little lady a hand when she arrives up there.
Here she comes.
唔使幫我，你咁邋遢。
I say, Jack, she doesn't need any help. We've got a jungle cat on our hands.
If you please, Major Packard, the elephant will lift you now.
Coming right up.
Here I come. How's that for elevator service, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome home. We've got the sides of the howdah rolled up, and with the sun down behind the jungle, it's not half bad.
Why doesn't old Shandu get the caravan on the way? Hey, let's get started.
Haniwala!
Well, we're moving off.
You ever see so much confusion? But we're on our way.
Living monkeys and jungle birds don't help him.
有敵人喺東方。
I say, my dear, you may be the pearl of great price, but you'll have to talk plainer than that if you want my companionship.
Hey, listen. Shandu! Hey, Shandu, what's that fighting?
It is the enemy trying to break through.
The enemy?
It is the enemy trying to break through our rear guards. But they will not succeed. Our horsemen will hold them off for another half hour when it will be darkness. After that, we have nothing to fear.
That's great. If that's the case, we should be out of this jungle and back in the outpost of civilization in just 10 days.
It is an enchanting evening, is it not, Major Packard?
You were going to call me Jack, remember?
But it will be a pleasure.
Hey, Flora, tell me something. Does that Shiva temple over there go on with that Chinese flute like that forever?
You don't like it?
It's not bad, but out here in the garden under an Indo-China moon with jasmine in my nostrils and a beautiful English girl on my arm.
Yes.
Well, you'll have to admit the Chinese flute isn't a Viennese waltz or moon music for an affair of the heart.
On the other hand...
Good. I just wanted to be sure.
Oh, Jack. Oh. Oh. Well. Where have you been all my life?
And to think, 10 days ago, I thought you betrayed us into the hands of the enemy in this very garden.
Forget business. We have something more important for this evening.
Poor Reggie.
Oh?
He's inside the hotel guarding the Burmese princess till our government sends officials to return her to the temple.
He's fond of Burmese girls.
Not in the least. He's in there fuming because you and I are out here.
Poor boy. We must find some nice girl to help him enjoy his stay also.
Ah, yes. Sahib Pocket? Who said that? So dark here.
There, by the banyan tree. What are you doing in this garden?
So sorry, Mem Sahib. It is important I deliver this message to Sahib Pocket.
Message?
This message, if you please.
You've delivered your message. Now leave.
I follow Mem Sahib's orders.
Here, hold this flashlight while I read this.
Who'd be sending you messages out here?
Listen to this. You are requested to return to London immediately for special assignment in connection with a $100 million diamond robbery. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
Adventure. That's all you care about. You care nothing for a pretty woman. All you want is adventure.
Lady, I still have 24 hours to make you eat those words.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Ruffetto as Jack Packard and Tom Collins as Reggie York. Next week, International Incident Number 5, the $100 million manhunt, an affair of girls and nations resulting in a high adventure halfway around the world. Other players included Alma Lawton, Lal Chan Mehra, Donald Morrison, Everett Glass, Barbara Jean Wong, and Harry Lang. Sound effects were created by Fred Cole, Robert Conlon, and Ed Ludus. The Pearl of Great Price was written and produced by Carlton E. Morse. Organ music and effects by Rex Corey. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstead. I Love Adventure came to you from Hollywood.
I Fly Anything, starring Dick Haymes as air cargo pilot Captain Dagger Crane.
Cargo 91743 to LaGuardia Tower. Requesting landing instructions, please. Over.
LaGuardia to 91743. You're number 2 to land. Visibility 7 miles. Wind northwest 290 degrees, 20 miles. Altimeter setting 025. You'll be clear to land on runway 21. Is that you, Crane?
That's me, Dockery Crane.
What are you bringing into our fair city this time, Crane? Cabbages, kings, or crumb bums?
No, you're wrong all the way, Buster. I'm bringing in a dent in my rudder, a dram of drugs, and a date with death. You know me, I fly anything.
Transcribed, the American Broadcasting Company presents Dick Haymes as a fast-moving, hard-hitting, romantic air cargo pilot, Captain Dockery Crane in I Fly Anything.
My name is Dockery Crane, and my business is the Wild Blue Yonder business, the pickup and delivery business by air. You get yourself a crew, a hangar, a secretary, a teletype machine, a certificate from the CAB, and a great big pile of hope, and your motto is anything, anywhere, anytime, I fly anything. I wasn't putting on a Rover Boy act when I told the tower I had a date with death. I would have preferred a date with a lively redhead. Who wouldn't? Except a guy already married to a redhead. But time was running out, and death is one date you shouldn't keep waiting around too long. Hey, June. June, answer it, will you?
Dockery, can't you see I'm busy? Where's Buzz, for heaven's sake?
Well, he's checking the loading. Oh, come on, June. I got to finish his flight plan. Well, step on it, will you?
Hello. Oh, yes, sir. Just a moment.
Dockery, it's Mr. Vandermeer from the International Health Organization. He wants to know how soon we're taking off.
20 minutes, as soon as we're loaded.
20 minutes, sir. Yes, I'll tell him. He'll meet you at the plane, Doc.
Well, I've got no room for him. This is an overseas flight. Look, I got a crew of 7, you and the cargo. I'm only flying a DC-4, not a trolley car.
Take it easy, Lindbergh. He's only coming down to give you your official instructions.
Oh, well, that's better.
And besides, who said there was any difference between a DC-4 and a trolley car? Except a pair of wings.
You can say that again, June. At least a trolley car collects nickels and dimes for every trip it makes. We wouldn't even make that much for this hop.
Hey, I thought we were all real happy to get a load that was important for once, and the heck with the dough.
Yeah, the heck with the dough. That's the story of my life. Oh, the truth is, baby, this darn flight is so important, it's got me a little scared. Whether I can pull it off or not.
I guess when so many lives depend on you, it does scare a guy a little. Huh?
A little. Look, June, I haven't been so scared since the time my mother caught me with a cookie jar. That's where my father kept his money. Is the cargo aboard, Buzz?
Check.
How about the crew?
Aboard. Where's June, Dockery?
Filling a thermos bottle. She likes her coffee over the ocean. She's queer that way. Hey, you seen Vandermeer of the International Health Organization? He's supposed to be here for the takeoff.
Now, hold your horses, baby. Here he comes now.
Hello, Captain Crane. Hello, Mr. Simpson.
We're ready, Mr. Vandermeer.
Stuff's aboard, sir.
Good. Here are your official papers, Captain. Dr. Hernando Carrillo is in charge overseas, and we'll turn the cargo over to him. I don't have to tell you how serious your mission is.
I think we know, Mr. Vandermeer. Full cargo of chloramycetin isn't for laughs. Maybe there's a typhoid epidemic.
And luckily, it's still restricted to the island of Mallorca. If it spreads to the Spanish mainland, it'd be a catastrophe. How long will the flight take you?
Well, if June doesn't take all night getting that coffee, we should get to Lisbon, Portugal in the morning. Refuel, and then it's just a short hop to the island of Mallorca.
Well, here's the coffee. What are we waiting for?
You. What'd you have to do? Go to Brazil for it? Up you go, lady.
First stop, Lisbon. Come on, Mr. Vandermeer.
Yes. I'm going up front, Doc. So long, Mr. Vandermeer.
Goodbye, you two. Have a good flight.
Well, is there anything else, Mr. Vandermeer?
No, Crane. No farewell speeches. Just get there. It's important.
Don't worry about it. If there's any way to set a plane down on Mallorca, you know me. Anywhere, anytime. I fly anything. I keep telling myself. This is emergency flight 91743 USA. Emergency flight USA calling Lisbon, Portugal. Approaching at 4,000 feet from northwest. Landing instructions, please. Over.
Lisbon to emergency flight. Lisbon to emergency flight. Come in, USA. Come in.
Landing instructions, please. Requesting landing instructions. Over.
This is Lisbon. This is Lisbon. Storm warning. Storm warning. Clearing field for you. Prepare for emergency landing. Rain squad, prepare for emergency landing. Lisbon Tower. This is Air France, Flight 3. I'm in trouble. Can't see you. Lost the phone. Over.
Lisbon Tower to Air France, Flight 3. Fly east at 3,000. We will give you compass reading in 5 minutes.
Say, listen, are you the guy who says I can't take off of Mallorca?
Capitan Crane, can't you see what's happening? You almost didn't make the landing yourself. The
No.
wind has risen. 2 planes overturned right here on the field. Emergency calls are coming in from all over the area. I cannot let you pull out of here for Mallorca. You'll never make it.
Look, what do you think this is? A $5 an hour sightseeing bus I'm flying? There's an epidemic on Mallorca. My plane is loaded with chloramycetin. Those people are dying.
You don't have to lecture me. I know people are dying on Mallorca. My own mother and father live on that island. Your crew is willing to take the risk?
Yes.
Just pray the emergency landing lights are still working on Mallorca, Capitan. Good luck.
How long has he been circling overhead, Bianca?
Almost 10 minutes now, Dr. Carrillo.
A young man with courage, that Captain Crane. He should have stayed in Lisbon until after the storm. It's madness for him to try landing here in Mallorca.
Oh, if only they can get the landing lights working in time. It's pitch black.
Bianca, those 2 men coming this way, do you know them?
Those 2 men? No, Dr. Carrillo.
Excuse me, I know you are waiting for the plane, but are you Dr. Carrillo?
Yes? Oh, I am so glad, Doctor. We heard you were coming to the island.
What can I do for you?
My friend here, his wife, she has come down with typhoid fever.
How long ago?
Several hours. He brought her down here in his car. We heard you were...
Take me to your car. Bianca, when Captain Crane lands, tell him I'll be back in a moment.
All right. This way, Dr. Carrillo. That black car over there.
He's coming in. Salvador is going to make...
The name is Dr. Carrillo now. Carrillo, do you understand?
Yes, I'm sorry. Oh, he smashed the wheel. They may be hurt.
Captain Crane, are you all right?
Not even a scratch. Are you Dr. Carrillo?
Yes, I am Dr. Carrillo. We're happy you made it safely, Captain Crane. Happier than you can imagine.
Good and hot. That's the way I like coffee.
And now I'm sure you both want to get some sleep. Besides, the funicular is already loaded, and it's being held for myself and Bianca here. I do not like to keep the funicular waiting too long.
The funicular. Haven't you ever heard of
Oh,
it?
sure. There's an Italian song we used to sing when we were kids. Funicula, funiculi.
Yeah. What's that got to do with
Very simply. A funicular is a little car or bus suspended from wires. That's the only way to get up to the village on top of the mountain.
Well, what do you know? I think we had better go now. Captain Crane, I wish we could thank you in some way.
Well, there is something.
Yes?
I'd like to ride up in the funicular with you. I want to take a look at what's happening up in the village. I'd hate to go back without at least one look at the sick people.
Of course you must come up and see the hospital.
But, Dr. Carrillo, you have not forgotten the poor man we have to take up to the hospital with us.
What happened to the guy? Typhoid?
No. It was an accident. Badly burned. He is all bandaged up and waiting in that car you saw outside. But first, Captain Crane, I must inoculate you against the fever. And then we will all go up together.
Well, Buzz went back to the ship, and I to the trolley on wires. The ride in the long black car to the funicular wasn't much fun. The guy in the bandages right up to his nose must have been unconscious. But once we got inside the funicular, I took a second look at Bianca. Funny. Somebody must have heard me say I'd prefer a date with a redhead instead of with death. But I hit the jackpot, because here I was sitting next to a redhead and heading up the mountain to a whole village of death.
You have never ridden in a funicular, Capitan?
No. Certainly not with anyone like you. The closest I ever got to a funicular was a ride on the chute-to-chutes in a place called Coney Island.
You know, they tell me American men are very aggressive, Capitan. Is that true?
Well, first let me ask you a question. Are you related in any way to Dr. Carrillo?
Related?
Well, I mean, are you his wife, sister, sweetheart, cousin, maybe?
No, just his assistant.
Well, in that case, how aggressive do you like your American men, Bianca?
I think you have answered my question. You don't have to... Dr. Carrillo, the man in the bandages.
Go on with your conversation with Captain Crane. I will tend to our friend in the bandages.
The minute we reached the chateau being used for a hospital, I forgot about Bianca. Forgot about being tired, forgot about everything except how glad I was that a couple of guys named the Wright brothers had invented airplanes and that a guy like me had learned to fly one. And the fellow who made me feel that way especially was a male nurse. The only professional in the place until Dr. Carrillo walked in.
Dr. Carrillo, Bianca, you don't know how glad I am to see you, how badly you are needed here. And you must be Captain Crane.
Yes, I am.
Captain, do you have any idea what typhoid fever does to people? The way it races to a town like fire, like a terrible fire. And you brought help, chloromycetin, at risk to yourself. Every one of these people will remember you, Captain.
Carl, some of the chloromycetin was sent up here the moment the plane had landed. You have given injections?
Yes, Dr. Carrillo. The moment it arrived. Most of them have had some care. Most of them are asleep.
I see. And now, Carl, tell me about my daughter.
I'm afraid she's not too well, Dr. Carrillo. The fever is high.
Your daughter, Dr. Carrillo?
This morning, after working without sleep all night. She came down.
I would like to see her, Carl.
Here she is, Doctor.
Her chart, Carl. Fever. Pulse. I see.
She had a shot of the new chloromycetin just a little while ago.
Yes, of course.
Shall I wake her, Dr. Carillo?
No. Let her sleep. The poor child needs all she can get. There, you see? We have awakened her.
Dr. Carrillo, she...
Dr. Carillo? My father. Where are you, Father?
Right here, dear. Right here beside you.
Oh, no. No, you are not my father. Father, where are you?
There. You are feverish, dear.
I'm afraid. Please, someone, please.
Dolores, try to control yourself. Of course, this is your father. Would I lie to you?
No. You are Bianca?
Yes.
Bianca, I know you. But him, he's not my father.
Dolores, Carl tells me your fever has risen. Now, you be a good girl. I will give you a sedative. You'll get your sleep.
No, I won't let you. You are an impostor.
Dolores, it is all right. If you don't want your father to give you a sedative, I will.
Please, somebody. My father, he was supposed to meet an airplane from America. Yes, that is it. He was supposed to meet a Captain Crane. What did you do with him?
Dolores, I'm Dockery Crane. Dolores, this is your father. He met me at the field. Those people wouldn't lie to you.
Bianca, I think you'd better show Captain Crane to a room for the night. I will stay here a while with Dolores.
No, please, Captain Crane. Don't leave me.
Captain, I am sorry to expose you to this, but fever is a terrible thing.
Good night, Dolores.
No.
You get a good rest, and I'll see you in the morning. I hit the bed and caved in like an empty sack. But I couldn't sleep. I couldn't even shut my eyes. I hadn't even thought of counting sheep when I heard my door opening slowly. I saw the figure come staggering toward me, and for a second I was sure the fever had gotten me. Then I jumped out of bed and caught her just as she was about to keel over.
Captain Crane.
Dolores, you're a sick girl. What are you doing here?
Captain Crane.
Here, let me put this blanket around you.
Captain Crane, don't say a word. I don't have much time, and you must believe me. The man you met is not my father. There is something wrong. I know I'm ill, but please believe me. Ask him my mother's maiden name. Ask him where she was born. That will prove I'm right. If he is my father, he would know my mother's maiden name and where she was born. Please.
All right, Dolores. I will. But now you must get back to bed. You're sick.
My mother's name was Barnett. She was born in Geneva. Ask him.
But why? Why should anyone want to impersonate your father? For what?
The drugs. Maybe for the drugs. I don't know. I can't tell you. But everything here since the war, everything here has different value. Chloromycetin brings a great price on the black market. Maybe.
But what would they have done with your father? If what you're saying is true, where's your father, your real father?
I was hoping you might know. Maybe they hurt him. Maybe they brought him here as prisoner.
The man in the bandages.
Oh, what man? Captain Crane, what man in bandages?
Dolores.
Captain Crane.
Thank heavens I found you, darling. Captain Crane, you should have called me immediately. In a case like this, overexertion may be very serious. Bianca, take her back.
Come on, dear. I'll help you back to your bed.
Yes, I will go now.
Dr. Carrillo?
Yes, Crane.
Doctor, this whole thing, I'm I'm not used to being so close to an epidemic.
Would you like a sedative, Crane? It would put you to sleep.
That wasn't what I had in mind. Dr. Carrillo, Dolores asked me to put some questions to you. I think I owe it to her, sick as she is. I hope you don't take offense.
Yeah, I'm used to feverish patients, Crane.
Doctor, what was your wife's maiden name?
Her maiden name was Ibanez, and she was born in Geneva. And I loved her very much. You know, Crane, if you don't get some rest, you might suddenly come down with typhoid.
I stood there in the middle of my empty room feeling like a jackass who just tried to pass himself off as a racehorse at Hialeah. Nobody likes to be taken for a sucker, least of all yours truly. And Dolores had kicked my pride right in the seat of its pants. She'd said something about the chloromycetin in the black market. She'd hinted that I'd gone to all this trouble just to be played for a patsy. I couldn't take that idea beating my brains out all the way back to the States. I opened the door to the hallway slowly and shut it fast. Maybe I was wrong, but I could have sworn Carl had ducked behind a statue in the hall the minute he saw my door opening. There was a ledge about a foot wide outside my window. It'd probably lead to another window down the building. I knew I'd have to take the ledge if I wanted to check Dolores' story. If I wanted to find the man in the bandages, the man who might be the real Dr. Carrillo. I'd gotten off the ledge into the main room of the place without being seen. There was nobody around except typhoid patients. Most of them were asleep. Some were moaning. At the back of the building was a narrow staircase, probably used by the servants in the chateau a long time ago. I was about halfway up, my head on a level with the upstairs floor when I stopped. Bianca and Carl had just come out of one of the rooms.
What do you think, Bianca?
I don't like it. But if that's the way it has to be, well...
How will we get rid of him?
Have him buried with the rest of the epidemic victims. The bodies are quarantined. Nobody will know.
As soon as they were gone, I got to the door of the room they just left. It was dark. Pitch black. The shades were drawn. I don't think I'd have seen him except for the white bandages. Who are you? I've got to find out who you are.
Go away, please. Leave me alone.
Look, whoever you are, you've got to listen to me. I'm Dockery Crane. I'm Captain Crane. I flew the ship in tonight with a chloromycetin.
You're lying. You're a thief and the murderer of sick people like the others. Go away.
Please, please. This is to help you. You've got to tell me. Are you Dr. Carrillo?
Am I Dr. Carrillo? I don't know myself any longer. Tell me, am I Dr. Carrillo?
Look, I'll prove to you I'm not lying. Dolores came to me earlier. She tried to make me believe that something was wrong. That the man posing as Dr. Carrillo wasn't her father. Now, is that...
Yes, you fool. Can't you see what they've done? They lied to me about a sick woman in a car. And then...
Then you are the real Dr. Carrillo.
Yes. What have they done to Dolores? What have they done to her?
I'll help her whatever way I can. I promise you that.
Think that Bianca and Carl, my own assistants, to think that they would do this just for money, to rob the sick for their own profit. What lost souls.
How, Dr. Carrillo? How are they doing this? What does it have to do with the chloromycetin? Look, I almost killed myself and 7 other men flying the stuff in here.
Carl is supposed to prepare the drug. Instead, they steal it and sell it.
Listen to me, Dr. Carrillo. My friends are down at the landing field. I have a crew of 7 men. I'll get to them and then...
Captain Crane, did you not learn as a child not to disobey doctor's orders?
Why, you
I warned you that if you did not get some rest, you might come down with typhoid. And I'm afraid that I was right. Carl, give me a hand, quick.
When I came to, it wasn't the bump on my head that bothered me. I had bumps before. It was the fever and chills running through me in the spot on my arm where the phony doctor must have injected me with typhoid germs instead of And a toxin. By the sounds around me, I could tell I was on the main floor, but in a room by myself. I got out of bed and fell flat on my face, but somehow I made it to the door. Nobody around. Maybe they hadn't expected me to come to so fast. I sized up the big room full of fever patients and picked out a big guy who didn't look as sick as the rest. Are you asleep?
No. A fever. I can't sleep.
Look at me. Do you recognize my face?
Of course. I will always remember it. Earlier tonight when you came in with Dr. Carrillo, you are the American pilot. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't have much time. I need your help. The man I came in with is not Dr. Carrillo.
What?
Don't talk. Listen. He's a black marketeer, stealing the drugs I brought from America. The real Dr. Carrillo is a prisoner upstairs. I need your help. They've given me the fever.
Is this really true?
Yes, I swear it.
But what can we do?
Any one of us alone doesn't stand a chance. But if somehow we could spread the word among all the men in this place. We're half dead, but we're also half alive.
My wife, she is from the village. She is a cleaning woman here.
Yeah.
When she stops by my bed, I will have her spread the truth.
Yes, my husband told me, and the American told him. Spread the word.
Pedro's wife, yes. The American told them. Spread the word.
You must. I know you are weak. We are all weak, but together we are stronger than they are. All of us, dear. All of us. Tell the American we're ready.
We are ready. 80, 100. I don't know how many are here. My wife is a good woman. They're waiting for you.
Good. Tell her.
You are very sick.
So is everyone else here. We'll get well together. Or not at all. Look, tell your wife. In a half an hour, all of us, everybody, into the main office.
Now! Hey! What is this?
How can you laugh?
Salvador! The whole hospital! But I can't!
Please, don't hurt him. We've got him. But don't hurt. Oh.
June?
Yes, boss.
He's coming too.
What do we got? A payload back?
How about that? Been in a coma for 24 hours, and all that's on his mind is a payload.
June. Buzz.
Hey, relax, sonny boy. It's 24 hours since you stormed the Bastille.
June, what? How?
Yeah, you're half dead, but you want to know, did I get a return payload in Barcelona?
How did you know?
Because I know you well enough to know it's not my great, big, beautiful pair of eyes you're interested in.
Why, June, how could you say a thing like that? You know, I'm always interested in a great, big, beautiful pair of eyes.
Yeah. Well, your dreams are coming true, lover boy. You got a payload back of 12 of the most beautiful pairs of eyes you've ever seen in your life.
No kidding. Man, oh, man. A dozen Spanish dancers, maybe, huh?
A dozen Spanish cows, Captain Crane.
Oh. Well, one thing's sure. If we run into bad weather going back, we'll have the best darn milkshakes you've ever seen.
You have been listening to the fifth in a new series starring Dick Hames as air cargo pilot Dagger Crane in I Fly Anything, with George Fenneman as Buzz and Georgia Ellis as June. And there goes the teletype with next week's cargo load.
Doc, an urgent on the teletype.
Man by the name of Brad Barton wants to know if you'll fly up to the timber country of northern Minnesota and pick up a passenger.
A passenger I can pick up on any street corner.
Yes, but for this one, you'll get $15,000.
For $15,000, I'd even be the passenger. Tell him sure. Anything, anytime, anywhere. I fly anything.
I Fly Anything, starring Dick Haymes, was produced by Frank Cooper and Cy Fisher in association with the American Broadcasting Company. The script was by Abe Guinness and Arnold Pearl. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. This transcribed program was directed by Dwight Hauser. This is Lou Cook speaking. This program has come to you from Hollywood.
The National Broadcasting Company brings you Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. The time, 10 p.m. The place, the spacious drawing room of a villa in the south of France overlooking the Mediterranean. A stout man in a velvet dressing gown sits at the piano, his stubby fingers gliding expertly over the keys.
Come in, Philippe. Oh, I thought you were Philippe, my butler.
You were wrong, Barranco.
Who are you? And how did you get into my villa?
I'm called Dominic, and I walked in.
But what do you want?
Only a trifle, Barrancos. Your life.
What?
Such a discord.
You've seen him in such pictures as Canyon Passage, American Romance, and The Great McGinty. Now, here is our star, Brian Donlevy, on another two-fisted portrayal as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment.
Well, here he is, Commissioner. Guess where I found him? On second thought, better not guess.
Steve? Hello, Commissioner. Well, where am I going this time?
Paris.
Paris? Hey, what was her name now?
Don't count on that, Steve. And no horse races either. This isn't a pleasure trip. It's strictly business, and dangerous business.
I might have known. Okay, Commissioner, let's have it.
Steve, last week a man fell down an elevator shaft in Bombay. Died instantly. 5 days ago, a private plane crashed near Stockholm. The owner also died instantly.
Oh? So there have been a couple of accidents around the world. What's that got to do with me?
We thought they were accidents at first, but night before last, a third man was murdered in his villa in the south of France, shot to death while sitting at his piano.
Can anyone play that bad?
Steve, there's a tie-in between these three men, one that's tremendously important to us. These dead men were all millionaires in their own countries. 2 weeks ago, 7 of them met to plan a giant merger.
What kind of a merger?
They pooled all their capital to form a holding company which would finance industrial expansion in backward countries.
I see.
We believe that interests hostile to the plan are obstructing it.
Well, it sounds like a pretty effective way to obstruct it, all right. Killing off the partners. You say there were 7 originally. That leaves 4 now.
3. Last night, the killer struck again.
What?
In Paris. 2 of the partners had dinner together. Marcel Laborde and the American Scott Wheeler. As they left the cafe, they were fired on. Laborde was killed.
You know, I'm beginning to think you've got a nice, safe job picked out for me, Commissioner. I get to play bodyguard, huh?
As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent after an interview with the American, Scott Wheeler. Actually, your job is to protect him and the other surviving partners, and to get to the bottom of these killings.
Where's this Scott Wheeler staying?
At the Hotel Brevant. That will be your first stop in Paris.
Ruth got my press credentials and passport ready?
And your plane ticket. You take off in 2 hours. Steve, we don't want anything to interfere with the plans of these men. Those killings have got to be stopped. That's your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
Welcome to Hotel Bravo, monsieur. What type of accommodation would you prefer?
I'll let you know later. Right now, I'd like the number of Scott Wheeler's room here.
I beg your pardon.
Hello.
You wish to see Mr. Wheeler?
That's right.
May I ask your name?
You may. I'm Steve Mitchell. I'm a foreign correspondent.
Hello. I'm Martha Vaughn. May I see your credentials? Your press credentials. May I please see them?
Yes, I guess so. I don't quite understand.
I'm Scott Wheeler's secretary.
Oh, sure. Here they are.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. It's just that we don't wish to take any chances, particularly after the recent attempt on Mr. Wheeler's life.
Matter of fact, that's what I want to interview him about.
Oh? All right. I'll take you up to his suite, if you don't mind.
Should I mind?
Clerk.
Oui, monsieur.
That man who was just here, he was Steve Mitchell?
Oui, he was a friend of yours.
In a way. Thank you.
Monsieur, you wish to leave a message for him?
No. I will deliver it to him later. In person.
Go on in, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Hello, Martha.
Well, Mr. Wheeler, this is Steve Mitchell. He's a foreign correspondent from the United States.
Hello.
Glad to know you, Mitchell. Meet my associate, Gordon Hemsley.
Hi.
How do you do? Well, I'll be running along, Wheeler. Ring me up as soon as Voorhees arrives, will you?
Okay.
Good day, gentlemen.
Well, what can I do for you, Mitchell?
Well, I believe he'd like a story about the shooting night before last, Mr. Wheeler.
That's right.
There's not much to tell. Laborde and I had dinner together, took a walk afterward. Laborde felt like a cognac, so we stopped in a little place called La Patate.
La patate.
Yes.
That's slang for potato, isn't it?
Yes. They think of some strange names for their bars. Anyway, we had a drink and left. Just as we went out the door, I heard some quick footsteps behind us. I started to turn around. The next thing I knew, one bullet whistled by my ear, another one hit Laborde and killed him.
I see. I'd like to take a look at this bar where the shooting took place.
La Patate?
Yeah. Where is it?
Well, it's sort of a hard place to find. Martha, why don't you show Mitchell where it is? All right with you, Mitchell?
I can't think of a guide I'd rather have, Mr. Wheeler. Thank you.
I'll try not to get you lost, Mr. Mitchell.
Would that be bad?
Come on.
So this is the potato. Sounds like a hot potato right now. That's some music.
That's what they call le jazz haute, Mr. Mitchell.
I can believe it. You know, I've got one rule with all my guides, Martha.
Mm-hmm.
They call me Steve.
All right. You sound like you've had a lot of guides. Steve.
I get lost easily.
Oh.
You worked for Mr. Wheeler very long, Martha?
What? About a year.
Like it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You seem to be talking about me all of a sudden, Steve. I thought it was the attempt on Mr. Wheeler's life you were interested in.
I've got a 2-track mind. Okay, I'll get back on track 1. Now, as I get it, Wheeler and Laborde came here, had one drink, and left.
Yes, the shooting took place right outside. Apparently someone followed...
What's the matter?
Steve. That little man who just walked by.
What? Oh, the gent with squeaky shoes? What about him?
Well, I've noticed him hanging around the lobby of our hotel lately.
What?
Yes. And night before last, just after Mr. Wheeler and Laborde went out to dinner, he left too.
Hey, maybe we should have a talk with him.
Steve, look. He saw us watching him. He's going out the front door.
Come on.
I wonder...
What?
Nothing. We'll talk about it later.
There he goes in that cab.
Come on. There's another cab over here.
Yeah. Driver?
Oui, monsieur. Taxi cab, huh?
Yeah. That cab, hightailing it down the street. Don't let it out of your sight. Let's go. Squeaky Shoes knows he's being followed, all right. That cab of his is really traveling.
Steve, look. He's stopping in front of that building in the next block.
Yeah. He's running inside. Driver, pull up behind that other cab.
Oui, monsieur.
Hey, what kind of a building is this, anyway?
What? It's a museum, Steve.
Museum? Okay, we'll look inside. Some museum, Martha. Looks like King Arthur's Round Table.
We're in the medieval room, Steve. The armor, the weapons, and the tapestries are all from the Middle Ages.
Too many places for Squeaky Shoes to hide. Look at all those drapes.
He's got to be in here somewhere, Steve.
Unless there's a back door to this place.
I didn't think of that.
Boy, these suits of armor really must have been comfortable on a hot day.
Look at the battle axe with this suit.
Yeah, reminds me of a lot of old mother-in-law jokes. Well, come on, let's go.
Oh, Steve, watch out.
Huh?
The armor, the battle axe, it's falling.
Hey!
Steve, you all right?
Yeah. I almost got a haircut the hard way. Look, help me get this tin tuxedo off me.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah. Somebody behind the drape shoved it over. He's probably long gone by now. Well, come on, Martha.
Let's go back to Wheeler's suite. Mr. Wheeler, I think it's time we laid a few cards on the table. I'm not just after a story. I've been assigned to investigate these killings. Here are my credentials.
I see.
Mr. Wheeler, in that case, I'd better tell Mr. Mitchell what I was going to tell you.
What do you mean, Martha?
The little man with the squeaky shoes. Yesterday, I saw him at the door to Mr. Hemsley's suite, like he'd just come out.
What?
You sure about that, Martha?
Later, I saw him go into a rooming house across the street.
Mr. Wheeler, this squeaky shoes boy could be the one who took a shot at you and Laborde the other night.
But what would he be doing in Hemsley's room?
I don't know yet. Come on, Martha. Let's take a look at that rooming house.
I think this is it, Steve.
Looks like a real dive, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But at least it's a convenient location just across the street from Hemsley's hotel.
You think there is some connection between them, Steve?
Let's go in. Fresh air would really smell funny in here.
There don't seem to be any rooms downstairs, Steve.
Come on, we'll try the stairway.
Steve, wait. You hear that?
Yeah. Squeaky shoes.
There he is at the head of the stairs.
Hey, you. Wait a minute. I want to talk to you. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Steve, he's bleeding.
He's grabbing at his chest. Get out of the way, Martha. Here he comes. Holy smoke.
Steve, is he still breathing?
Not anymore.
In just a moment, our star, Brian Donlevy, returns as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. Now, the National Broadcasting Company brings you Act Two of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. The time, 30 seconds later. Steve and Martha have run up the stairs and are searching the dead man's room.
Nothing here that I can see, Steve.
Killer must have gone out the window, Martha. Still open. Well, let's go on back.
Steve. Looks like the doorway is occupied.
Oh?
I'm Inspector Brisac of the Sûreté. Your name, monsieur?
Steve Mitchell. I'm a foreign correspondent. This is Miss Martha Vaughn.
Mademoiselle?
Inspector?
Monsieur, what connection exists between you and the dead man downstairs?
Connection? None at all.
Then what are you doing in his room?
Trying to find the guy who stabbed him a couple of minutes ago.
And you do not know the dead man at all?
I don't even know the guy's name.
It is Dominique.
Dominique? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
It does to most of the police in Europe, monsieur. Dominique was a hired killer.
Oh? You happen to know who his last boss was?
No, monsieur. But we had heard Dominique was in Paris and had trailed him here. As you see, a few moments too late.
Yeah. Well, look, Inspector, this is all very nice. But if you'll excuse me, I have a transatlantic call to put in.
You say you are a foreign correspondent, Monsieur Mitchell.
That's why the telephone call. My boss likes to hear from me now and then.
Monsieur, perhaps your interest in this affair is greater than the procuring of a mere story, and perhaps not.
Well, you've covered all the possibilities, Inspector.
In any case, you will please keep yourself available for questioning. Paris is a big city, monsieur, but I am quite capable of finding you should you choose to hide. Kindly do not put me to the trouble.
Yes, sir.
It's Steve calling from Paris, Commissioner. He's on the line now.
Good. Hello?
Hello, Commissioner.
Steve, how are you doing?
Who knows? A few hours ago, I had a near miss with a battle axe.
What?
Oh, no one you know.
Now, Steve.
No, I mean literally, Commissioner. I had a hot lead for a while, a hired killer who needed a new pair of shoes. His name was Dominic.
Was?
Yeah. Somebody with a sharp knife beat me to him.
Any other leads, Steve?
Well, there may be a tie-in between Dominic and the Englishman, Gordon Hemsley, one of the partners. Yeah, that's right. Nothing definite on him yet. There's still someone missing from the party, a third surviving partner, Carl Voorhees. He's supposed to arrive from Amsterdam tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Why, Steve, we have information that Voorhees has been in Paris for 2 days.
Oh, that's interesting. Incidentally, Commissioner, I wish you'd check on the exact terms of that merger.
All right, Steve. Why?
Oh, just a hunch I'm working on. Cable what information you can get to me at the Hotel Brabant. I'm on my way back there now to talk to Wheeler again.
Mitchell, I'm no hero. If I'd known what this merger was going to mean, I'd never have gone into it, in spite of the good I know it'll do. But it's too late to back out now. All the papers have been signed.
I think you should leave Paris, Mr. Wheeler.
Don't worry. As soon as this meeting's over, I'm going to.
What's the timetable on the meeting, Mr. Wheeler?
Voorhees is coming in tomorrow from Amsterdam. He, Hemsley, and I are meeting tomorrow night around 10 to set a few final details. Then the quicker I get out of Paris, the better. Who?
I'll go, Mr. Wheeler. Who is it, please?
Carl Voorhees.
Voorhees?
Good evening, Wheeler.
Hello, Voorhees. I wasn't expecting you until tomorrow.
I decided to come tonight.
You know Martha?
Foreign?
This is Steve Mitchell, a foreign correspondent.
Hello.
Mynheer Mitchell.
You say you just got in, Mr. Voorhees?
An hour ago.
That's funny. I heard you got in 2 days ago.
That is a lie.
Is it?
Mynheer Mitchell, my affairs are no concern of yours.
Where are you staying, Voorhees?
At the Continental.
Oh, just across the street.
Well, it's too late to get anything done tonight, Voorhees.
Where's Hemsley?
Hemsley? He's staying at the Splendide. I suggest we meet here in my suite tomorrow night. How about 9:30?
Yeah. I see you then, Wheeler.
Good night.
Good night, Fräulein. And Mynheer Mitchell.
Good night.
I wonder what he's been doing those 2 days he's been here.
So do I.
Mr. Mitchell, I'm worried. I'd appreciate it if you'd be here tomorrow night for that meeting also.
Might be a good idea.
If you could get here before the rest come, say, a little before 9?
Okay. Well, I'm going over to see your partner, Gordon Hemsley. You better stay in your room all day tomorrow, Mr. Wheeler. I'll see you tomorrow night, about 9:15.
Really, Mr. Mitchell, I can't say I relish being disturbed this late at night, just because you want some sort of silly interview.
Well, I'd like at least to get a statement from you, Mr. Hemsley. 7 of you put through a merger. So far, 4 partners have been killed. That leaves just 3 of you. Yourself, Wheeler, and Voorhees.
Oh, I'll get it, Mr. Hemsley.
Righto. Very well, Mr. Mitchell, I'll give you a statement. This merger will accomplish a great deal of good. I personally intend to carry it through regardless of threats or any consequences to me.
Speaking of threats, can you throw any light on the death of a hired killer named Dominic?
Dominic? I don't know anyone by that name.
Don't you? He was seen outside your room shortly before he was killed.
Why,
Mr. Hemsley.
Yes?
It's Voorhees on the telephone. He said when he was here this afternoon, he forgot to ask...
Voorhees here?
Never mind. I'll take the call. You have your statement, Mr. Mitchell. Would you please excuse me?
Sure. And thanks. See you around.
I wish I'd set this meeting earlier. What time is it, Mitchell?
2 minutes to 9, Wheeler.
Oh. Care for another drink?
Thanks. Wheeler, you ever hear of a thing called a squeeze play?
Squeeze play? Oh. Here's your drink.
Thanks. How sure are you of your partners, Hemsley and Voorhees?
What are you getting at, Mitchell?
They met yesterday afternoon.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure yet.
Well, I wish I'd never gotten into this deal in the first place. Come on, let's go into the drawing room. It's a little more cheerful in there.
Okay. Incidentally, I've been meaning to ask you. You say you hired Martha about a year ago.
That's right.
Who recommended her to you?
Let's see. Why, it was Hemsley.
Uh-huh.
After you, Mitchell.
Where are the lights, Wheeler?
Over on the other wall.
Okay, I'll get... Oh, my head. Wheeler. Hey, you're bleeding.
Shot. Shoulder, I think.
What happened?
Don't know. Saw someone hit you on the head. I tried to dodge. Shot me in the shoulder. Then he ran out.
Okay. Ought to be a doctor in the hotel. I'll get him. Then I'll call the police.
Monsieur Mitchell, once again I find you at the scene of a crime.
Believe me, Inspector, it was not my choice either time.
You say you were unconscious when Monsieur Wheeler was shot. Have you any idea how long you were unconscious?
Just a few seconds. I heard the clock start to strike 9 as I walked into this room, and it was still striking when I came to.
That stain and broken glass on the carpet, what do they represent?
Well, part of the glass is from my wristwatch, I guess. The rest of it and the stain are from the drink I was holding in my hand when I got slugged.
Steve, what's happened?
Martha. Well, Hemsley.
The gendarme at the door said something about a shooting, Mitchell.
Yeah, Wheeler was shot.
What? Oh, Steve, is he still alive?
Yeah, he's in the next room with the doctor. He's going to be all right. I just think it's a flesh wound.
Oh.
Well, that's good news.
Is it, Hemsley?
What do you mean by that, Mitchell?
Skip it.
Permit me, I am Inspector Brisac of the Sûreté. Did you two come over here together?
I know. We just happened to arrive together, Inspector.
I see.
My room is just down the hall.
Permit me to inquire as to your movements for the past hour.
Why, I was in my room reading.
And Mademoiselle has a witness?
What? No.
And you, Monsieur Hemsley?
Wheeler had scheduled a meeting for 9:30. I waited in my hotel until it was time to come over. Then I came over.
So?
Incidentally, where's Carl Voorhees?
Why, I expected to find him here for the meeting.
I will answer. Brisac speaking. Oui, Géraud. What is that? So. You are sure of the time? Merci. At 9 o'clock, Monsieur Voorhees called room service for some ice. When the boy arrived, 5 minutes later, he found Voorhees with a bullet through his heart. It is indeed a perplexing case, Mitchell. Our killer moves very fast. He shoots Monsieur Wheeler and kills Monsieur Voorhees, all in the space of 10 minutes.
Yeah. Of course, Voorhees lived just down the street from Wheeler.
Oh, it is my turn to buy the drinks, Monsieur.
Oh, I've still got some here. I think I'll just have a little ice in it.
As you prefer.
Hey.
Monsieur?
How long has it been since our last drink?
20, perhaps 30 minutes.
Yeah. Look, Inspector, you asked me about that stain on the carpet of Wheeler's drawing room. I said it was broken glass and liquor.
That is correct, Mitchell.
Was there any ice on the carpet?
No, there was not.
Inspector, half an hour ago, I got a cable from the commissioner. Here, take a look at it.
Terms of merger such that in event of one partner's death, his voting interest passes to survivors.
Now, if you'll round up everyone in Wheeler's room in a few minutes, I think I can deliver you one grade A killer. How's the shoulder, Mr. Wheeler?
Coming along, but I don't understand the purpose of this meeting.
What's it all about, Steve?
Yes, being summoned here like fugitives from justice.
Monsieur Mitchell is host at this gathering. He will explain.
And I'll make it short. The person who shot Mr. Wheeler in the shoulder and killed Voorhees is undoubtedly the same one who hired Dominic to kill the other partners.
You mean one man's behind this whole thing, Steve?
One man. Or woman, Martha. I'd like to show you how that killer arranged the shootings tonight. Mr. Wheeler, this clock that was striking when I got slugged, has it been running okay lately?
Why, yes, it has. Matter of fact, Martha took it to be fixed a couple of days ago.
I see.
Well, I don't see, Steve. What are you driving at?
When I got knocked out, the clock was striking 9. When I came to, it was still striking, so I figured I'd just been out a few seconds. Actually, I was unconscious nearly 20 minutes. Long enough for the killer to get to Voorhees' hotel, kill him, come back, reset the clock, and then shoot himself in the shoulder.
What?
Say.
What about it, Monsieur Wheeler?
I'm afraid Mr. Mitchell's imagination is working overtime. Mitchell, do you actually think I'd shoot myself?
If the stakes were high enough, and in this deal they are. You'd already knocked off 4 of your partners. That left only Voorhees and Hemsley in your way.
I say, Voorhees and I were getting a little suspicious of Wheeler. We met yesterday afternoon to talk about it.
My patience with your sense of humor is wearing thin, Mitchell. You're making a lot of statements that would be very difficult to prove.
You're wrong there. I can prove most of them with the help of just one ice cube.
Ice cube?
Yeah. When I came to, all the ice in my drink had melted. Yet just now, down in the bar, it took the ice in my drink almost 20 minutes to melt.
Well, Monsieur Wheeler?
But it'd be kind of hard to explain that away, wouldn't it, Wheeler? Wouldn't it?
I have nothing to say until I've seen my lawyers.
Oh, that can be easily arranged, monsieur. They will find it easy to locate you. You will be in prison.
Going to have some time to play in Paris, Steele?
I'm afraid not, Martha.
Too bad. Take a look at the newspaper. It's full of things to do, places to go. We could have a lot of fun.
You don't have to sell me on that. Hey, look at this picture of the horse race.
Well, what about it?
Well, the horses are running in the wrong direction.
What? Oh, no, that's the way they do over here, Steve. The horses run clockwise instead of counterclockwise like in the States.
You know something?
What?
I think I'd better stay here a couple of days after all.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. The way I pick horses, I could clean up a fortune.
Oh.
Mine always run backwards.
You have just heard the fifth in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif and directed by Bill Karn, with music by Bruce Ashley. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment.
Welcome, Alan, Kelly, Teresa, Terrence, Melissa, Data Juggler, Sam Reagan. Hope I didn't miss anybody. Great to see you guys. Glad you could join us tonight. I hope you liked those shows. What did you guys think of I Fly Anything? I thought that was a pretty cool show. I actually hadn't heard that before about 2 weeks ago. I think it's a pretty good show. And of course, Dangerous Assignment. That's a classic. So, next up, The Green Hornet was a great superhero adventure show that ran from 1936 to 1952. Starred various actors as Britt Reed, the daring young publisher, with a secret crime-fighting identity, and his loyal valet, Cato, also played by various actors. A little-known fact is that Britt Reed's father, Dan Reed, is the nephew of the Lone Ranger. So that makes Britt the great-nephew of the famous Lone Ranger masked man. In this episode, Taxi Dance to Murder, a dancer at club, Betty Jennings, who is actually a reporter for Reed's newspaper, and she's working undercover, calls Reed to tell him that her wallet has been stolen, and she fears that her identity has been discovered. Before she can hang up, she's kidnapped and taken in a car to a highway in the middle of nowhere. Reed finds out that Betty was killed by a hit and run, and the story then follows Reed and his alter ego, the Green Hornet, trying to piece together the mystery of her death and who is behind it. Next up after that is Messenger for Death from Rocky Fortune. This show was an obvious attempt to capitalize on the rising star Frank Sinatra, who plays the title character, Rocco Fortunato, who takes odd jobs from the agency. It ran from 53 to 54 for only 25 episodes. The only other regular character was Hamilton Finger, a police sergeant played by Barney Phillips. In this episode, Rocky is working for a messenger service when a client offers him $100 for delivering a package that she doesn't want to open. The plot gets quite wild and twisted as this particular story progresses, and I really enjoy it. I think it's one of the better ones. Even though, I'll be honest with you, I'm not a huge fan of Frank Sinatra as a singer or an actor. I know that's blasphemy, but it's just the way I feel. But I think this is a really good episode. After that is another adventure show with the name Rocky, The Adventures of Rocky Jordan. Quite a bit reminiscent of the movie Casablanca, actually, I think, as it features an American cafe owner facing adventure in the Middle East. It started with the show A Man Named Jordan, which featured a daily show where Rocky battled Axis powers agents for the Axis in the waning days of World War II from Istanbul. And then in 1948, it was born again as The Adventures of Rocky Jordan, starring Jack Moyles and later George Raft as the title character, who owns the Café Tambourine in Egypt. In this particular episode, the fall guy, Rocky's friend Johnny Serby, is on the run after being framed for stealing a diplomat's attaché case. Rocky tries to help him when he shows up at his cafe, and the simple theft leads to 2 murders and even more of a mess that Rocky and Serby have to then extricate themselves from. Next after that, a lesser-known show called Out of the Deep, which ran from 46 to 51. This is another one that I had not heard of until about a month ago. The episodes were basically based on the true life adventures of Captain Gunnar Carlyle. The Blue Falcon is his ship, and he finds adventure wherever he goes as a deep-sea diver and soldier of fortune, quote-unquote. In Panther story, the crew goes on a treasure hunt that leads them to the Aegean Sea and Greece, but before they can start, Carlyle is ordered to Calcutta, India, to pull the Empress of China off of a beach. Finding out that job has already been done, he's given an offer to capture and cage a Black Panther and deliver it to San Francisco for a large sum of money. One of Carlyle's biggest adventures then ensues as he and his crew set out to do the job. Next, John Steele Adventurer and the episode Cargo Unknown. This show ran from 49 to 55. The title character was a roving man who basically followed adventure and action wherever it led him, played by Don Douglas. He also relates adventure stories that he has come across in his travels of other people, such as this one. In this story, a fighter pilot is offered $20,000 to fly a man wanted by the authorities to Argentina. He doesn't want to take the job, as it sounds kind of suspicious, but the man doesn't leave him any choice. Then he has to take an extra passenger, a beautiful woman named Miss Tober, and then the plane goes down over the ocean, and the 3 are stranded, floating for several days. So the story is about their fight to survive, which makes for some exciting entertainment. And if you haven't heard much of this particular show, John Steele Adventure, I think it's also one of the better adventure shows, and also one of the lesser-known ones as well. So, enough talk. Let's listen to these great adventure shows, and I will be back in a little bit.
For a breakfast corn cereal you'll really go for, eat Kix, crunchy puffs of real energy-rich corn. And now, Kix, that winning American corn cereal, presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Taxi Dance to Murder. It was generally known to both police and press that marijuana, otherwise known as loco weed, was being widely distributed in the city. The traffic was expanding despite all efforts of authorities to find the men responsible. It was virtually impossible to trace the distribution of the marijuana cigarettes. A few arrests had been made, but these led nowhere. No evidence pointed to Waxy Lucas, operator of a taxi dance hall known as the Palace. Lucas was in his office with his right-hand man.
Bonnie, all I ask is another 6 months of this, and we'll be on Easy Street.
You'll be on Easy Street, Lucas. What about me?
I'll be generous when I declare the dividends.
When?
You just play along, I'll take care of you. Just be sure that none of the peddlers gets too talkative.
Things are getting pretty warm, boss. The Daily Sentinel's been running some blistering editorials.
Editorials can't hurt us.
Yeah, but suppose some reporter or cop gets a line on one of the peddlers. Then where are we?
Don't worry, I know it.
The door.
Come on in. What's the matter, Macy? Some of the taxi dancers squabbling again?
No, it's not that, boss. I want to speak to you about that girl you hired a couple of weeks ago.
What about her?
You know who she is?
I don't keep track of the girls. That's your job. I don't even remember her name.
You mean the quiet-looking brunette?
Yeah, that's the one. Called herself Yvonne something or other.
What about her?
I was looking through her street clothes in the locker room. Found a wallet there.
So what?
Here, see for yourself. You'll find a driver's license and some other identification. Her right name is Jennings. Betty Jennings. And here's the card that'll interest you particularly. A Social Security card. She's working for the Daily Sentinel.
A reporter?
Why, that little...
Yeah, nice, huh?
What's she know?
She's been mighty chummy with a lot of the girls. I don't know how much she knows, but I bet it's plenty.
Bring her in here.
Looks like this is a job for me, huh, boss? Maybe a little accident.
I'll go find her right away. Hey, kid, have you seen Yvonne anywhere?
She's over there, Maisie, at the phone booth.
Who's she calling?
Well, you got me.
I'll soon find out.
Hello, Mr. Reed? I'm sorry to bother you at home, but I had to speak to you before it was too late. This is Betty Jennings. I've been working at the dance palace the past 2 weeks trying to get a line on the... Oh, you know about it. Well, then that saves time. Listen, Mr. Reed, there may be trouble. I left my wallet in the locker room, and it's gone. If those people find out I'm a reporter, things will get hot. I've made a list of places where the stuff is being sold, and I dropped it in the mail. You should get it in the morning. What's that, Mr. Reed? You mean I'm to leave right away?
That'll do, dearie.
Well, you cut me off.
You said it. Now hang up the receiver.
What's the idea? Had a girl even call her
Give me that
boyfriend?
receiver.
Fine thing. I was just fixing things for
Waxy will give you your nickel back, dearie. But first he wants to talk to you.
Well, I don't want to talk to him. I'm fed up with this place.
Don't get tough. I don't like it.
A gun.
That's right. Jennings. A gun. Now just walk straight to Waxy's office and keep your trap shut.
This is the end of the line, Miss Jennings. Just step out.
You mean you're going to leave me here on the state highway?
You heard the boss. Get out of this car and hurry it up.
All right, if that's the way you want...
That did it.
Is Barney coming?
Yeah. I can see his headlights.
Okay. He'll finish the job.
West Street, red bar, hit and run driver, starting killing. Here you are, sir. Sentinel reporter found on highway. Here you are, lady. Read all about it. West Street, red bar.
Brett Reed, youthful publisher of the influential newspaper, the Daily Sentinel, was keenly hurt by the death of a member of his staff. He was in his office with his secretary, Lenore Case, and Michael Axford.
I tell you, that girl was murdered. And it's my fault.
No, Reed, you can't say that.
It wasn't your idea to have Miss Jennings take a job as a taxi dancer in that palace. It was her own suggestion. You were opposed to it.
That's right, Reed.
She was so eager to get the big story. I let her persuade me to okay the assignment.
Oh, she'd have gone anyway. She was sure there was a connection between the marijuana racket and the palace dance hall.
By golly, it looks like she was right.
I wonder what's keeping the police commissioner. He said he'd be here in a few minutes.
He will be.
If we could only prove that Miss Jennings got something on those crooks.
We can't even prove she worked at the palace. She used an assumed name.
Did you talk to Lucas?
Of course. He denies knowing her.
Oh, Britt.
Oh, Commissioner Higgins, come in. I'm glad you're here.
Hello, Axford.
Hello, Commissioner.
Hello, Miss Case.
Good morning, Commissioner.
I didn't see anyone in the outer office.
We've been talking about Betty Jennings.
Commissioner, it's our theory that it wasn't no hit-run accident that killed Betty Jennings.
The accident theory went out the window when I talked to Britt on the phone.
Oh.
Oh, Britt, you said you'd give me a rundown on the details if I came here.
Well, Betty Jennings had a few leads in the marijuana racket. A couple of taxi dancers she thought might be persuaded to talk.
Taxi dancers?
Yes. So she used an assumed name and got a job in the palace.
Waxy Lucas's place. I've had men watching Lucas, but they got nothing at all.
Well, Betty got something. She got a list of names and addresses. She dropped them into a mailbox yesterday afternoon just as a precaution. Last night, she phoned me. Said she thought the heat was on. She was cut off. That's the last I heard from her.
A list of names, huh?
Yes.
Here it is, Commissioner Higgins.
Oh, thank you, Miss Case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Marijuana cigarettes are being distributed in each of those 7 places.
Anything other than the dead girl's word to verify that?
No.
But she gave her life for that list.
Well, I can get warrants and send squads out on surprise raids.
You'll find something. I'm sure of it.
Probably a small stock of local weed cigarettes, a cheap peddler or two, and a few fool kids that buy the stuff. The trouble is, Britt, a dragnet like that never catches the men on top. But we'll raid. We'll stage a roundup tonight. That's the least we can do for Betty Jennings.
A dozen police cars went into action that night with carefully picked men, acting on direct orders from the commissioner himself. Armed with warrants, tear gas, and sawed-off shotguns, the squads fanned out from police headquarters and struck at several places simultaneously.
All right, stop the music. All of you stand where you are. Stop the music, you hear? It's a car. It's a raid. I gotta get out of here. Now, take it easy. All the doors are watched. You can't get away. Don't make no resistance, and you won't get hurt. Come here, you. What are you trying to get rid of? No, wait. Let me go. Let me go, mister.
Trying to duck the cigarettes, huh? All right, come on with us.
Another squad swept down a beer garden, entering both front and rear doors at the same time. Another dance hall was suddenly thrown into disorder by the appearance of the determined man in blue uniform. Car after car, loaded with protesting prisoners, headed for police headquarters in a series of raids that brought 8-column headlines in all newspapers.
Collect Street, Red police dragnet catches peddlers, surprise raids in all parts of the city. Hurry and paper, marijuana found in police raids. Read on.
According to the latest reports, over 30 prisoners have been taken to police headquarters, along with seized marijuana in the form of cigarettes. This is your Sentinel radio reporter.
Seated in his apartment, Britt Reed turned off the radio, then turned to his Filipino valet, Cato.
It's the beginning, Cato. And that's all it is.
Well, yes, Mr. Britt.
I'm dubious about the results.
Well, how is that?
The prisoners fall into two groups, the sellers and the buyers. Most of the buyers are misguided people, many of them young, who have no criminal record. They'll probably be given a suspended sentence.
What are the others?
Police have caught other peddlers from time to time. They're all small fry.
Well, they might name the important men in the racket.
They haven't in the past, and they won't now. They'd rather take a short jail term. They know what'd happen if they squealed. As soon as they finished their jail terms, they'd meet with an accident, just as Betty Jennings did.
Well, Mr. Britt, is there nothing we can do?
There might be, Cato. We'll see how things develop.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Now to continue our story. The majority of those who had been captured in a series of police raids were charged with purchase or possession of marijuana cigarettes. These, for the most part, were youthful people from good families, people who had no criminal record. They appeared as a group in Judge Carvel's court.
I am deeply shocked to see before me representatives of fine families, some of whom I know personally. I know you're not criminals, neither are you vicious. I feel that you have been victims of bad companions, that leniency and another chance is indicated. So I'm going to issue a warning and a probationary period.
Britt Reed left the courtroom while the kindly white-haired judge lectured those who stood before him. He was in his office when Lenore Case entered with the final word from the trial.
Suspended sentence for every one of them, Mr. Reed.
That's about what I expected. Oh, well.
Perhaps the judge will crack down when the peddlers go on trial.
I've been checking past records, Miss Case.
Yes?
Other peddlers have gone on trial. They pleaded guilty and got 60 to 90 days.
Oh, Mr. Reed, if that's all Judge Carvel gives these dirty rats, Oh, pardon me, but I don't think Betty Jennings would feel that her work had been worthwhile.
I agree with you, but... Miss Case, I'd like a list of the people who were in court today.
The suspended sentences?
Yes.
Very well, but... Well, it's the peddlers who should be made to pay the limit.
Well, perhaps this is a case where the indirect approach will get the best results.
The indirect approach? You mean You think there's a chance for best results?
I think I know how to influence Judge Carvel.
Oh, but he can't be influenced. Why, he's as honest as the day is long.
Therefore, Miss Case, the indirect approach.
I'll get that list of names.
Waxy Lucas sat in his office and laughed when he heard the results of the day in court.
Suspended sentences right down the line. Oh, that's good.
Judge Carvel's an old dear, huh, boss?
Lenient as ever.
Boss, maybe you're laughing too soon. Our boys haven't gone to trial yet. Today it was only the guys that got caught for possession.
It's all right, Barney. Judge Carvel is running true to form.
You think the boys will get the same as usual?
Sure they will. 90 days. Barney, you see that they've got all lawyers and that they're ordered to plead guilty and take the rap.
Okay, Lucas.
If any fines, they'll be paid.
I just hope those boys keep their traps shut.
They will. They know what'll happen if they squeal.
For 90 days and a fine, they'll keep quiet. But if the judge hands out a stiff jolt, things might be bad.
Don't worry about it, Barney. Carvel's all right.
Look, the Daily Sentinel's had a lot to say about the leniency in that court. Carvel might be influenced.
He and Britt Reed are on opposite sides of the political fence. Carvel is just cussed stubborn enough to go against Reed whenever he has a chance. Don't worry, Barney.
Britt Reed spent the afternoon studying the names of the people who had been given suspended sentences by Judge Carvel. Then, that evening, he sat down at the phone in his apartment.
Well, here his first name, Mr. Britt, is John Hawkins.
Now, let's see. Telephone number. All right. His father's a fine old man. I hope I can imitate his voice.
I also hope Judge is at home.
Judge Carvel speaking. Carvel, I paid your agent the price you demanded to get my son a suspended sentence. But I simply had to phone and tell you what I think of you.
What's that? Who is this?
The name is Hawkins. My son was in your court.
Hawkins?
Words can't express my contempt for anyone who'd send a solicitor for a bribe. Carvel, don't you ask me for any more support. Goodbye.
That should make Carvel start thinking.
Mr. Britt, he may phone man you imitate to ask questions.
He can't reach Hawkins. He's out of town.
Oh.
So is Andrew Barnes.
Well, now you call and speak like Andrew Barnes?
Yes.
You're welcome to the money, Carvel. I'm glad to know that anyone who gets into trouble can get a suspended sentence from you for a stinking $100.
A little later, Britt Reed called the judge again, and this time spoke in another voice. And the judge was furious.
Now, wait a minute, and listen to me. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no agents. I've never taken a bribe in my life. Hung up. Oh, confound it. What's happening? What is all this talk about bribes solicited by an agent of mine?
After the final call, Britt went to his bedroom, followed by Cato. He took some cash from a wall safe, then the mask and weapon of the Green Hornet. Then, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the night. Midnight found Judge Carvel at the telephone, exhausted after hours of trying to call back one of the men from whom he thought he had received a call.
Hawkins, Barnes. If I could just get a few words with one of them. Something is confounded strange. Oh, thunder, still no answer.
Hang up the phone and keep quiet.
What the Green Hornet?
Take it easy.
Where did you come from?
The lock on the outside door doesn't amount to much. Steady. Don't reach under that bookshelf. You don't need a gun for me. I just came to give you a present, that's all. Here.
Money.
Nice chunk there. It's yours.
Mine?
The boys will help you out tomorrow. And they're in your court. They'll all plead guilty.
Court tomorrow? What do you mean?
You can find them, that's all right. And they'll take any rap up to 6 months without a squawk. If you can get by with a 90-day stretch, it'll be even better.
You mean the marijuana peddlers?
Who else?
Why, you...
Don't reach for that gun. And don't cross this up, Judge Carvel. If you do, we'll expose you for taking bribes from men like Hawkins and Barnes.
Hawkins? Barnes? I didn't take bribes.
What do you suppose they'd think if after paying me as your representative, their sons won suspended sentences in your court?
What? So you're the one. You called on him. You took that cash. I'll kill you for that.
Don't hold it.
I'll shoot you.
Give me that gun.
I'll get you.
Here, try gas from this gun.
As the judge staggered and fell unconscious to the floor, Britt hurried from the house, clutching his side as he ran to the Black Beauty. Cato, waiting in the car, opened the door as the masked man approached.
Mr. Britt, I hear a shot.
Cato, he was fast. He got a gun.
You hit.
I gassed him. But his bullet... Drive, Cato. Get me home.
Britt Reed clung tenaciously to a slender thread of consciousness until he reached his home. Then oblivion engulfed him. When Judge Carvel walked into court the next morning, he found it crowded. He listened with a stony face as one after another of the marijuana peddlers came to the bar and pleaded guilty. Then he eyed the spectators while he considered his verdict.
Lucas, are you sure everything's okay?
Of course it is, Barney. I'm not worried.
Judge, don't look soft to me.
Don't let his look scare you.
Each of the accused has pleaded guilty as charged. In doing this, you have simplified the process of justice.
You see what I mean?
The discretionary powers of a judge in a case like this are very broad. The maximum penalty is very heavy. This case has extraordinary conditions.
I guess you were right, Lucas.
Conditions that are known by the men involved. Now, there seems to be an impression that this court is, maybe influenced. To dispel any such idea, it is the sentence of this court that each of the defendants serve the maximum penalty provided by law. 10 years of hard labor.
I won't take it. I'll squeal. Listen.
Your Honor, I appeal. This is wrong.
I want to talk. I want to make a deal.
I'm getting out of here.
I'll tell you about the tot, guys. I'll tell all you wanted. I'll answer your questions. Tell who killed the girl. Your Honor. I want to talk.
Confusion reigned in court, but Britt Reed knew nothing about it. He had been unconscious through the entire day. When evening came, he lay motionless in his apartment. And at the side of his bed sat the 3 people whom he had trusted with the secret of his dual role. Cato, Commissioner Higgins, and Lenore Case.
He's moving at last.
Betty Jennings. You know.
Steady, Mr. Reed.
I hear you, Betty.
Mr. Reed, I'm not Betty. I'm Casey.
Huh? Oh, Case. Commissioner. Cato.
Mr. Britt, I worried. I sent for Miss Case and Police Commissioner.
Oh, yes. Funny, I thought I heard Betty Jennings. She seemed to be telling me everything was all right.
Everything's under control, Britt. My personal physician took care of your wound. He thinks you had an accident cleaning a gun.
What time is it?
It's 8 o'clock.
Oh, this case, we've got to cover the trial, those marijuana peddlers. This is their day in Judge Carvel's court.
Mr. Reed, it's 8 o'clock in the evening. The trial's all over.
All over?
I don't know what you did, Britt, but Judge Carvel told me about a caller he had last night. The Green Hornet. And some cash that was left with him.
Cash?
A bribe. He's waiting for someone to try and claim it. If it's not claimed, he'll give it to charity.
That's fine. It won't be claimed. I hoped it... Well, Commissioner, what happened in court?
Britt, you should have been there. Carvel cracked down hard. He gave those rats the works, and they squealed their heads off.
They named the ringleaders of the marijuana racket and identified Maisie Barney and Waxy Lucas as the murderers of Betty Jennings.
Gosh, that's good.
Yes, Mr. Reed, it is good. The assignment you okayed for Betty Jennings
Has been completed by the Green Hornet.
Central X-Street, Pittsburgh, crime ring smashed. Carvel here's confession, murder solved. Read all about it, just mentioned Green Hornet and cracking crime ring. Central X-Street, Pittsburgh.
Boy, am I tired.
If that's you and the morning's hardly begun, better check up on your breakfast. Try Kix, made from corn, the fighting energy food of the Indian. Now at breakfast time, you can take on the energy-building vitamins and minerals that corn gives you, and in a way you'll really go for. Kix, you see, is not flat flakes, but crunchy, delicious puffs of power-packed corn that stay crisp in milk or cream. So pour it on for those extra milk vitamins, too. Enjoy a super delicious Kix and milk breakfast every day. It's powerful good. Kix, that winning American corn cereal. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by Kix, the ready-to-eat roasted corn cereal. Try it. Kix is a winner. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. These are George W. Trundle productions directed by Charles D. Livingstone. The story was written by Fran Stryker, and the part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking.
Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi there. You know, when it comes to losing jobs, I got about the best batting average in town. Something always happens. I mean, either I strike out on a secretary's curves or else I get put out for dropping a suggestion in a suggestion box, suggesting that the boss drop dead. I start out with the best of intentions, but there's always something wrong with the setup. You take what happened last week. I land myself a job that pays $100 an hour, and at last I think I'm really living. And then I find out when it's time to collect that you're liable not to be living.
One moment, please. What is it?
Miss Chandler?
I'm her secretary. What do you want?
Instant messenger service.
We don't want any.
Look, honey, it's 8 a.m. This is my first job. Now, don't give me a hard time.
Now, look, Sonny, I handle all of Miss Chandler's affairs, and we don't want a messenger.
Oh, how would you like to get a...
This boy in the man suit says you called for a messenger.
Yes, I did. For the package.
Well, you're not really going to send it, Laura.
I've got to.
I still think you're making a mistake.
I haven't any choice.
Well, then why not let me deliver it for you?
No, I thought it over. That neighborhood's dangerous, Eve.
Well, nobody's going to kidnap little Evie, darling.
Who's going to pay the ransom?
Why don't you run along?
Please, Eve, let me handle it.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, honey. It's your own funeral. Only I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him.
About 800 yards, left-handed.
Leave us alone, Eve, please.
Oh.
Nice kid. Where does she live, in the refrigerator?
You'll have to excuse Eve. She's been with me for years. She's very devoted. Have a seat, Mr.
Fortune. Rocky Fortune.
You don't look like a messenger boy. You're older.
Well, my boss is very inefficient. He always sends a man to do a boy's work.
Will you have a drink? I think I need one.
Well, I don't usually start till 9 a.m.
Excuse me.
Yeah, steady, honey. Here, pull yourself together. You're shaking.
I had a bad night.
Here you are. Charge your batteries.
Thank you. Now, let me see.
Messenger service, remember?
Oh, yes. I left the package in my room. I won't be a moment. Will you wait?
Forever. Laura Chandler's a blonde with a figure like Swedish stemware. Tall and slender and curved in the right places. She walks out and I look around. The place is a plush two-story studio apartment, and from the drawing equipment, I figure her for one of these high-class fashion designers. I begin to wonder if she'll make it back before the nervous breakdown sets in.
Here. Here's the package.
Where to?
14 Barbary Street.
Oh, that's a pretty rough neighborhood.
Room 2B. Here's the key. Go in and leave this package on the table. You'll find another package. Pick it up and bring it to me.
This doesn't sound like fashion proofs.
That's my business.
Pardon me.
And one thing.
I don't want you snooping in the packages.
Well, it's been grand meeting you, Miss Chandler.
Where are you going?
I insult very easily.
Just a minute.
Well?
I'm sorry. Please, I'm terribly upset.
Hungover, they call it.
No, I haven't been well. Please forgive me.
Okay, you want kiss and makeup?
It's very important to me that this package be delivered and the other package returned unopened. I'll pay you well.
Well, meaning what?
$100.
What's in this package? A new slim silhouette for the H-bomb?
Nothing like that. Will you take the job?
Yeah, on one condition.
What's that?
Advance me 30 cents for a couple of subway tokens.
Here's $10.
Honey, I just want 2 tokens, not a seat on the stock exchange.
Take a cab. Here's the package. Be careful.
Don't worry.
Do a good job, and
Yeah?
I'll be very grateful.
Oh, in that case, lay off the happy juice. I may even ask you out to dinner tonight. I'd rather you were sober.
I'm afraid I'm too expensive, Mr. Fortune.
Rocky. And don't worry about it. I'm rich. If I live to collect. I leave the apartment with the distinct feeling that something peculiar's in the wind, and that it ain't the Fulton Fish Market. I leg it out the lobby past the doorman in full admiral's uniform and flag down a cab.
Whither to?
14 Barbary Street. And pal, don't ever put the flag down before the cab starts next time.
I can see this is going to be a fat tip.
Don't give me a hard time, Max.
Yes, sir. I can remember when the subway was good enough for you guys.
It still is if you like to stop here.
Oh, no offense, Excellency.
You know, if you pipe some of that gas into the tank, you'd be a rich hacky. Don't look around, Junior, but the light is green. Move. I feel refreshed after this little exchange of pleasantries and settle back to untie the wrapping on Laura Chandler's package. Not that I'm the suspicious type, understand, but when somebody offers me $100 to deliver a package, I like to make sure I'm not playing patsy with a pumpkin full of microfilm. And just as I get the wrapping undone, Max tromps the brake pedal. And I find myself up to the knees in nice, crisp $100 certificates.
Hey, mister, you dropped your money.
Why don't you give out safety belts in these things if you're going to stop this way?
What are you, a messenger for the United States Mint?
Just turn around, pal, and keep going. I'll gather up the cabbage.
What do you think this is, an armored truck? Next time you rob a bank, hire a van.
If you really want to know, this is Halloween money. I got it playing trick-or-treat.
Where? The First National Bank?
You're clever.
Yeah, stop soaping me, bud. I know real money when I see it. And I seen it.
Max guns the cab while I collect the spilled lettuce. I figure there must be 4,000 or 5,000, and I've just wrapped it up again when Max goes in another one of his famous quick stops. What now?
Out. Nous sommes arrivés, Lafayette. Which means we're here, 14 and Barbary.
I never thought we'd make it. What's the wrap?
65 cents.
Here's a 10.
Thanks.
Hey.
Huh?
You'll excuse the expression. The change. $9.35.
Yeah. Here.
Here's a buck. Get yourself a B-29.
I already got one.
Barbary Street is a dead end in the worst slum in town. Number 14 is a condemned building. I pick my way past a couple of prostrate bums and a garbage can, and I'm about to walk in when somebody taps me.
Pencil, mister? Help an old blind lady? Pencil?
Yeah, here, Mom. Keep the pencil. I got nobody to write to.
Bless you, son.
On second thought, I'll take it, Mother.
Here, you crumb.
The hallway is decrepit pink plaster that is crumbling crumb by crumb. I let myself into room 2B, which resembles a sanctuary for unemployed mice. There's no package, so I deposit my bundle of government greenery and wait. After a couple of minutes, I hear something coming. It's the old blind lady's stick tapping down the hall. She comes in and goes to the moolah on the table like a St. Bernard goes to a fallen traveler. Pays better than selling pencils, huh, Mom?
Keep your trap shut. The stuff here?
The stuff is there, and it's so green it's mellow. How about the package I was supposed to collect?
In my bag. Here.
Fair exchange. What's in it?
None of your business.
Thanks. Can I help you down the stairs, Mother dear?
I can find my way. Don't try to follow me.
Me follow a lady? Perish the thought. I give her a head start and pick up the package and head for the door. And I am just in time for lowering of the 9 o'clock boom, which descends on the back of my skull as I step into the hallway. Sometime later, I regain consciousness. The first thing I notice is a clammy hand inside my pocket. The second thing I notice is that it ain't mine. I keep my eyes closed and then mousetrap the guy. Okay.
Ow. You're breaking my arm, brother.
I ought to break your... Well, if it ain't Sam Socrates, the philosophical pickpocket. How is the biggest thief in town?
Rocky. My old companion from Gramercy Park. As Schopenhauer said, it's a small world.
Is that what he said? How are things in the pickpocket union?
Oh, haven't you heard, my boy? I've been elected international representative.
Oh, goody for you. Congratulations.
A hipster like you should know better than to lay in the dust in a creep joint like this. Why, if I hadn't come along, you might have been rolled.
Somebody laid one on my skull bone. Hey, you know the old blind woman?
Rosie?
I think she hit me with a poker stick.
Rosie's new around here. But I don't think she goes for mugging. It was probably the other one, the blonde.
Blonde?
The one who came out after Rosie.
You don't say. How was she dressed?
Oh, very glad. About $2,000 worth of mink, present market value, figuring a 10% kickback to the fence.
Figures. You notice anything else?
She was carrying a package about this big.
Go on.
I assumed you had been mugged. Naturally, I don't like to interrupt a colleague while she's working, so I waited.
Naturally.
A professional courtesy. I come in to cop a quick snoop, as they say, and find you laying here like a dead lox.
Thanks, Socrates. Here's a fin for your trouble.
Oh, Rocky, I couldn't accept a gratuity from an old pal. The Beggars Guild would have me up on charges.
Sorry, I didn't mean to offend.
Yeah, however, if you'll just turn around and permit me to sop it out of your pocket, I think we avoid a jurisdictional dispute.
Have it your way, Sam. Brush the creases out of the cashmere while you're at it. I leave the house and walk about 3 steps when a hand falls on my shoulder like it was Judgment Day. I turn around to look into the bloodshot eyes of my good friend, Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger of Homicide.
Halt.
I'm halted. Unclasped, Finger. You're bruising the bottom.
This the guy?
That's him. He had a roll like he was Bubba Rockefeller.
What's the problem, Finger?
The hype here says you were flashing a lot of letters.
He's dreaming. He smokes old socks.
I tell you, I seen it.
What about it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He knows all right.
Let's have a quick frisk. Well, it's clean.
Then he hit it. You better take him in, Sarge.
Oh, back off. Just a minute. What's the charge? Remember, Sarge, you gotta have a charge, Sarge, to arrest a taxpayer.
You got a charge to bring?
He was carrying like $5,000 in real money. That's a crime, ain't it? He's a suspicious character.
You got a charge or just suspicious?
I ain't got a charge. You got a charge, Max?
Me? I ain't got no charge. I just told you what I saw, that's all.
If you two gentlemen will excuse me, I'll be on my way.
Just a minute.
Yes, Sergeant.
Nothing. Beat it.
I walk away like I own City Hall, but inside I'm still 6 different shades of green. I make it to the subway and jockey my way to Lawyer Chandler's apartment. My head feels like the inside of Yogi Berra's mitt after a hot day in the bullpen.
Oh, it's you.
It's me. It is also I. You got any of that 100-proof battery acid left?
There's some bourbon on the table.
Thanks.
Did you get the package?
Well, it's a long story, but I'll boil it down. No.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
well, it doesn't really matter.
No? You were pretty upset this morning. Did you see a psychiatrist or something?
I decided to calm down.
Uh-huh.
If you don't mind, Mr. Fortune, I'll pay you the $100 and get it over with.
I don't mind, only I don't get it.
Don't get what?
Why a dame pays $5,000 for a package she doesn't get and then brushes it off like it was dead flies?
I see you opened my package.
Uh-huh.
That isn't polite.
It isn't polite to hire a guy to get a package and then hit him over the head and steal the package.
I don't know what you mean.
You know what I mean, baby. You followed me down there and pulled me in the noggin.
You're insane.
You left your mink coat on the table over there. And one'll get your tent is covered with pink plaster from 14 Barbary Street.
Here's your money. Now get out.
Uh-uh.
I said get out.
Let's have the package.
That package is none of your business.
I got a lump in my head that says it is.
Get back. I've got a gun.
I can see that. And I can also see that you don't know how to use it.
I warn you.
It's a funny thing about those automatics. You can't pull the trigger with the safety catch on. Now, let's have it. Now, come on, give me the...
Go.
There. Now, sit down.
Take your hands off me.
I said sit down. That's better. Now fess up.
Well, I went to a party last night at my editor's. I met a couple. A young man, he said he was an artist, and a woman, a redhead. We'd been drinking.
I gathered as much.
He invited us up to his apartment to see his work.
Oh, brother. Where was the apartment? On Barbary Street?
Yeah. Somehow I got in a quarrel with the other woman. I don't even remember what it was about.
So?
I said I was leaving. He said have one more drink first, and then he'd call a cab. I took the drink, and then suddenly I felt funny. After that, it's all so horrible.
Give, baby.
I don't know what happened, really. I came to sitting on the sofa. The red-haired woman was lying on the floor. There was blood. In my hands, I had a gun.
Whose gun?
Mine.
Naturally, no nice girl is ever without one.
Well, there have been so many muggings and robberies in the neighborhood lately. My secretary thought I'd better carry one in my purse.
Well, back to Barbary Street. What happened next?
He told me I'd gotten very drunk, and we'd quarreled. He said she'd slapped me, and I'd taken this gun out of my purse. It seemed to go off before I realized what I was doing. I'm not a murderer. I've never hurt anyone in my life.
All right. Take it easy, baby. Now, look, what's with the packages?
The man, Charles, his name was. He told me to go home, that he could have the whole thing hushed up. He said the woman was a tramp, and... Well, I was too frightened to argue. I went home. And about 5 this morning, he called. He said he'd need money, $5,000. He said he had the gun with my fingerprints on it, and if I wanted it, I'd better pay up or he'd go to the police.
And you fell for it. Oh, baby, how square can you
Well,
get?
I don't know why I did it. I suppose the police is the only way.
Just a minute. One more item. How come you conked me?
Well, after you left, I began to wonder if I could trust you, so I followed you down there. I overheard your talk with the blind woman, and I knew you'd opened the package. I waited, and then I hit you and took the package with the gun.
Is this the gun?
Yes, that's my gun. What are you doing?
Just want to look inside. Uh-huh.
I think we'd better call the police. I'll feel better when...
Relax, baby. Nobody's calling the police.
But the murder...
There was no murder.
What?
Look at the barrel of this gun. It's loaded with rust. I've been a bullet through here since Grant took Richmond.
But I heard...
You heard a blank. And, honey, I got news for you.
News?
When P.T. Barnum said there was one born every minute, he meant you.
I don't understand.
It's the old Badger game in reverse. The whole thing was staged. The artist was phony, the corpse was phony, the bullet was a blank, and the blood was ketchup.
You're sure?
Make bets on it.
Rocky, I don't know how to thank you.
I got a suggestion.
Yes? What?
Don't hurry me now. Just give me time to pucker up. I exit later feeling like a Beaver Scout with a year's backlog of good deeds. I can still taste Laura Chandler's lipstick, and I got $100 burning a hole in my jeans. I got back to the messenger service and put in a phone call to the precinct station. I figure if the crooks aren't in Argentina by this time, my friend Sergeant Finger can start trying to recover the 5 Gs. Finger ain't in, so I finish out the day, then hit my flat for a change of drapery. There is a reception committee from the city of New York, and it ain't Grover Whalen.
Good evening.
Well, Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger, as I live and don't breathe.
Don't bother to shut the door.
You're leaving? I wanted to see you.
We're leaving. I wanted to see you. Hello.
To the Place Gendarme?
The same.
You mind if I ask you why?
Not at all. You read?
Not fluently.
You look at pictures?
Fluently.
You seen the newspapers?
I seen the green sheet in the Morning Telegraph.
According to the evening papers, a woman named Gloria Verne was found murdered. Shot through the heart. Here's a picture in the paper.
So?
So she was found in a place on Barbary Street, number 14, according to the journals, apartment 2B. You familiar with this place?
I spent half the morning laying on my face.
So I recall.
So?
So the lieutenant invites you to the Irish clubhouse for tiffin and mixed grilling.
Shall we promenade?
Be my guest.
I spend the next few hours being pounded on the eardrum by the Inquisition squad. I tell them everything I know, including about the gun which Laura Chandler has at home.
You say she thought she killed this woman, but the gun wasn't fired.
The barrel was stuffed with rust.
She has this cannon?
She had it when I left her this morning.
And she dropped $5,000 to an old blind woman without even feeling sorry?
I told you, Sarge, this is a nice girl. She didn't kill Gloria Verne.
Nice girls don't go on drunks with Greenwich Village con artists.
So she made a mistake.
Maybe you made the mistake, Rocky. Come on.
Where now?
Laura Chandler's apartment. I want to gaze into her cold blue eyes. Also her cold blue automatic.
We prowl up to Park Avenue and press the buzzer of Laura Chandler's apartment.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I brought a friend along for you, baby. Sergeant Finger of Homicide. This is Eve Hobson, Miss Chandler's secretary.
Pleased, I'm sure. Is your employer home?
She's asleep. She wasn't feeling well, so she took some sleeping pills.
She been asleep all day?
As far as I know, I went out on business for about an hour.
Wake her up.
Not without a pretty good reason.
Murder is a pretty good reason.
Murder?
Get her.
Ian, who is it? Oh, hello, Rocky.
Miss Chandler?
Yes?
Sleeping pills don't work so good, I see. They never do much for a guilty conscience.
I beg your pardon.
This is Sergeant Finger, Laura. Homicide.
Homicide?
You've heard of it, I see.
I don't understand.
I'll be brief. You're under arrest.
Under arrest?
You recognize this picture in the paper?
Laura, don't say a word.
No use, Rocky. It was nice of you to pretend I didn't kill her, but it's her picture. That's the woman I shot.
Laura, for Pete's sake, you didn't do it.
Have you got the gun?
Yes, I left it in my desk drawer. Here.
That gun hasn't been fired for years, I tell you.
Let's have a look. Okay, Miss Chandler, get your coat.
Filled with rust, huh?
Rocky, the barrel of this gun is as clean as the inside of a hospital cafeteria, and judging by the smell, it's been fired recently.
What? Let me... Holy smokes. Laura, did you use this gun?
I left it in the desk drawer.
You been asleep all afternoon?
Yes, I took some sleeping pills.
Okay, Miss Chandler.
Hold it, Sergeant.
Well?
And they got some kind of a test to prove if a party fired a gun?
A paraffin test.
If Laura fired a blank, could you tell?
It's the same as if she fired a real bullet.
In other words, anybody who fired a gun, it shows up, huh?
That's right.
Rocky, it's no use.
Let me handle it, baby.
You can get 10 years in the Cast Iron Academy for shielding a murderer, Rocky.
Let me talk a minute, will you?
Talk.
How long has this Gloria Verne been dead?
The medical examiner says about 4 hours.
4 hours? Oh, no, I killed her last night.
Hold it, honey. Laura, tell me, could anybody have taken that gun out of your drawer, gone downtown, shot the dame, and then put the gun back?
Who would have done anything like that, and why?
I don't know, but I got a good idea.
Go ahead, Fortune.
Well, let me paint the picture. Somebody stages a fake murder to make Laura think she killed Miss Verne. Somebody gets $5,000 in return for the murder weapon and disposing of the body. And then I fumble my way into the frame and spot it for a fake. Maybe I call the police. So somebody takes the gun and kills Miss Verne for real.
Okay. Who done it?
Eve Hobson.
What? Sergeant, the boy is delirious.
You're the only one who could have taken that gun. Gone out, shot Miss Verne, and replaced it, baby.
Rocky, it's a little preposterous. Eve has been with me for years.
If it's so preposterous, then how about little Eve here taking a paraffin test to see if she's fired a gun recently?
Don't be ridiculous.
And while we're at it, honey, how's the pencil-selling business?
Pencil-selling business? No, I know he's mad.
You do a pretty convincing old blind woman, except for one thing. You were selling artist pencils with a special soft lead, the kind your boss uses for making her fashion sketches. Here's the one she sold me, Sarge.
Miss Hobson, do you object to a paraffin test?
Not in the slightest. I'll get my coat.
Okay.
If that dame didn't do it, then my name is... Look out! She's got the window open! Grab her, Sarge!
Okay, miss.
Let go!
Take it easy. Take it easy. Maybe you won't.
Oh, is that enough for you, Sergeant?
Yeah, that's enough. Let's go, miss.
Do you want me?
Just stay where we can reach you. You too, Rocky. Let's go, Miss Hobson.
Well?
Well?
You got any more messages to be delivered, lady?
Only one.
What's that?
This. I like your messenger service, mister.
Laura.
Yes, Rocky.
Next time, don't send for a boy. This is a man's work. Yeah.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose, fancy-free, and frequently unemployed young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Tonight's cast included Marion Richmond, Georgia Ellis, Bill Justine, Parley Bear, and Ted Von Eltz. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts and Andrew C. Love directed. Eddie King speaking. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Did I ever tell you about the bebop musician who dropped me into a hotel shaft and said, "Man, dig that crazy grave"? He meant mine. Tell you about it next week. See you around.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, Fall Guy.
Three o'clock in the morning's just about the same all over the world. The streets and buildings and rooms and people are full of sleep. And even in Cairo, Egypt, you can't expect anything different. The whole town's packed with that kind of air that moves all around so you can't hear it, like a lady in a soft dress. I don't generally sit up and wait for 3 in the a.m., but last night was different. I was working on the books in my place above the tambourine when things got noisy. From my window, I made out a couple of Egyptian police waving pistols in the air. I didn't know what the show was about, but whoever they were shooting at figured to be the leading man. I didn't have time to pick him out because just then he picked me.
Open up, Rocky. Rocky, it's me, Johnny Servant. Open up quick.
Help me, Rocky. Help me. They're after me.
Trying to shortchange somebody at the club, Johnny?
This is serious. I'm in a spot.
You can tell by the noise you ought to keep a curfew.
They were shooting at me. They won't give me a chance to talk. It's that cop Greco. He's bucking for a promotion. I'm one more strike.
Take it easy, Johnny.
They're coming here. Help me, Rocky. I've always been a hard luck guy. Greco'd kill me just for the fun of it. You know what he's like. He won't give me a chance. Nobody will give Johnny Servy a chance. Rocky, please, we're old pals, you and me. You give me a chance, please, Rocky, huh?
Okay, Johnny.
Thanks.
I haven't got time to hear your story now, Johnny. But if this is a wrong thing, I'll break you like they never could.
I wouldn't get you in any trouble, Rocky, honest. I'll tell you everything just the way it happened.
Open it in there. Open up.
It's Greco.
All right, in the closet there. Close the door and don't breathe.
Yeah, Rocky, I got you.
Open up again. It's police.
All right. You look hot, Greco. The stairs too much for you?
I'm looking for a friend of yours, Mr. Jordan. He came in here.
Huh? Which one?
Johnny Servy. And I will take him dead or alive. It doesn't matter to me. Now step aside.
You got a warrant, Greco?
I don't need one with you.
Tonight you do.
You will please step out of the doorway. I'm coming in.
You're too chubby even for a policeman.
But I am a policeman, and I want Servy any way I can get
Back to your beat, Greco.
One moment. Rocky Jordan might have been shot accidentally in the line of fire.
If you make out the report, is that what it'd say?
That is exactly what it would say. Do I come in, Mr. Jordan?
I don't argue with a police special. Sure, come on in.
Greco!
Better tuck it away, Greco. Sam still runs the department his way.
Well, Greco. So we've lost him, eh?
No, Captain Sabaya. He is hiding here in Mr. Jordan's cafe.
Hi, Sam. Everybody gunning around tonight?
Jordan, are you hiding this man? We know he is a friend of yours.
Oh, you got a lot of friends.
Have you seen Johnny Servy tonight? Jordan, an important diplomatic official was robbed at the International Club tonight. The charge is against your friend Servy. It is a serious situation which might bring about complications. Now, Jordan, is this man here with you?
I can make him answer that question, Captain.
Greco, we represent the law. We do not violate it.
You ought to remind him more often, Sam. He forgets easy.
Within the hour, I will have a warrant issued to search these premises, Jordan. For your sake, as a guest of the Egyptian government, I hope we do not find Johnny Servy here.
I hope so, too.
All right, Greco.
You mean we are not going to search this place now?
We will do everything the law enables us to do. Jordan.
Yeah?
Friendship is a most admirable attainment. It is the single proof that men are no longer barbarians. Sometimes, however, it is taken advantage of, and then it is a sin against civilization.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, Jordan.
I heard their story, Johnny. Hope you write a better one.
You covered for me swell.
Come on, give it to me. Give it to me.
All right. You know, I rake in the chips for Ed Solomon at the International Club.
Yeah?
Well, Tonight, a guy from one of the embassies takes the plunge, loses more than he's got with him. He leaves his briefcase for security. Well, I figure the briefcase full of important papers will bring him back with the money he owes the house.
What does that lead to?
Well, the next thing I know, Greco and a couple of uniforms are knocking on the door telling me how I robbed the embassy guy of his briefcase.
You made a break for it?
Well, I told Greco what really happened, but he wanted to write it his way. It'd look good, him hauling me in. Even better if I came dead. People talk in places besides Cairo with an embassy guy in the deal. Greco'd get a promotion, and I'm his water boy.
Hey, you did real good, Johnny. What happens now?
Big Ed Solomon, he owns the International Club. Greco wouldn't tangle with him, and Ed could do all my talking to the right people. Now, you can help me, Rocky.
Keep going.
Ed Solomon lives in an apartment on the river. Will you see him for me, Rocky? Will you tell him what happened and get me out of this?
I'm not going to get any sleep anyhow.
Ah, you're a pal, Rocky. And I sure can use a pal.
Yeah, Johnny. That's what scares me. I made sure none of Sabaya's boys were hanging around. Then I hustled Johnny Servey into a cab and dropped him off at a friend of mine's laundry shop. I didn't figure Sam or Greco would go through somebody's dirty burnouses looking for him. Then I headed over to the Nile Street apartment house where Big Ed Solomon lived. It turned out to be one of those chunks of white granite and copper window frames that makes Cairo, Egypt look like a suburb of Michigan Boulevard. Inside, it took a lot of British pounds and American dollars to keep the place up. I waded over a carpet that dragged on me like a Florida swamp and finally found a door marked Mr. and Mrs. Edward Solomon. I figured £500 a year for a good lease. She was pretty. Black hair and green eyes. 24, maybe. But she could have looked 16.
Yes?
Oh, I hate to bother you this time of morning, but it's very important. I've got to see Ed Solomon.
Who's calling?
Rocky Jordan.
Oh, come in, Mr. Jordan. I'm Connie Solomon, Ed's wife.
You?
Perhaps I can help you.
I'm doing this for a friend, Johnny Servey. He's in trouble, and Big Ed can help him.
I understand. Well, I'm sorry my husband's not here, Mr. Jordan. I've been sitting up waiting for him. I haven't seen Ed for 5 days.
Oh?
I've heard of you, Mr. Jordan. You run a cafe here in Cairo. You're an American like myself.
Let's get back to your husband. Where is he?
I don't know. I'd like to see him, too.
The world's full of people who want to see him. What's your story?
I used to sing. 3 years ago, I was stranded at the Shepherd Hotel. One day, a big man came in and heard me and sent me flowers after the show.
That'd be Big Ed.
And after that, he kept coming in, and, well, I began going out with him, and when he asked me to marry him, I married him. And I didn't ask him what he did for a living or how he spent his time. Oh, he was good to me, and he's always been good to me, and, well, now he's gone.
You sound like he's gone for good.
We've never been parted more than 5 hours since our marriage. He's given me everything. He's done everything for me.
You never asked questions?
Never. You want him, Mr. Jordan, and I want him. You know where to look and who to ask. Oh, find him for me, please.
From pictures I've seen of Big Ed Solomon, he'd be a pretty hard man to lose.
Rocky, I'm scared. A partner of his, a man named Axman, was here last Monday night. That was the night Ed left and never came back.
Axman? He's new to me.
I was in the bedroom. I thought I heard them quarreling, and when I came out, Axman had his hat in his hand and was leaving, and Ed went with him.
Is that all?
I haven't seen him since. Do you think anything's happened to him? Do you think he's all right?
I think you ought to try the truth.
What?
All the pictures I've seen of Big Ed Solomon were of a big man with a pipe in his face. I don't see any pipe racks around here, but I see where they might have been.
Why,
and if I went to the closet, I bet I wouldn't find any of Ed's clothes. What'd you and Ed argue about?
The same things we've been arguing about for 3 years. He drinks too much and he plays the horses too much. And besides, he hit me.
That's better.
So I finally got fed up and I told him to get out.
Only now you want him back?
Long enough to serve him with some divorce papers and get a property settlement.
Thought it'd be something like that.
But about Axman, I wasn't lying. He hates Ed, even if they are partners. It's something from the old days. Well, Axman walked in when Ed and me was having our knockdown. If he wanted to bump Ed, he could do it, and well, somehow he fixed it so it looked like I'd done it. He's that kind. Make me look pretty sick if Ed turned up dead somewhere.
Yeah, it would.
Wait a minute. You still want to see Ed, don't you?
Yeah.
And you're going to look for him?
I told you I got a friend who needs him.
Yeah, that's what you said. Well, remember everything I told you, will you?
Yeah, sure. You had a convincing story to begin with. You ever try acting?
Yeah, once I eat... Yeah, there's no future in it.
Maybe you're right, Connie.
Hey, when this is all over, let's you and me have a drink somewhere or something, huh?
Oh, why not?
I'd like to meet a nice guy. A real nice guy. Once. Yeah, just once.
Oh, when I left her place, the morning sun already had the hangover crowd on the ropes. And it looked like a pretty busy day for me. I'd covered for Johnny Servey, and the only way I could square myself was to find Ed Solomon and clear things up. So I started looking. I ran up a tab at 5 different places asking questions. Everybody talked, but nobody said anything. That is, until I ran into Sam Sabaya at the Courtney Club. He was standing at the bar, sucking in on one of those long Egyptian cigarettes. His eyes didn't shift when they saw me. He just came my way like they were pulling him around. When he stopped, the tuft on his fez hadn't moved.
We searched your place, Jordan.
Huh? Find enough liquor?
Jordan, I've known you for a long time. You have a code that puzzles me.
Hmm?
Perhaps it is the difference between the East and the West. Whatever it is, the end is always the same.
What are you trying to say, Sam?
I know that you were hiding Johnny Servey when Sergeant Greco and I were looking for him tonight. I know that you have hidden him somewhere else in the city.
Now, listen,
I posted no men to watch your cafe. I hope you can produce Servey when I ask for him, Jordan.
Why don't you try an American cigarette, Sam?
And I hope you have done the right thing this time.
I'll handle Servey if you handle Greco.
Jordan, there are some people who are controlled only with patience. Good night again. Oh, or rather, good morning.
See you, Sam.
Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan. Where'd you come from, Buster?
Oh, no, Buster. I am Jeannie. I've been searching for you, Effendi. I have some information.
Oh, I've already got plenty of that.
This is of a special interest to you and your friend.
What friend?
Inshallah.
Yeah.
I got the guy here. Effendi, Mr. Edward Solomon is a man of peculiar habits. I do not understand them.
Come on, Jeannie, let's have it.
In Cairo, he maintains a beautiful apartment and a lovely wife from your own country, I believe.
Yes, I met her.
But on the edge of the desert, away from the Nile, at a large oasis near El Fayoum, he also maintains a home. Not many persons know about it. Not even the beautiful Mrs. Solomon.
You seem to know all about it.
Kismet, it is fate. I am in a business that makes such information my business. Mr. Solomon went to his desert home 5 days ago with a Mr. Axman.
Is that all?
That is all you need to know, Mr. Jordan.
If it isn't enough, I'll want my money back.
Effendi, I am superbly honest. Here, my home address in case you wish to talk further with me.
You act like this is a sure thing.
Nothing is certain in this life, Mr. Jordan. Not even friends.
You've been peeking in Sam Sabaya's diary.
Effendi, I do not understand.
Skip it. Neither do I. When I left the little guy with all the information, nothing looked right. Johnny Servey's story, Connie Solomon's story, even Sam Sabaya's talk had a rattle in it. But no matter what Sam said at the bar, he was making a deal with me. He meant to have Servey. That meant I had to find Ed Solomon. So I got my car and drove up to El Fayoum. The place looked tired and old, like it was a million years away from Cairo. The only thing new about it was a petrol station serving it up out of big 5-gallon tins. The guy in the white pants and shirt didn't bother about a hat. I guess he liked the sun. Hey, George. Assalamu. Alaikum. Assalamu.
Save it, pal. I never use it.
You come from here, but somebody taught you a different alphabet.
Did a swummy trick in the county once. Lousy racket.
Huh? What do you do now?
Pour gas out of them tins. You want some?
Those look like quartermaster marks.
What difference does it make? You need gas to get back where you came from.
All right, you got gasoline. What about coke?
Try inside. The girl will take care of you.
Oh, thanks.
Don't mention it, Jordan.
Did you say Jordan?
I don't know. Did I?
Oh, darling, I cannot go on. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were Paul.
Paul? Who's that?
Paul Guerrero. This is his place.
Oh, yes, I just met him. Nice fellow. He said I could find a coke in here.
Oh, yes, of course. You are traveling far?
No. No, just to the oasis.
Oh, that is just over the dune. There's no one there this time of year.
I heard different.
Oh. Perhaps, you had your own home there?
I'm looking for a guy. Big Ed Solomon.
Solomon? You are a friend of his?
Oh, never met him, lady.
Let me tell you.
Car's all ready to go.
Oh, thanks.
Lisa, don't you think you ought to see how the fire's doing?
Fire? What fire?
Build one.
Of course, Bob, of course. Goodbye, sir.
Lisa is too friendly.
I like friendly people.
So they tell me.
Keep the car here, will you?
Huh?
Going to the Oasis. I don't see any road. I'll have to hoof it.
Let's ride about half a kilometer. Your feet will get hot.
I'll bet you got some foot powder.
Doc Scholl himself. You want some?
Yeah, when I get back.
Suit yourself. See you around, pal.
Big Ed Solomon's house was there, all right. Well-ordered palm trees surrounded by an all-white job with a lot of grill work. I pounded on the door, nobody answered. I smelled an oil lamp burning somewhere, so I pounded on the door some more. And some more people didn't answer. When I put my hand on the latch, the door opened. People or no people, and I went in. You can believe it or not, somebody was there, right in front of the fireplace. Only he was dead. One side of his head was bashed in. No, you're wrong. It wasn't Big Ed Solomon. It was a guy I'd never seen before in my life.
You are listening to Fall Guy, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. For the most exciting mystery, turn first to CBS. There, your mystery programs will be full of the thrills you enjoy, full of the surprises which keep you absorbed in the story until the final climax. On Tuesday night, CBS, at 8:30, turn to a full hour of top mystery. Mr. and Mrs. North first, then Mystery Theater. Two unusual programs, a full-hour voyage into the chilling realm of crime and punishment. Beginning at 8:30 on Tuesday night, CBS. Now we return you to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, Fall Guy.
Sometimes you don't know just why you do things. Anyhow, when the police came looking for my friend Johnny Servey, I covered for him. Things like that don't exactly set with the law, so I had to find Johnny's boss and try to clear him. So I started out hunting Big Ed Solomon. All I found was a dead man I'd never seen before. I stood there and looked at whoever he'd been. Nothing in his pockets, labels cut off his blue suit, not even a Pasha laundry mark. None of it made sense. I began looking around for a poker or a hammer or something. What I found was a heavy chunk of palm branch that had been polished for a lamp base. One end of it was stained. It was about then I heard somebody come in the door. When I turned around, I was looking at Paul Carew, the gasoline swami I just met back at El Fayum. He looked at the dead man, at the piece of wood in my hand. But I was looking at the Luger he was pointing at me.
Through being friendly, Jordan. This guy's all used up. Know him?
Never saw him before in my life.
I did. Name's Tom Axman. Friend of Big Ed Solomon.
Tom Axman? You killed him?
You did.
Why, you...
There was a big fight. You don't know what it was all about. She sold parts of it from my place. You conked him with that piece of wood.
Pretty neat.
I saw it all. And Lisa, she saw it too.
That makes me the patsy.
You're it, Pally. Let's go find ourselves a cop.
Carew waved the Luger at me, and I started ahead of him for the door. He was good at doing frame-ups, and he was good at running things. But he was only an amateur when it came to pushing a man with a gun. I waited to feel it in my back. It was there by the time I got to the door, and that was his mistake. Hey, come back here! I shoved him against the wall, but he held onto the gun. There wasn't anything for me to do but make a break for the Oasis.
Come back, Jordan! Come back here!
All the rest of that day it went on in the Oasis. Carew crashing around looking for me. I hid behind date palms and in the underbrush. Found out a lot of things that bug experts would have gone buggy about. As far as helping Johnny Servey or finding Ed Solomon, I was doing no good at all. As soon as it got real dark, I figured it was safe enough to cross the patch of sand and hit the highway. Cairo must have figured the same way, because I didn't hear him crashing around anymore. So I went back to see Paul Cairo's wife, Lisa.
Who is it? Who is there?
Easy, baby. It's me.
Oh, Mr. Jordan, it is you. Paul is looking everywhere for you. He says you killed a man. Tom Exman. Over in Mr. Solomon's home.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
But you did not kill him. I know that.
Yeah?
You must leave here right away. Your life is not safe.
The way you're talking, neither is yours.
I came here with Paul 2 weeks ago, and everything that has happened has been strange. Especially the disappearance of Mr. Solomon.
Hey, what about him? Have you seen him?
A few nights ago, he came here with Mr. Exman. They had been drinking, and they were arguing when they went over to the cabin.
Oh, I've heard that before. What else?
I've not seen them since. Paul has Mr. Solomon tied up in one of the cabins. He's been taking food to him.
Who killed Axman?
I'm afraid it was Paul.
You've only got some of it. We better get to Cairo and see Sabaya. Your husband has my keys?
Yes.
Solomon's car here?
Yes, and the keys are in it.
Where's the car?
In there.
Come on.
Of course, this will mean the end of everything.
Never become involved in a killing or murder.
Yes. Who paid you to send me up to El Fayoum? Who paid you to frame me with a murder?
It was me, Rocky.
I didn't tell him, Mr. Sevi. I didn't tell him.
Shut up. 38 makes you a foot taller, Johnny.
Easy, Rocky, easy. Use it right here if I have to.
I think you would.
Paul Cairo phones me from El Fayoum. Said you lammed out twice. You're awful tough, Rocky. Too tough to call a friend. Here, take this and buy yourself a new fez, Jeannie. Forget you ever saw Jordan.
Oh, yes, Mr. Sevi. Yes, yes.
All right, Rocky, let's get going. Long drive ahead of us.
I'll be able to drive it blindfolded someday.
Someday.
I'm still the fall guy?
I hate to do it to you, Rocky, but you're it. This is my chance not to be a punk. I take you back there and we call Sabaya. Me and Cairo fix it up like you did it. Now, come on. Cairo will be getting anxious.
Well, you can't say I didn't help my pal, Johnny Servey. And you can't say I didn't find my man. Even if he was sitting in that same cabin with a couple of corpses on the floor. Big Ed Solomon needed his shave, but his face was a funny color. Maybe that was because he was looking at two bodies, Axman's and Lisa's. I guess Cairo brought Lisa over from where she dropped by the car. He was standing there with a couple of big tears in his face, holding a gun against Big Ed's back.
Johnny, I thought you'd never get here. Come on, let's get this over with.
Sorry about Lisa.
Never mind. Never mind about her now. Let's get this finished.
Don't be nervous, Cairo. Meet Rocky Jordan, Ed. He killed you.
Hi, Jordan. You're the fall guy, huh? Tough luck.
Where'd you find him, Johnny?
Where I said I'd find him.
You still killing the wrong people, Cairo?
Not quite finished, Pally. Down and one to go.
I'm next, huh?
Sorry, Ed. Business. Bill of sale's all signed. Me and Cairo will take over the International Club where you and Axman left off.
Yeah, that's good enough reason. Hey, Jordan, we're gonna let him rub me out and then pin all this on you, or we're gonna do something about it?
Take it easy, Ed.
I think we ought to do something about
Watch him, Cairo.
Big Ed Solomon was good. He stopped the first two slugs from Cairo's gun and the first two out of Johnny's, all in the chest. By that time, I'd gotten hold of a poker and brought it into Cairo's face. He looked sick in a big way and went down without a word. When I looked around, Big Ed had twisted the gun from Johnny's hand. I think he was already dead when he pulled the trigger.
Rocky, help me.
Did once, Johnny. Remember?
Yeah, no.
Why'd you pick me, Johnny?
The embassy trick was level. I got the idea a couple of days ago. Figured I could get you looking for Big Ed.
You set it up with Cairo.
Well, Rocky, you aren't a patsy anymore.
Jordan, you are not a patsy anymore.
Cops and everything. Aye, Cap. It didn't work it so well.
You were wrong when you first started, Savvy.
He ever worked out. Hard luck guy. Rocky. Guy. I guess I was there.
You just
Played in the wrong team, Johnny. You never were.
Let's go, Jordan.
Yes, sir. From here on, it's a monologue.
Well, Sam and I picked up the pieces later on. It was like Johnny said. The embassy thing that night was true enough. Greco wanted Johnny bad. But Johnny got ideas and figured me for the patsy in his deal with Cairo. He had the guy tip me off to where Big Ed was, and Cairo put Big Ed under lock and key, killed Axman, and waited for me. You know how it happened from there on out. Lisa got in the way, I got in the way, and Johnny got in the way. Sam looked sad when it was all over. Maybe I did too. You go out on a limb for a pal. Next thing you know, somebody's chopping down the tree.
Take your hand away from your knife, Mon Singh. This thing in my hand spits lead, savvy?
What does this mean? Why did they move the Panther's cage against the door?
My crew just wanted to make us cozy here in my cabin. The cage against the door, ready to be opened, in case the Panther wants to join us.
No, no!
You don't like that idea, do you?
No.
Because that Panther hates your insides, and if I let him in here, he'll tear you to pieces.
Let me out!
Not until you put your signature to this paper.
What do you mean?
You sign your name to this written confession, or you dirty, stinking bug, you're going to die.
We bring you another in the series of true sea stories based on the life of Captain Gunnar Carlyle, world-famed deep-sea diver and soldier of fortune. Another page from Out of the Deep. Well, friends, the first cruise of the Blue Falcon, Captain Gunnar Carlyle's newly acquired salvage ship, was not only thrilling, but successful, and netted the jubilant captain a tidy sum. He received a generous check from Lloyd's for pulling the Melville Castle off a beach on the southwest coast of Mexico, and 10% of a large fortune in gold from a sunken tanker off Guatemala. But let's go on with this true life story and see what happened when the Blue Falcon reached Santa Monica, California, which was to be her home port. Several hours after she anchored in the bay, the three musketeers, Captain Carlyle, Charlie Bartlett, and Sharkey Peters, were in the captain's cabin. And believe me, adventure was cooking.
Here, fellas, you can see the spot in this map.
Mm-hmm.
Navarino Bay, see? Southwest of Messina, Greece, right
Port
here.
Lava Duck. The fleet went down with a mere matter of $50 million in their innards. Mr. Bartlett, you've got an aspirin.
If I had, I'd use it myself. And you can kiss the book on that. Hey, Skipper, you say salvagers have brought up some of the gold?
Yeah, about $250,000 of it.
Oh, that's a mere bag of shells compared to 50 million. Oh, I can't say it.
Of course, their salvagers still taking cracks at it, but...
But so what? Why can't we?
That's right.
That's what you were about to say, wasn't it?
Right. Now, we'll go on with this after settling the matter of paying the crew their wages and bonus. And, of course, straightening matters with you two as well. Sharky, take a look out on deck. See how many of the crew are there, huh?
Righto. It ain't quite 4 o'clock.
8 bills coming up in a few minutes.
Mm-hmm. How about it?
Well, 6 of the 8 men are waiting. The cook, Lowing, Andrews, Larson, Erickson, Gifford, and Snowy White.
Okay. I'll ask you to pass out the envelopes, Charlie, and then I'll talk to them. Are you satisfied with them? Do you want to keep them on if we go to the Mediterranean?
They're all good men, Gunnar. I'm satisfied if you are.
Sold. All right, fellas, here's an envelope with a check for each of you. Salary plus percentage of the net on the last 2 jobs. Now, look, if you think this is not enough, we're friends, understand? I want you to speak up.
Oh, we're not worried, Skipper. We're just worried about these things of kids. Now, Gunnar, by me patron saint, this is too much. No, I won't take it.
Yes, you will, Charlie. Because I want you to. And because, well, we three are mateys, aren't we?
But this is too generous a share.
I'm not writing any more checks, fellow. That goes. How about you, Sharky?
Blimey, Captain, you're the most generous man in the old blinking world, but, well, I'll take it, so help me, because you want me to.
Swell. Now, if you think this treasure hunt is a good investment, you two can each put in a couple of $1,000 for a percentage on a pure gamble if we go.
That's the deal, Gunnar.
I'll be with you from AD's to breakfast, Captain.
Well, we'll all have supper together and talk some more about it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on, boy. Charlie, take the envelopes, huh?
Yep. All right, men. I see you're all on time, and that's only natural, I'd say, considering the fact that you might be able to use what's in these envelopes. There's Eric Sorensen, Bill Gifford, Slim Erickson, Lo Wing, Hal Andrews, Snowy White, Jim Badger, and Ray Green. Open them up, boys, and then the captain wants to say something to you.
All right, man. You have your wages from the day we left Hoboken to our arrival here this morning in Santa Monica. I want to thank you for a fine job and splendid conduct straight through. Now the question, are you satisfied with your bonus checks? Okay. Now another question. I'm thinking of going on a treasure hunt. Of course, you know that's the dream of every salvage master, to bring up gold from sunken treasure ships. By this time tomorrow, I'll have made up my mind. If you want to go along, I'll give you 3 days' leave at full pay. We'll leave at dawn on the 4th day. What's your answer, man?
A little over a week later, the gallant Blue Falcon was cutting through the blue waters of the Pacific at 16 knots, heading south to the Panama Canal, through which they had made the east-west trip so short a time before. South past the Gulf of Tehuantepec, she sailed past the scenes of her recent triumphs, on to further adventure.
Well, Captain, when we left this coast a couple of weeks ago, we didn't expect to be passing here again so soon, did we?
You know, that's what I like about our work, Charlie. We never know what's ahead of us. That's the way it'll always be. An assignment or an idea, we pick up and go.
Righto, Captain. So it is. Hey, will you look at them porpoises diving and swimming in front of our bow, leading us on and spelling good luck for us. Blimey, what a joyful sight.
A stop at Panama City, then through the canal across the Caribbean. A stop scheduled for San Juan, Puerto Rico.
There she lies, matey. A right romantic spot, if you ask me. I say, Captain, we got a lot of ocean to cover after we leave San Juan. Couldn't we stop over for a few hours? Not speaking for myself, of course, but the crew'd fancy it.
Well, shall we tell them, Charlie?
Oh, we might as well. Mr. Peters is a good man, what with all.
We're going to tie up here overnight, Sharky.
Oh, Captain Carlisle, I could kiss your boots. Now, I have but one problem. If I can only find something to conga with.
Then followed the trip through the Straits of Gibraltar, into the Mediterranean, nearing the goal, past Tunis and the island of Sicily. As they cruised near the spot where a great sea battle occurred 121 years ago, the three musketeers were again together in the chart room.
Hey, hadn't we better break out the diving gear and get things ready, Captain?
Here, a little previous, Sharky.
Oh.
We have to go on up to the Aegean Sea, make a short trip inland to Athenia, get clearance to work in Greek waters.
Oh, me heart busted.
Patience, matey.
Oh, well, Greece, it'll be something to see. Oh, I wonder who runs the restaurants there. That's a joke, matey.
Once in Athens, Captain Carlyle went to the Department of Greece and applied for clearance papers. He was forced to make a most difficult decision. There was a cablegram from Lloyd's of London, with whom he kept in touch constantly, offering him an exceptionally large fee to help pull the liner Empress of China off the beach at Calcutta, India, where she'd gone ashore with 1,100 passengers.
I'm thinking of the crew, Charlie. They'll be disappointed.
Oh, but you've got your clearance papers. We can come back after the job's done.
Yeah, I know. And the main point is, I'm a fair-haired lad with Lloyd's now. I can't afford to jeopardize that standing.
Oh.
Well, I'll explain matters, and we'll go through the Suez and down to Calcutta.
Three salvage companies worked together, and in due time, the Empress of China was afloat. Her passengers were back aboard to continue their voyage, and Captain Carlyle received his fee as master salvager. But as we shall see, he was not yet through with India. Of course, the captain couldn't know that one of the strangest adventures of his career was now before him. He hoped to return to Greece immediately. However, well, here's what happened when he and Charlie Bartlett entered the office of a British official named Henry Cripp.
Oh, Carlyle, I'm frightfully sorry, but I have bad news for you.
Yeah, now what?
Gentlemen, it will be impossible for you to go back through the Suez Canal.
Impossible? I don't understand.
What's the reason, Mr. Cripps?
I just had official word this morning. No clearance papers can be issued to ships going through the canal. There's a cholera epidemic raging in the area.
Cholera?
This is a fine kettle of fish going on.
Yeah, it's hard to take. See, Mr. Cripps, Mr. Bartlett and Mr. Peters and I invested our own money on that venture I told you about.
I'm sorry, old man, really I am. But of course you must have been paid handsomely by Lloyd's for that Empress of China job.
Yes, of course. We can go back home with a good profit, but naturally it's a disappointment.
Well, now that I've given you the shock, as it were, I have something that might compensate for it, assuming you'll go back to your home port, of course.
That's all that's left for us to do.
But I am able to make you an offer that will, I feel, be a sort of balm, Captain.
Yeah? Well, let's have it.
But I'll try to cut the thing to mere facts and then see if you're interested. I have a good friend in Hamburg. Name is Fred Minster. He's a business agent for the Hagenbach Circus. He recently cabled me quite a large sum of money to make a deal for him.
Uh-huh.
Now, you know, of course, that black panthers are rare and exceedingly hard to tame.
Oh, yes.
Panthers, is it? Yes. He wants one for the circus. I told him of one that's been in captivity for a considerable number of years, over in Madras. Captain, if you will buy this Black Panther with the money I give you, $5,000, cage it, put it aboard your Blue Falcon, deliver it to a Hansa Line ship in San Francisco, he'll pay you $3,000 for your trouble.
Well, that's not bad. But how do I know I can buy it?
Oh, I've made the deal for you. The man's name is Mohan Singh. He's a merchant in Madras.
Did he train the Panther?
Well, no. As I understand it, his wife trained him. Now, Captain, to make it more attractive, Minster is willing to pay you $2,000 in addition to the $3,000 if you deliver the Panther to the Hansa Line in San Francisco on or before June 1st.
Well, Mr. Cripps, the more you talk, the more interesting this gets.
Quiet.
June 1st. Let's see, the 6th, 7... Gunnar, I think we can do it.
Can't get shot for trying, Charlie.
I'll tell you how you can expedite matters. Do either of you speak any Hindu dialect?
No, I can't say that. Say, Captain, Eric Sorensen, he's spent years in this country. He knows quite a lot of Hindu stuff.
Why, George, that's right. And there's a man we can trust, too.
I'll vouch for that.
Splendid. Then here's my suggestion. I'll arrange for quick transportation for him across country to Madras. It's on the southeast coast, you know.
Yeah.
You'll have to work fast. He'll be there long before you can make it in the Blue Falcon.
Okay. This is odd work for a deep-sea diver, but I'll go for the deal.
Eric Sorensen readily agreed to act as agent for Captain Carlyle, and an hour later he was on his way overland to Madras, the third largest city in India. Late the same afternoon, the merchant Mohan Singh had received a message from Henry Cripps. He hurried to his home about 2 miles from the main part of the city. His wife Cosima was outside in the yard, having just returned her pet black panther Rama to his cage. her husband called to her.
Come, Panther. I wish you to sit with me. I want to talk to you.
I do not wish to sit down.
And why?
Because I know what you are going to say. You have heard from the Englishman in Calcutta again.
You are indeed right.
My answer is the same. I will not allow you to sell Ramar.
So, you dare to defy me once again.
Yes. Ramar, quiet.
Quiet from you.
Quiet now. Quiet. Oh,
listen to me, my wife. Do you know what this means to me? I will be rich. I can expand my business.
And what would it mean to me? Nothing. And I would lose the only friend I had.
I will buy you new dresses. All the silks and satins you desire. A string of pearls to place around your beautiful neck.
This is again a lie. Ramar belongs to me. When my father sold me to you to take as a wife, you promised him that I could always keep Ramar. That you would never take him away from me. Did you not?
Your father is dead, and so is any such foolish promise.
You will not take him from me. I swear this.
You fool woman. Perhaps this wish will change your mind. Huh? Will you change your mind?
You cannot make me.
We shall see. Maybe this whip will change your mind. You belong to me. You will do as I say. Stupid, foolish Lama. Now have you had enough?
If you sell Ramar, I will kill you.
When the Blue Falcon tied up at a dock in Madras, the captain expected to find Eric Sorensen waiting there. But he was not in sight. Worried and sensing trouble, he asked Charlie Bartlett to go ashore and to the American consulate to seek information. A half hour later, the captain was pacing up and down the deck when the cook Low Wing hurries to his calling.
Captain Carlyle! Captain Carlyle!
What is it, Low Wing?
Oh, Mr. Bartlett, he come.
Where? I don't see him.
Oh, coming through cloud of the natives near gangplank.
Oh, yeah. And Sorensen's not with him.
No, not with him. What do you think he happened to Mr. Sorensen, Captain?
No idea, Low. Maybe Mr. Bartlett can tell us.
Oh, yeah. He come, chop.
Well, any news of him, Charlie?
Go, Larry. I've got bad news.
What's happened?
Sorensen's in the hospital.
Oh, no.
What's the rest of it? How is he?
They found him about 2 miles out of town. He'd been slugged over the head and robbed.
I was afraid. Is he badly hurt?
I telephoned the hospital. Said we'd be over right away. It's a concussion, Captain, and it blinded him.
Blind?
Oh, Mr. Sorensen.
Let's go to him, Charlie.
Who is it?
It's Carlyle, Eric, and Charlie Bartlett's with me.
I'm glad you're here.
Take it easy, Eric. We promised the doctor.
Yeah, sure.
Can't tell you how sorry I am, old fellow.
Me neither, Eric. It's a tough break. But the doc says there's no fracture, and
Yeah, but I'm blind.
Easy now.
Captain, you won't leave me here when you...
Not by any means. You're going home to California with us. I'll see that you get the best specialist in the country. You can bank on that.
Please, don't let my wife and kids know yet.
Whatever you say.
Look, Eric, can you tell us what you remember about what happened? Without getting excited. The police haven't got a clue to work on.
Well, I had the directions that Cripps gave me. Mohan Singh's place was only a couple of miles out of town, so I decided to walk. I had the money in my money belt under my clothes.
You didn't see anyone following you?
No. They humped me as I passed an alley. I didn't realize it was so late that it was getting dark. All I remember was that arm around my neck. The hand had a big ruby ring on the little finger. I noticed that while I struggled. And then they slugged me, and, well, I came to the next morning here in the hospital. Of course, the money belt was gone. You banked on me, Captain, and I didn't come through. I'm sorry.
Don't think of that for a minute, Eric. In the first place, the money was insured. We're only thinking of you, fellow. Believe me, you'll be taken care of. Well, I think you've talked enough now.
Yes, we'd better go.
Will you come back this evening?
Sure we will.
Thanks. Goodbye, Captain. Mr. Bartlett.
Let's sit down, Charlie, and think this thing out.
I think there's only one thing to do first. And that's to make a call on this Mohan Singh.
Yeah, you and Sharky and I will go out there pretty soon. I can't get poor Sorensen out of my mind.
Neither can I. Oh, blast it all. Why did we have to get into this thing?
Come in.
Hey, Captain. There's a lady who wants to see you.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, lovely. She's a comely trick. She speaks good English, too. I'll bet her cook if she knows something about poor old Eddie.
Send her in.
Right.
Maybe this is it.
Yeah, maybe.
Right this way, miss. Here we are.
Mr. Peters, keep at your post by the gangway, huh?
Oh, I see.
I'm Captain Carlyle, and this is my mate, Mr. Bartlett.
I must speak quickly. There's not much time. I am Kazna Singh, wife of Mohan Singh.
Oh, I see.
The Black Panther belongs to me. My husband is bringing him to you in a steel cage. He's on his way now. Mohan is a beast. Look, I show you my bag. See?
Good heavens.
Look at those welts on her back.
He did that?
Yes. Then when the man came to put Ramar in the cage, I fought with Mohan. He was going to kill me with his knife. I tried to let Ramar out at him, but I was too late. I had to run from Mohan. Then I went to the home of a friend, and I heard this story about one of your men who was to buy Ramar, how he was beaten and blinded. Sahib, Captain, I am sure that it was my husband and his men who beat and robbed him.
Well.
There's the story, Captain. He's going to try to get you to pay for the Panther twice.
Sounds like it.
Will you please tell me something? If Ramar goes to the circus people, will they be kind to him?
Yes, I'm sure they will. It's a fine organization.
And it's to their own good to treat animals well.
Thank you, Sahib. Now I ask favor of you. Will you let me hide on ship? So Mohan won't see me.
All right. Look, you can go into the next cabin, and I think you'd better hurry.
I'll go now.
Well, Skipper?
Charlie, we'll have to get the derrick rigged up right away. Wait a minute. Singh will have some of his men with him when he comes aboard. Now, after the cage is on deck, I'll tell Singh to come into my cabin. Then you, Sharky, and the crew, the rest of them will get busy. Tell Singh's men they'll have to wait on the wharf. In the meantime,
A half hour later, Mohan Singh and his men arrived with the Black Panther in the steel cage on an oxen-drawn cart. Charlie Bartlett directed the operations, and the cage was soon aboard. Having roller wheels at its base, it was easily moved about. Finally, to a spot near Captain Carlyle's cabin. And then the bearded brute of a man with a suave manner entered the captain's cabin. Charlie saw that the door was left open, swung all the way back, and waited outside. Captain Carlyle sat on his desk, his feet on a four-legged stool below. He motioned Mohan Singh to a chair.
Thank you, Captain. And now to business, eh?
That's a fine animal. Beautiful animal. I imagine the Hagenbeck people will be glad to get him.
Oh, but yes.
Is he a pet of yours?
Well, no. He has been a pet of my wife's for a few years, but she tired of him, and she was willing for me to sell him. But
To business, Captain.
Wait a minute. I don't quite understand. I invited you to my cabin to pour you a glass of wine, Mr. Singh. The business was concluded by my man Sorensen.
What do you mean?
Well, he arrived here 2 days ahead of my ship. Surely he paid you for the Panther.
What are you saying? I do not know of a Mr. Sorensen. Are you trying to trick me?
As a matter of fact, yes.
I am here to collect $5,000 in American money.
But you're not going to get it.
I will show you.
Take your hand off that knife. This thing in my hand spits lead, savvy?
I will go out and...
Stay right where you are. All right, Charlie, move the cage in now.
What does this mean?
My men just made us cozy together here in the cabin, the cage against the door, ready to be opened in case the Panther wants to join us.
No.
You don't like that idea, do you?
No.
Because Ramar hates your inside. And if I let him in here, he'll tear you to pieces in 2 minutes.
Let me out of here!
Not until you put your signature to a piece of paper that I have here.
Oh, what do you mean?
You'll sign your name to this written confession, and you'll take off that ruby ring and place it on my desk, or, you dirty, stinking thug, you're gonna die.
No. What is that paper? What does it say?
It's a confession that you and your men slugged my agent, Sorensen, robbed him of his money belt containing $5,000, and left him in the street to die. Now sign it, you louse.
No, it is not true.
All right. You see, I have this stool to protect myself.
No.
But I know he won't bother me because I'm not afraid.
No.
There's something that you probably don't know, Sing. When a person is in mortal fear, certain glands give out with a bad odor that only animals can smell, and it makes them killers. You see, he's caught that odor, and it means you're guilty. Don't make a move toward me. If you don't sign that paper, you'll die one way or the other, my gun or the Panther. That'd be more terrible, wouldn't it? My hand's on the cage door.
No, do not. I confess.
Then throw your knife on the floor under my desk and sign that paper.
I will sign.
Throw the knife.
Yes. I will sign. There. Now let me out of here. Take me to the police, honey.
That's just where you're going, stupid. Take it away, Charlie.
Get on it,
All right. Stand where you are, Sing. Charlie, here's the key to my locker. Get me a pair of handcuffs.
Right, Skipper.
Well, Sing, they'll put you where you won't have to worry about Panthers for a long time.
Panther, you here.
So you would try to kill me, would you? Now you are going to prison. I shall watch them take you while I say goodbye to Rama. Captain Carlyle, stand back.
What the?
Now, Rama, there he is.
Madam Sing, call him off. Yes, in the name of heaven.
Rama, go to your cage. It's done. Go.
Charlie, send one of the crew for the police. It's too late for a doctor.
Yes, indeed it is. Andrews.
Aye, sir.
Go ashore and bring the police.
Right away, sir.
Charlie, look, Madam Sing.
She's lying on the deck. She's fainted. Come on.
Yeah.
Madam Singh. Madam Singh.
Madam Sing, are you all right?
I had to kill him, Saeed. I took a life. So I will have to die too. Turn me over to the police. And please, be kind to Rama.
That was a tragic story, but a true one in Captain Gunnar Carlyle's life. The Blue Falcon returned home across the Pacific, first to San Francisco, where the Panther was delivered 1 day before June 1st. Then to Santa Monica, the home port, where Eric Sorensen was hospitalized and attended by a famous surgeon. His eyesight was restored, and he soon rejoined the crew of the Blue Falcon. You have heard another in the series Out of the Deep, based on the true life adventures of Captain Gunnar Carlyle. These stories are dramatized for radio by Ted Maxwell, who also portrays the role of Captain Carlyle. Other featured players were Charles Steele, Charlie Lung, Peggy Weber, and Russ Thorson. Music was composed and played by Joseph Enos. Production and direction by Homer Canfield. Your narrator, Don Stanley. Be with us next week for another adventure in Out of the Deep. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Take one man with the courage born of freedom, and another with the strength born of hate. Put them in an open boat with a beautiful woman. That's the story, Cargo Unknown, taken from the files of John Steele, adventurer.
Hello, friends. This is John Steele. And how are you tonight? Oh, is that so? Well, don't worry, we'll take care of that for you. Because this week, friends, we have another tale of adventure. This is one of those unusual stories, a yarn that leaves you doing some serious thinking, and a lot of wondering, too. So I suggest that you relax for a moment before I introduce this week's guests. The reason? A simple one. Once my friend Lou Cardone starts his story, you'll find it very difficult to relax. Well, enough of me. Here is Lou Cardone, a man with an aeroplane and ideas. Lou?
You've heard the old saw about strange bedfellows. Well, I've got one that really takes a cake. I guess it started right after I came home from the war. Been a fighter pilot with the 8th in England for 2.5 years and finally got relieved after my 71st mission. A little flak-happy, but who wasn't? I couldn't settle down, still wanted that old excitement. One day I read in the paper where XGIs could pick up surplus ships for a song, and that started me thinking. Scraped up all I could, bought me a sweet little twin-engine trainer, and I was in business. Jobs was slow at first, but I wasn't fussy as long as there was money in it. Well, one day I was out in the hangar cleaning up the ship. Pressure went out on the hydraulic system the night before, and I had to crank the flaps and landing gear down by hand. I was checking to find the leak where I was losing pressure.
Are you Lou Cardone? Are you Lou Cardone?
Huh? Sorry, mister, can't hear you.
I said, are you Mr. Cardone?
Wait a minute. Hey, Cutter, Joe. Cutter! What did you say?
I said, you're Mr. Cardone, are you not?
Yeah, it's me.
I would like to talk to you.
Okay, mister.
No, I do not mean here, outside someplace.
Sorry, mister, I haven't got the time.
I assure you it will be worth your while.
Oh, that way, huh? Okay. Break it, Joe. Be back in a minute.
Right.
Follow me.
Thank you.
Didn't catch your name.
I didn't say it.
Well?
Gunther, Joseph Gunther.
Okay, Mr. Gunther, what's on your mind?
I hoped we could find someplace more private.
I've made a lot of deals standing right here.
Very well. I have followed your career with great interest, Mr. Cardone.
Get to the point.
You are a very capable young man.
Now, go on.
Your advertisement in the paper first attracted my attention.
Yeah?
The Anything Anywhere airline.
That's just a name I got tagged with.
I went to the trouble of having you investigated.
Well?
By my own men, of course. We discovered several things of interest.
Such as?
On March 2nd, you loaded a cargo of bowls of assorted materials. Your destination was recorded as Municipal Airport, Chicago. At 5:30 on the afternoon of the 23rd, you landed at a small airport outside of Las Cruces, Mexico, and made delivery to a representative of Rogers Packing Company.
So what's wrong with flying material to Mexico?
Your cargo was not assorted materials. Rolled inside the bowls were art treasures, valued at over $100,000.
Your men are pretty efficient.
The order was placed to me. On the 18th, you loaded a cargo of canned food. Same destination and delivery.
Another of your orders?
Yes. Scattered through the cans and sealed inside them was over $1 million in jewels and precious stones. Shall I go on?
You've made your point. What's next?
We had to be sure of our man, Mr. Cardone. Very sure.
The cargoes were delivered.
And you were well paid.
Well?
The next delivery is to Argentina.
Hey, that's a long hop. What's a cargo?
A man. Will 10,000 be enough?
Pretty important guy, eh?
Yes.
Why's he so hot?
Let us say he has disagreed with the authorities.
I like money, but I like free air, too.
20,000.
Argentina.
It's a lot of open water flying. I'd need wing tanks. That means questions. I don't like it. You better find
I have gone this far, Mr. Cardone. I cannot take no for an answer.
You've got the wrong boy, Mr. Gunther. Sorry,
I don't like to have to point out that I have a complete record of your activities over the past year. The administration would find it interesting reading, I'm sure.
The publicity will look good on you, too.
I've been careful about that. You underestimate me.
So it's that way.
Yes.
20 grand?
When can you leave?
There's a lot to be done. End of the week.
No later. I will get in touch with you about the details.
Okay.
I knew you would see this my way, Mr. Cardone.
Yeah. I worked round the clock for the next few days, canceled all my other jobs, and just stuck close to the hangar. I'd have worked 30 hours a day for $20,000. A lot of the stuff could be done during daylight without starting too many questions, but I did most of the important work at night. It was the old excitement, just like the war days. I installed the wing tanks and checked the ship from stem to stern. Then I moved in all the equipment, picked up a 12-foot life raft, and was careful to see it was completely outfitted. Wasn't taking any chances. It was all set in 4 days. And Gunther phoned and set 5 o'clock the next morning as takeoff time.
You are punctual, Cardone.
20 grand, I'd miss my own funeral.
There's no time to waste. These are your passengers.
You said 1.
It does not matter. There are 2.
Well, the ship's heavy as she stands.
It will make it.
But a woman,
I'm not afraid.
Okay, in you go. Here, let me help you.
I'm quite capable, thank you.
Have it your own way. Your turn, Mr.
Stender.
Can he talk?
The bandages, a precaution.
He must be hot. Now, bags next. This one stays too heavy.
It must go.
You want us to pile up at the end of the field?
Does not matter, Gunther.
Very well, madame.
I'll be back for my 20,000.
I will contact you when you return.
Now, see that you do. You want to come up front for the takeoff, miss? Or is it, madam?
Miss Tauber. Yes, thank you. I would like that.
Oh, maybe this won't be such a bad jaunt after all.
Beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing. No. There, you sit in that one. You make it okay? Good. Hang on, Miss Tauber. Here we go. Wave goodbye to your boyfriend. Come on, baby, lift a little. Come on, sugar, act nice for Pappy.
Will we make it?
Your guess is as good as mine. Come on, you old hag. Gotta do better than this.
Watch out for those trees.
Oh, that's my sweetheart. Knew you wouldn't let me down. You ever have that funny feeling that you've seen or met a total stranger someplace before? That was my reaction to Stender the first time I saw him. I couldn't pin it down to any particular time or place. It wasn't anything as concrete as that. We'd been in the air for about 6 hours when I put the ship on automatic pilot and went aft. You comfortable, Mr. Stender?
Right, Mr. Cardone.
Must be a relief to get those bandages off.
They serve their purpose.
The water looks beautiful from up here, like burnished metal.
I've seen that color before.
Where?
On the barrel of a rifle or a revolver, like Mr. Stender has under his jacket.
You think I am armed, Mr. Cardone?
The bottle's the only other thing make a bulge like that. You don't look like a drinking man.
You object, then, to my carrying a revolver?
Hadn't given it much thought.
But you object?
I don't have one.
Very well. You shall keep the cartridges. I shall hold the weapon.
How do I know that's all the shells you have?
In the same way that I know you are unarmed.
Okay.
You have done a great deal of flying, Mr. Cardone.
Enough.
You flew during the war.
Yeah.
Combat.
71 missions.
Pacific?
Europe.
So. Then you are responsible for the destruction of a great many German cities.
Not directly. I was a fighter pilot.
So? You have shot down many aircraft?
16 and 2 probables.
Probables?
Not recorded by my wing cameras.
You must have been well rewarded by your country.
Never thought of it that way.
I always found your army system of awards and decorations a bit amusing.
We did all right.
But then you weren't professional soldiers.
We won the war, didn't we?
Ah, yes, you did.
The motors.
Sounds bad. If I can just get her to catch again. Gotta set her down. Back to your seats. Fasten your belts.
But I
Try
don't-
to lay her in easy.
Can you land
Get
on-
back to your seat. Lucky water's smooth. Hold her up a hair. That's it. Now easy. Now easy. Hang on. Everyone comfortable?
Yes, thank you.
Raft's not the Queen Mary, but it'll keep afloat.
That was excellent flying, Godot.
Oh, we were lucky. If the water hadn't been
That was
smooth-
not luck. That was, what is it? Fate.
Maybe.
Did you have time to radio our position?
No.
But surely a ship will pass this way.
Regular shipping channels are about 150 miles west of us. I figure we're drifting about due southwest.
The sail will help some.
Yeah, if the weather holds, we might drift into shipping lanes in 10 to 12 days.
Have we enough food?
I stocked the raft for 2.
What does that mean?
Have to be careful. It won't be like the stork.
The stork?
Oh, nothing.
Do many aircraft fly this route?
Can't count on that.
No, I suppose they follow the shipping lanes, too.
That's right.
Well, we'll just have to make the best of it.
Sun is terribly hot.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, let me rub some ointment on your face.
You've thought of everything.
It's part of the crash equipment.
Is there enough?
We have 1 tube.
That is not very much.
Faces get tough in a few days. Won't need it then.
It is cooling.
You have a lovely face.
Covered with oil.
Even that way.
You should use some.
I don't need it.
Very charming, Mr. Cardon, if somewhat foolhardy.
Mr. Cardon was not trying to be charming.
Gallantry is a luxury he cannot afford.
That is contemptible.
The truth is often contemptible, Lisa.
You'd better use some, Stender.
Thank you.
Your face is quite white.
What do you mean, Cardon?
I don't know.
Are you implying that there is anything unusual about my face?
Why should I? Hey, when'd you eat last, beautiful?
4 o'clock this morning?
It's 12 hours.
Yes.
Okay, time for lunch,
I
huh?
can wait.
We'll eat now. Won't be much, though.
I am hungry.
Now, let's see. Must be something good on the menu.
I'll see if I can catch the waiter's eye.
They have very good steaks here.
I'm not really that hungry.
No? How about a nice third of a bar of chocolate, a biscuit, and a swallow of water?
That's exactly what I wanted.
Stender?
Thank you.
Oh. How's it taste?
Wonderful. I love that musty taste in the chocolate.
Army specialists work years to develop it.
You're not eating, Mr. Stender.
I may have greater need of it tomorrow.
Maybe you won't need it at all. Tomorrow. The first few days weren't so bad, but after that it was pretty tough to take. The sun was blistering hot during the day, and we were chilled to the bone at night. We tried to keep the raft bailed out, but our clothes were always wet. By the 3rd day, our legs were covered with ugly sores from the salt water. The ointment was all gone by the 4th day, but it didn't matter much because our faces and arms were as tough and dry as leather. We set up a system of watches, so one of us would always be awake while the other slept. I was standing watch on the 6th night. The sea was calm and the moon was bright. Hungry?
A little.
You have to wait for Stender.
Yes.
Wouldn't be fair.
No.
Someday I'll buy you a whole cow.
Don't, Lou.
Sorry. He sure is a funny one.
Funny?
Peculiar. Keeps to himself so much.
That's the way he wants it to be.
He's learned a lot about me.
So have I.
I know nothing about him.
No?
Sometimes I want to hit him for no reason at all.
I know.
He never seems to be as hungry or as thirsty as we are.
He's more careful with his food.
Yeah. How can he sleep so well?
I don't know.
The minute he lies down, he's asleep.
He knows how to relax.
Doesn't anything bother him?
No.
I have the feeling he's laughing at me all the time.
You imagine that.
No, I don't. I'm not the kind of guy who goes around hitting people for no reason.
I know.
Someday how'd you get mixed up with him?
Please don't ask.
Family?
Yes.
Oh. Tell me about yourself, Lisa.
What do you want to know?
I don't know where you were born, what you were like when you were little, what you believe in. Anything, everything.
You sound like the immigration authorities.
Didn't mean to.
I was born in Vienna on August 8th, 1920, which makes me 28.
29.
Not till August.
Okay.
When I was 14, I was sent to live with my aunt in the United States and finished my education in American schools.
Lucky.
Why?
Because we can talk to each other.
I went back to Austria in the early days of the war.
Why?
I thought I should.
Go on.
The rest isn't nice.
I want to know.
It isn't important.
Okay. What do you believe in?
Myself.
That all?
I don't know.
Okay. I lost track of time. What difference did it make? As near as I could figure, we'd been in the raft for 10 or 11 days. It was close enough. Our water was almost gone. Our food supply was running low. We used the fishing lines from the crash kit every day, but nothing ever happened. Lisa showed the strain more than Stender and me, and I began sharing my chocolate and biscuits without her knowing. Stender knew and smiled. It was Stender's watch on the 11th day. I was sleeping lightly when I woke with a start and remembered the cartridges from his revolver. I slipped my hand into my pocket. They were gone. I had no idea how many days they'd been missing.
You've lost something, Cardone?
No.
I thought I saw you looking for...
It was nothing.
I must have imagined it then.
Yeah. Clouds ahead.
You've seen many such before. They never brought rain.
These are cumulus.
Cumulus?
Rain-bearing.
Perhaps.
Oh, if it only rain.
It would help.
Sorry we woke you, Lisa.
I was only half asleep.
You feel all right?
Yes.
Here, just wet your mouth with this.
You're getting careless, Cardone.
There's not enough flu.
Hey, take it.
Thank you. How is your sunburn?
It's okay.
You're lucky.
Why?
Your beard gives you some protection.
It's funny.
What, Lou?
No beard.
Do not understand.
Stender.
What do you mean, Cardone?
White skin. No beard.
You have suggested before that there's something unusual about my face.
Maybe there is.
I told you to forget.
It's all right, Lisa. I'm just beginning to wake up.
You're... How is it? Skating on thin ice, Cardone.
How would you say it in Germany?
These are dangerous words, Cardone.
I don't care.
No.
Leave us alone, Lisa.
It's raining.
We gotta have this out. Rain.
Rain.
So cool.
Good.
No, just a shower.
Think all I can.
The sail. Get the sail down.
Think.
The sail. Catch it in the sail.
Catch the sail.
Stretch it out.
Pull it, canteen.
Dip it a little, Stender. Look out, you're spilling it.
Now it's coming.
We were able to fill one canteen and a half, another before the rain stopped, but that was enough to keep us alive for a few more days. A lot of things were beginning to get straightened out in my mind. I was sure now that I'd seen Stender before. A peculiar whiteness of his skin and the lack of hair. Well, if that wasn't plastic surgery, I'd never seen it. I knew I had to be careful because he still had the revolver and the cartridges. It was the 14th or 15th day in the raft. I was half awake. Lisa was bending over me, shielding my face from the sun.
Mr. Stender says you've been sharing your food with me.
Huh? What'd you tell her that for?
I hoped she would see you for what you are.
It's true. It's true.
Now, don't waste your strength, Lisa.
Oh, silence, both of you.
No. No.
Silence.
What's the gun?
Silence.
No.
The bird.
What?
Up there, a bird.
Go.
If I can just
Don't shoot yet.
Getting closer.
Wait.
Circling.
Looking for food.
Coming down.
Not yet.
Sees us.
Yeah.
Coming for the raft.
Wait till he lands.
There.
Right on the raft.
Don't.
Careful.
One shot.
Miss if you hit the raft.
I am an excellent shot, Cardon.
Got him. Got him.
No. No.
Food, Lisa, food.
Never any doubt.
Yeah, lucky you had the gun.
The superior mind must do as it thinks best.
Got to take care of the bird.
I thought I detected a note of alarm, Cardon.
Huh?
Yeah, you thought perhaps I had some other use for the revolver?
No.
My imagination, perhaps.
You know what this means, Stender?
Means?
Yeah, the bird.
You're safe for another few days.
Besides that...
Well?
We're getting near shipping lane, Stender.
So?
We may get through this.
Yes.
First thing I do will be turn you in.
So?
One thing you can't stand. Be beaten.
You're talking bravely. Considering I have the revolver, my captain. Oh, was it Major?
Colonel Private. Or was it Corporal?
How long do you think you can stand this, Cardon?
As long as you can.
One must fall asleep in the end.
It'll be you.
I'm stronger than you.
Maybe.
I've been more careful with my food.
Yeah.
It's been what? 18, 19 hours.
I guess so.
And now you are beginning to tire.
No.
Splash some water on your face. It will help keep you awake.
Shut up.
Look at Lisa. Lisa's sleeping. It would be so easy. Just close your eyes.
Shut up.
Your patience is wearing thin, Cardon.
You can't last forever.
You should not allow yourself to become so upset. It uses valuable energy.
I don't get it.
Get it?
This cat and mouse business.
Perhaps I am enjoying myself.
How?
Proving to you conclusively that I am your superior in every way.
So this is what it was all about.
About?
The war.
Your eyes are heavy, Cardon.
Huh?
You will not last much longer.
Okay.
Another hour at the most.
Shut up.
So easy. Just close eyes. Never wake up.
No, you give food.
It's all right, Lisa.
Give water.
Here, baby. Drink this.
Give food. Give
You
water.
could use that water more than she.
Give food. Give water.
Can't last forever.
Give food.
Nothing.
Give water.
Stand
All right.
Eyes heavy.
Schweinhund.
Give food.
Can't last forever.
Superior.
Gonna get the gun.
Stay back.
Gonna beat you.
Superior.
Gonna turn you in alive.
Superior.
Gonna beat you. Beat you. Beat you. Gotta get gun. Get gun. Got it. Got it. Gotta throw it. Throw it. You and me now. You and me. Beat you, Superman. Beat you. Whistle. Heard whistle. Can't see. Whistle. Ship must be ship. Yeah. Ship. There's a Stander. Ship. There's ship. Stander. Stander.
Yeah.
That's ship. American.
American.
He's coming out of it. Take it easy, son. Here. Drink this. Everything's all right.
Thanks.
Lie back and rest, son. You're going to be all right.
Lisa.
She's safe, too. You're going to be okay.
Where am I?
On board my ship. I'm John Steele, skipper.
Oh. Lisa's safe?
Yes. You're both coming along fine.
Both?
Lucky we picked the two of you up when we did.
Two?
Yes. You were both unconscious when we got to you.
Two?
Yes. It's a funny thing. When I first picked you up with my glasses, I thought I saw 3 people in the raft. When we got close enough to lower a boat, there was just you and the girl.
Couldn't take a beating.
Pardon?
Nothing.
Yes. Now you just lie back and take it easy.
Yeah.
Oh, just one thing more.
Yeah?
I've been holding up my radiogram till you came around.
Yeah?
Any casualties to report?
No. No casualties.
No. I didn't think so. By the way, we found this in your pocket. Thought you might like to have it.
Oh, what is it?
A ring.
Oh, thanks.
Indian good luck charm. Isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Superman.
John Steele, Adventurer, is produced by Robert Monroe, written and directed by Elliot Drake. Don Douglas is featured as John Steele. Also in tonight's cast were Ross Martin, Connie Lemke, and Earl George. The orchestra was conducted by Sylvan Levin. Sound by Walt Shaver. Remember, next week, Mutual presents Kid Brother, another story of suspense and action from the files of John Steele, Adventurer.
Tuco, if you're still listening, welcome to the stream. It's getting late. I'm getting tired, but we're still going here. Those were some pretty good adventure shows. As you probably noticed, the endings on most of them were not as predictable as you might have thought they would be. Next up, we have Turnabout is Foul Play from the Lives of Harry Lime. Orson Welles narrates his adventures in the story where Harry plans to cheat an ex-Nazi out of his $30,000, but is foiled out of it by his honest daughter. Great acting, of course, and a great, exciting story, and typical of the show, no telling where the story will lead until the very end, which just adds to the intrigue. Next up is Judgment Day from the show Douglas of the World. Brad Douglas is foreign correspondent for a New York newspaper, played by Jack Moyles. He always gets at least one beautiful woman on every single assignment, being an eligible, good-looking bachelor, and his assignments always lead him around the world to exciting adventures. In this story, a one-legged Korean War veteran named Jim Brown is threatening to jump off of the United Nations building, but he doesn't. What is he waiting for? This one has a lot of psychological drama built into it, and a lot of suspense, and not a small amount of morals and questions about war and peace. Next, in recommendations from Rommel from Cloak and Dagger, which only ran for 22 episodes in 1950, an American spy for the Office of Strategic Services in Italy finds himself in a train compartment with the famous Field Marshal Rommel himself. Not quite a quote-unquote adventure story in the traditional sense, this one is a real psychological matching of wits and experience between two experienced veterans of war and espionage. After that, we have $1 Million Chopsticks from the Green Lama. This show only ran for 2 months in 1949, but I love the few episodes that survive. Jethro Dumont spent 10 years in a Tibet monastery, becoming an honorary Tibetan Lama, and has obtained special powers, of which he uses to fight crime once he comes back home to America. In this episode, a friend of the Green Lamas asked him to come to Hong Kong to help solve a murder and theft. If you've never heard this show before, this episode is a great example of the fast-paced action and the great dialogue that are hallmarks of the show, with Paul Frees voicing a great title role. And finally, after that is Don Gray, Marine Investigator, a sort of unusual premise for an adventure show, starring Doug Haskins in the title role, and broadcast in Canada from 1957 to 1958. In Ghost Causes Mutiny, one of only 2 shows that survive to this day, mysterious tapping aboard the ship caused the crew to refuse to sail. It isn't exactly a mutiny, just superstitious fear that was supposedly typical of sailors back in the day. So Gray joins the crew and eventually solves the mystery of the supposed ghost. All right, enough talk. More old-timey radio. I'll be back in a bit to discuss.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man, the lives of Harry Lime, the fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
In my youth, after a serious study of all the good causes that can lay just claim to a man's attention, I decided to work for the best cause of all, the cause of Harry Lime. But though I subsequently spent my life performing pecuniary sleight-of-hand tricks, it cannot be said of me that I dealt in unattractive merchandise. Whenever I sold a gold brick, it was a highly polished article indeed. Perhaps you'd like to hear about one such commercial venture.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the Third Man, in today's story, Turnabout is Foul Play.
It was in Bern, Switzerland, where a number of people in the International said had come for a half-year's rest to make them fit for a half-year of weekending. I was with these people, but not by any means of them, for I'm well known to be a man of sober and industrious habits who never stops working for a minute, especially in places where the wealthy have congregated with loosened purse strings. The man I was doing business with was Hans Kropt, a German industrialist. Herr Kropt didn't know that I was doing business with him. Herr Kropt never saw me, as a matter of fact. I used to sit on the veranda of the hotel, just at the point where it made a turn, and around the turn, Herr Kropt would sit talking to let's call him a partner of mine, Kurt Mannheim. I listened, and with interest always, for I am never bored by my work.
I am disappointed in you, Herr Mannheim.
Oh, why should that be, Herr Kropp?
You have told me that you know all the people who come here. You have told me that you would be able soon to find some solid commercial opportunity for a man of my genius. But the schemes you have come up with...
I have nearly been filling in the time until something really interesting comes along, Herr Kropp.
It will never come along.
But it has come along, Herr Kropp.
It has?
Today.
What is it?
It would take a great deal of capital.
I am Hans Kropp. There's no lack of capital.
Very well. Bill Foster registered here today.
So?
Bill Foster is an English representative of the United Nations.
So?
He's in charge of United Nations plans for the industrialization of Western Europe.
That is interesting.
I thought it might be Herr Kropf.
If I could get to a man like that...
If you could get to a man like that, if you could learn what plans the United Nations has, you could build a fortune greater than the one you had before the war, buying the right property, going into the right business in the right place.
You do not have to teach me the alphabet of commerce. This Foster, is he corruptible?
Oh, he's already corrupt.
Good. Can I trust him?
If you pay.
There will be no difficulty then.
Except that he will not trust you.
What do you mean?
He is cautious. He deals with people he knows.
Don't you know him?
Not that well.
Then your information is absolutely useless.
Not quite. I know someone who does know him.
Who?
Harry Lime.
And who is Harry Lime?
Surely you have seen him around this hotel. Tall, distinguished.
And Foster would do business with this Harry Lime?
Without hesitation, without question.
And how can I be sure that Harry Lime will not cheat me?
You can be sure of that. What you cannot be sure of, Herr Kropf, is that he will help you at all.
Why not?
For the same reason that he will not cheat you.
You have strange and disgusting acquaintances, Herr Mannheim.
Harry Lime is incorruptible.
Incorruptible? This incorruptible person is the only man in Bern who could act as a go-between with Foster?
That is correct.
Very well. We shall try to corrupt Harry Lime.
So, Herr Kropf was going to try to corrupt me. Being a highly moral man, I've always delighted in biting biters, sinning against sinners, and fleecing crooks. So I looked forward to meeting Herr Kropf with a pleasure I was wise enough to conceal when the next day I allowed Kurt and Herr Kropf to run into me in the lobby of the hotel.
Mr. Lime, how are you, Mr. Lime?
Herr Mannheim, isn't it?
Yes, and I would like to present Herr Kropf.
How do you do, Mr. Lime?
How do you do?
Hans Kropf. You have heard of him, surely.
Oh, yes, I've heard of you, Herr Kropf. I read an account of your trial. Sorry your friend had to die.
My friend?
Yes, a chap named Adolf Hitler.
Oh, you are too harsh, Mr. Lime. I did only what any patriotic businessman under Hitler would have done.
That's probably true. I've many times noticed that patriotism blunts the sense of smell.
Mr. Lime, perhaps you and Herr Kropf could find some ground for mutual esteem.
We try. Perhaps we can find something, but do we have to try?
Well, I was just suggesting...
You were just suggesting that since Herr Kropf and I are guests in the same hotel, we can at least be civil to each other? Is that it?
Oh, I'm sure that is what Herr Mannheim meant.
Well, that's the way it'll be. We can be civil to each other, Herr Kropf. We can smile, we can bow, but at a distance, please, because my flesh is sensitive to knives in the hands of those who slap me on the back. Good day. Now Herr Kropf was sure that I was the incorruptible public official that my friend Kurt Mannheim had represented me to be, and if I continued to let him think so, it's only because as a point of honor I never tell the truth to liars. Later the same day, I listened once more from my station just at the turn of the veranda to a conversation between Kurt and Kropf.
This man Lime is going to be difficult.
I told you how it would be.
There is no other way to get at Foster?
No other way that I know of.
What are Lime's weaknesses?
He has none.
Gambling?
Lime.
Does he drink?
He holds it when he does.
Does he like books or plays, operas, symphonies? Does he have a secret vice? Is there anything at all in his background that you can...
Kropf, let me assure you, I know the techniques of breaking down a man. I have investigated carefully. I have found nothing.
You say he is a bachelor?
Yes.
Doesn't he get lonely?
Who knows?
Now, a woman could possibly
difficult.
Why is that?
This man likes ultra-respectable women.
Then an ultra-respectable woman could...
An ultra-respectable woman who will do your bidding?
It is difficult. I wonder...
Yes?
I wonder if Mr. Lime would like my daughter.
Herr Kropf, you'd use your own daughter on a job like this?
Oh, I would not let her know what I was about. I could not let her know. You know why?
Why?
Because she is like this man Lime. Exactly like him. She is stuffy, she is proper, respectable, she is moral, she preaches.
Oh, she does sound like Lime.
Yes, and if Lime likes, I may be able to get around him. It will be a good joke on my daughter, eh, Kurt? She preaches at me all the time. Now she is going to help me.
Listening there on the veranda, I was appalled. I'd played my part all too well. Now I was to be wooed. Not in any of the ways I could have suggested myself to Herr Kropf, not with money or entertainment, or by having a lewd and lovely dancing girl smile seductively upon me. No, I was to be thrown into the company of an earnest, bookish, sniffing do-gooder with glasses, most likely, and acne. A joyless drab who would in all probability avoid the use of the complexion aid she would so sorely need. And I would have to act up to this gargoyle. Well, business was business. Kurt informed me that I had 2 days reprieve, for Frida, which was the preacher's name, would not arrive until Friday. I spent those 2 days in prayer, but by no means in fasting. And when Friday was all too soon upon us, I stationed myself in the lobby and waited to be accosted by Herr Cropt.
Mr. Lime!
Oh, hello there, Cropt.
When my friend Mannheim introduced us the other day, Mr. Lime, you were good enough to say that you felt we should be civil.
Yes, I did, at a distance.
I understand. I am presuming on you now, Mr. Lime, asking you to understand that I am not the bad fellow I'm supposed to be. Asking you, as the least, to be pleasant to my daughter. She has just come to stay here with me.
I'd be very happy to be pleasant to your daughter.
She is here. You would care to meet her?
Certainly.
Oh, Frida! Frida!
Yes, Papa?
Well, the girl who tripped toward us was not the girl I had been expecting. No glasses, no acne, no need of complexion aids. She was young and lithe, with corn blonde hair and rather serious blue eyes set in a face all peaches and cream. I'm afraid I staggered my way through the introductions.
Perhaps you two young people would like to go into the patio or go for a hike? Is that what you call it?
Papa, are you not presuming? Mr. Lime may have other uses for his time.
Oh, no, not at all. I should be honored if you'd come with me into the patio, Fräulein Cropt.
Fine.
Patio.
I have some business to attend to. I will see you at dinner, Frida.
I must apologize for Papa.
Oh, why?
He so obviously threw me at you.
Oh, no, not at all.
I don't know what to think. I'm very embarrassed.
If you're a sample of his throwing arm, he should be with the New York Yankees, honey.
You're very gallant.
I'm very much smitten.
I do not ordinarily approve of my father's friend.
Fine, because I'm not a friend of his. The fact is, I don't approve of your father very much.
I don't blame you.
But we shouldn't let such things make any difference to us, should we? The patio?
By all means, Mr. Lime.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, continues in today's story, Turnabout is Foul Play.
Frida and I danced and skied and dined and walked together every day and every evening. My father beamed whenever I called at his suite for Frida, made no attempt to approach me. He wanted to be quite certain that I was hooked before he started to reel me in, and as far as I was concerned, I didn't mind waiting for him to come to the point, not when I was constantly in such lovely company. It was Frida herself who finally brought things to a head. One night when we were sitting over coffee after dinner in a corner of the hotel lobby.
Harry?
Yeah?
We haven't spoken much about my father.
No, we haven't.
I know you disapprove of him.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I do.
It's all right. I do, too. And I think I can speak frankly to you.
Well, I just hope you could, Frida.
He's up to something.
You mean the sort of thing he used to do before he went to prison?
Yes, I'm sure of it. He's carrying 30,000 English pounds in a money belt.
30,000
Yes.
English pounds?
I counted it when he was bathing yesterday. And, Harry, I wouldn't bother you with this, but I think it has something to do with you.
With me? How could that be?
You're an official of the American government, aren't you?
No, of course not.
Yes, you are. I heard my father talking to that Kurt Mannheim about you. I know it's supposed to be a secret, and I wanted to warn you. My father knows you're with the American government.
Well, thank you, Frida. I don't know how he discovered my secret,
He
but...
discovers everything. He wants something from you. I feel so ashamed. I'm afraid he introduced us because he thought that you might... Well, but you would like me.
Well, if that's so, darling, I must tell you he was right.
Well, how are the young people, huh?
Hello, Herr Cropt.
You both look so serious.
Papa, sit down a minute.
Yeah?
I've been telling Harry that you're up to something, well...
Shall we say unsavory, Herr Cropt?
The things one has to bear from one's moral and suspicious children, Mr. Lime. Frida will not let me forget the mistakes I made when I was younger. What she says is quite untrue, of course.
Is it? Then why are you carrying 30,000 pounds in your money belt?
You have been searching my clothes, Frida?
I won't apologize.
No, you will not apologize. You will only condemn.
You haven't explained what you're doing with that much money.
Well, you know the international refugee group you are so interested in.
Yes?
The drive opens next week. I was going to try to bring joy to your heart by giving the money to them.
I do not believe you.
I have listened to enough, Frida. You may go to your room.
No, that's the most ridiculous
Never
thing
mind, Harry. I'm a dutiful daughter. I will go, Papa. Goodbye.
She is a dutiful daughter, Mr. Lime. In some ways.
You brought her up in the old-fashioned way, I suppose?
Exactly.
And since I intend to marry her, I suppose I must let you know it before I let her know it. Seems silly, doesn't it?
She would never marry without my saying that she could.
I'm asking your permission, then.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Lime, do you know Bill Foster, a United Nations man staying here at the hotel?
Yeah.
I am anxious to meet him.
Well, that ought to be quite easy.
I am anxious also to be recommended
Let's
to
be
him.
plain spoken, Herr Croft. I know that Bill Foster has in his possession the UN plans for the industrialization of Western Europe. You want to bribe him, isn't that it?
But you have to put it that way, Mr. Lime.
I'm one of those efficient Americans you hear about, Herr Croft. I like to save time.
Very well, I wish to bribe him. Now, about my daughter, Frida. It is too bad that she would never marry unless her papa said she might.
Now you're bribing me.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Lime. Of course, I would want her to marry some person who was friendly to her.
Okay, you don't have to spell it out, Herr Croft.
Take your time, Mr. Lime.
I love your daughter very much. I want very much to marry her.
So?
Well, I'll get in touch with Bill Foster for you.
Foster here.
Bill, this is Harry Lime. Everything's all set.
Crops bitten?
Hard. Got some impressive-looking plans made up?
I've got 'em.
Okay, I'll bring Croft around this afternoon. So long.
Bye.
That was that. We were ready to take Croft's 30,000 pounds, and if I had any regret at all, it was that I wouldn't see Frida again. Then I've always found in such cases that there are other girls. Wherever you go, you find other girls to take the place of the girls you don't dare to get in touch with again. The world is full of wonderful things, including the money that men like Croft are willing to pay for a few phony papers. So I brought Croft to Bill Foster's room that afternoon.
It's a great pleasure, Mr. Foster. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time.
Then we can get right down to business. Harry tells me your errand isn't philanthropic.
Harry wouldn't tell you anything if it weren't for a rag and a bone and a hank of hair.
He likes my daughter, Mr. Foster.
Yes, he told me about that. Now, I understand you want access to the UN plans for the industrialization of Western Europe.
A blunt man, I like that.
I can let you have them for 48 hours. For a price.
Herr Croft has money.
Yeah.
How much?
Shall we say 10,000 pounds?
You can make millions with these plans.
15,000.
Herr Croft, you know how distasteful this is to me. I myself wouldn't touch a penny of your money. I've no respect for either one of you, but in the context of this crooked business, I find myself unhappily associated with you, and I cannot permit one of you to cheat the other.
Oh, don't worry, Harry, old boy. I wouldn't take him up on an offer of 15,000. I'd want 20 at least.
I will meet that price. 20,000 pounds.
30,000.
He said 20. Isn't that good enough?
Oh, 20,000 is good enough, all right, but you're carrying 30,000. That's even better.
If you're carrying that much, that's the amount I want.
Disgusting. I hope you know, Mr. Lime, you have just cost me 10,000 pounds.
Well, why don't you look at it this way, Croft? You haven't so much lost 10,000 as you have gained a son.
All right. I shall want to take the plans and have my experts examine them before I pay any money at all.
Is that so? I shall want the money before I let those plans out of my possession.
Isn't Mr. Lime's word good enough for you?
Mr. Lime must not guarantee that you will return the plans to me if you got them without paying for them.
Now tell him, Mr. Lime.
Well,
tell him
I can't tell him what I don't know, old man. You're not particularly honest, Herr Croft. You might take the plans. After all, you might copy them and return them to Foster, if you return them at all. And without payment.
Yes.
It would be like you. Even be good business, I suppose.
But I must have my experts examine them. I must know what I am buying.
Herr Croft's point of view is reasonable, too, Foster, you know.
Well, he won't get the plans till I get the money.
Wait a minute. We both want this deal to go through. There must be a... Yes. We are both convinced of Mr. Lime's honesty, are we not?
I am.
And I.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You give me the plans, and I give the money to Mr. Lime to hold until my men have examined them.
No. I was willing to bring you two together, but I don't want to have anything to do with the money.
It seems like a reasonable proposition to me, Harry.
The money is tainted.
Nobody is asking you to keep the money.
Well, I should hope not.
Oh, we just want you should hold it.
I don't like the idea
but that's
at all.
unreasonable, Harry. You're in it this far.
Yes, I'm in it this far. Goodness knows.
Here is the money. Take it. It was
a great pleasure to stand there looking unhappy and reluctant and to have that great pig of a Croft force the money on me. Well, I finally allowed his entreaties to prevail and stuffed the 30,000 pounds into my pockets. Foster then produced the completely spurious plans and blueprints, and Croft took them and left. Now we had to act fast. Foster gathered up his luggage. He was all packed, of course, and we went immediately to my room, where my luggage awaited us. There was always the danger that Croft might see us in the lobby, so we took the time to arrange 2 envelopes, one with the money in it and one containing strips of newspapers. The envelopes looked alike, so if by chance we should find it necessary to return the money to Croft, we could switch the envelopes on him. Now we were ready to go. But at that moment, there was a knock at the door.
What's that?
I don't know. Nothing to do but answer it.
Harry.
Oh, come in, Frida. This is Mr. Foster.
How do you do?
I was just about to bring him to the station, Frida.
Harry and Mr. Foster, here are the plans my father got from you.
I don't get this.
I heard my father talking to some of his men on the telephone, telling them to get right over and examine these plans. I knew he couldn't have come by them honestly, so I took them.
Foster, you'll be late for your train. You'd better go. I won't be able to help you now.
Well, all right.
Here, don't forget this bag.
No, of course. You know where I'm staying.
Oh, yes, I know.
All right, toodaloo. And thanks for the plans, miss. We won't prosecute your father.
Now, Harry, what about the money my father gave you to hold?
Oh. Well, you know about that, too?
Yes.
Frida, I swear it was for love of you. I never wanted to get mixed up in this.
I know all that. Papa chuckled over that with Kurt Mannheim. I heard him. I listen all the time. Now, what about the money?
The money, yes. Do you know, I think we ought to teach your father a lesson and not return this money to him.
I'm glad you feel that way, because that was my thought, too.
Oh, it was?
Yes. We'll use that money as he pretended he was going to use it. We'll give it to the refugee group. Harry, don't you think that's a wonderful idea?
Oh, yes. It's perfectly wonderful. She was looking at me, and she had her hand out, and I knew I had to give her the money. But the preparations I'd made to fool her father would be equally useful with her, I was sure. I took out the envelope containing the money. I handed it to her, had her count it, and put it back in the envelope and seal it. Then I spoke casually about a picture on my wall, and when she looked toward it, I did the old switcheroo with the envelopes. Both envelopes were now in my bureau, but the one with the money in it was under a magazine. I strolled casually into the bathroom, combed my hair, and when I came back, she picked up the envelope that was lying in plain sight, and we left for the offices of the refugee organization.
This will teach Papa exactly the kind of lesson he needs.
I was afraid that she would allow the officials of the refugee group to open the envelope in our presence. But she was just as willing as I was simply to leave it and go outside. So everything was okay. And now to get rid of her.
Are you going back to the hotel, Harry?
No, I'll have to leave you. I'll see you tonight, Frida.
All right. But, Harry, one moment. Kiss me.
It's a pleasure. I kissed her. It was a pleasure. I was kissing her goodbye, so it was a lingering kiss. Then it seemed she wanted to borrow my pen and some paper. She wrote something.
Here, take this. Don't look at it unless you do not see me tonight. Do not ask me what I mean. If you do not see me tonight, read this. Otherwise...
I took it. We parted. When I was able, I went back to the hotel, checked out, and caught a night train. It wasn't until I was well on my way that I thought again of a note. I took it out and, rather expecting to be amused, started to read it. But as I read, I grew more and more horrified. In my mind's ear, I could hear her voice reciting every syllable of that note.
Harry, darling, I love you. But I have been the daughter of a criminal. I cannot be the wife of another criminal. Yes, I know that you are that. I even knew that you switched envelopes on me. And when you went into the washroom, I switched them back. Don't feel too sad about losing the money. The refugees need it. Love. Frida.
And now, Harry Lime. A long time ago, when I was a little boy, I got into a fight with another kid. He gave me a terrible beating. That was the worst moment in my life, but this was the second. However, one must be brave. One must take the bad with the good. Suppose it might have been worse. Suppose I was married to an honest girl like Frida. The very thought sends a shudder down my spine. So long now.
Douglas of the World. Douglas of the World. International Intrigue starring Jack Moyles as Brad Douglas, foreign correspondent. This week's adventure, The Judgment Day.
Telephone works. Yeah, I hear it. City desk. What's vacancy? Jonathan West? No, lady. This is the New York World. No, lady. No, we don't... Brad! Brad Douglas, what are you doing here? I thought you were working out of Tokyo with Mike Shaughnessy.
Yeah, I was. Worked it for all it was worth, so they sent me home on vacation.
Hey, you must know where the body's buried. How do you do it? You cavort all over the world with pay and an expense account, and when you had your fill, you take a vacation. Boy, you must know where the body's buried.
Which you haven't changed a bit. Same old thing. Hey, there's your teletype warning. You want to see what the excitement's about?
Nah, let him ring.
Well, I can't stand it. Hey, what's up? Much of a story?
Could be. It's a first, anyhow.
What is it?
Some nut climbed to the top of the UN building. Says he's going to jump.
All right, folks, come on. All right, now, stand back. Come on, folks, move on, will you? This ain't no sideshow. I'm sorry, fellas, no one's allowed on the roof. Lieutenant Brannigan's orders.
Where are the press? Where's Barker and Douglas of the World?
Okay. The rest of you now, inside the doors. Come on, folks, off the roof and the inside. There's nothing to see, nothing at all. Move on, folks, please, move on.
Funny thing, people, huh? Smell of death attracts them like honey does flies. Hi, Lieutenant.
Hello, Wirtz. What are you doing away from the city desk?
Sightseeing. Quite a view you get from up here.
It's better from where he's straddling that ledge. Only we can't get near enough.
Won't he let you, Lieutenant?
Well, he's made jumping motions every time we got within 10 yards of him. So we're playing him cozy from here on in. I don't know you, do I?
Oh, this is Brad Douglas. He had the foreign beat.
Any idea who he is, Lieutenant?
None at all.
What are your plans?
Sit it out. We're rigging up a PA now so we won't have to shout ourselves hoarse in this wind.
Then what?
Then we start talking. We found out if you keep talking to him, guys like him, it holds them off. Sometimes even brings them in. Nothing in particular, just talk.
How about identifying him?
The flashbulb boys are all waiting. We're hoping the first blast off the PA will make him turn around. Between the newspaper and us, we're bound to get a line on him.
It's all set up, Lieutenant.
Okay. Did you bring the coffee?
Right over here.
Well, guess I better get on it. Nice talking to you, Wirtz. See you around, Douglas.
Yeah, sure.
I gotta back to the factory, Brad. Coming?
If it's all the same with you, I'll just stick around a bit.
What for?
Shh, wait a minute.
You up there. This is Lieutenant Brannigan of the police. Listen, it's no good. Why don't you come down? I promise you no harm will come to you. Just come down. What do you say? Will you swing around then and give us a good look at you so we can identify you later? What do you say, huh? Well, that's not too much to ask, is it? That's not going to hurt, is it?
Come on, Brad. I got Haskell covering it. This will go on for hours.
Yeah, maybe you're right at that. Which, look.
Huh? What? What is...
Which? He's only got one leg.
Don't you want to come down, boys? It's awful cold. Come on. We'll just put on a fresh pot of coffee. Nothing like coffee on a cold night. Good, steamy, hot coffee. What do you say? Come on, huh? Pour me a cup of coffee, will you, Kelly? Oh, hi, Douglas.
Oh, Lieutenant. Getting tired? Should be after 10 hours up on this roof.
A little. Cold, ain't it? You any coffee?
Yeah, thanks.
Getting awful cold. What are you waiting around for? Where'd you put you on this story?
No, I'm on vacation. You don't seem to be getting anywhere with him.
Not so as you could notice. Sure hope somebody recognizes him from his picture. Sometimes it works to have a relative, a girl, or somebody. Sometimes.
Yeah. Lieutenant.
Yeah?
How do you suppose he got up there with just one leg?
I don't know. Beats me. I couldn't do it with 2. He must have wanted to awful bad.
Awful bad. Pretty young kid, wouldn't you say?
I'd say 20, maybe. No more.
Could be a vet, huh?
Could be. We're checking on it.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Why do you suppose he's up there?
I don't know, Douglas. To tell the truth, I don't know that I want to know. I don't know that I want to know.
Come on! Come off that equipment! Let's get that shoulder up! Hi, Lieutenant.
You still here, Douglas?
Yeah. You look bushed.
Brother, I am. What's the matter with you? Don't you know enough to get out of the rain?
Looks that way.
Lieutenant!
Yeah, what is it?
There's a girl here. Thinks she knows him.
What? Bring her over.
Over here, miss.
Birmingham, name. This is Mr. Douglas. He's a newspaper man. What's your name?
Mary Lou Hawkins.
How are you, Miss Hawkins? You think you know him?
Oh, yes, we're engaged. To be married. His name is Jim. Jim Brown. I don't know
You
why.
say his name is Jim Brown. Was he in the service?
Yes,
Is that where he lost his leg?
yes, Korea. Lieutenant,
Yeah.
why is he up there? Why does he want to...
Don't you know?
No. We're engaged. We were going to be married. He got his old job back. Everything was fine.
Everything?
Even that. It didn't seem to mind. I never once heard him mention it. It just didn't bother him. Not the way you always hear it does. It didn't bother him a bit. Can I talk to him, Lieutenant, please?
Sure. We want you to. Talk all you want, long as you can. In between our meals. Thank you. Fix her up on the PA, Fred. We're going to have some breakfast.
Yes, sir. This way, miss.
Coming, Douglas?
Yeah. Look, Lieutenant, I'm not exactly starving. Couldn't we hold off a minute?
Sure.
Jim. Jim, it's me, Mary Lou. Jim, won't you even turn around and look at me? All right, Jim, you don't have to. I understand why you wouldn't want to. What I don't understand is what you're doing up there. Are you unhappy about something?
Isn't that minute up yet, Lieutenant?
Sure
Never
is.
told me. Why
Let's
didn't
go.
you tell me?
Sure.
After all, we're engaged. We're going to get married.
Funny thing, Douglas.
What?
I didn't think there were any more girls around called Mary Lou.
Hi, Lieutenant. How's it going?
This one's almost got me licked, Douglas. He just sits there, see? Waiting. Nothing will budge it. Just waiting for something. Wish that Pete we knew what.
Well, it's 2 days now. He hasn't eaten or slept. How much longer can he go on?
I don't know, but he is.
What are your plans now?
We'll go on waiting, too. Nothing else we can do. We don't dare do anything that'll force him off. The whole country, the whole world is onto this. We don't dare do nothing.
Hey, what's going on over there?
Television, radio, newsreels, it works. Complete coverage 24 hours a day until... Been reading your articles in the World. Pretty good.
Thanks.
What happened to your vacation?
I postponed it. Is his girl still around?
That's her, huddled in the corner there. She's practically lost her voice, pleading with him. Hasn't slept. Won't touch any food.
Miss Hawkins,
Yes?
remember me? I'm Brad Douglas. I'm a newspaper man.
Hello.
Miss Hawkins, I want to help. I don't know how, but I want to help. There must be something we can do. Lieutenant Brannigan, in fact, everyone who's been exposed to this has the feeling he's waiting for something. There's no doubt he means to jump, but he's waiting. What for, Miss Hawkins?
I don't know. I wish I knew, but I don't. I just don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to hurt you, but there must be a reason for all this. What made Jim Brown walk out on his life the other day? What drove him to thoughts of suicide? And why the UN building? Why not the Empire State or a dozen other buildings that are bigger, more spectacular, and easier to jump off? Why? There must be a reason why.
I suppose there must, but I don't know it. I don't ever remember anything bothering Jim. Except maybe when the Giants lost the ball game.
All right, then. What about the other day? Do you remember if he did anything special that day? Went anywhere special?
No, not special. It was his day to go to the Veterans Hospital, that's all.
Veterans Hospital, hmm? Thanks.
That's Sergeant Ritchie over there, the third bed.
Thank you, nurse. Sergeant Ritchie?
Yeah, that's me.
My name's Douglas. I'm a newspaper man. Got a couple of minutes?
Sure. Sit down. What's on your mind?
I've just been talking to Dr. Phelps. He tells me you're a friend of Jim Brown's.
That's right. What about it?
He says Jim used to come see you every time he was here.
Most every time. Why?
Did he see you the other day?
He did.
How did he act?
Same as always. What are you looking for, mister?
A reason? You know about Jim Brown, then?
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about him.
Well, I know how you feel, Sergeant, and I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, where does this cookie come off butting in like this? If Jim Brown wants to jump off a ledge on top of the UN, that's his business. That's his personal, private business. So where does this cookie come off butting in like this?
No, mister, where do you?
Well, I'll tell you, Sergeant. I've spent the last few months going from country to country, 25 in all, trying to find out what made people tick, what made their leaders tick, what makes them all keep on ticking. I haven't found all the answers, but I have found one in all that time. What hope there is among the peoples of the world today resides in that building at the end of 42nd Street, where all their representatives are assembled. Jim Brown's there, too. I've got an idea this isn't as personal and as private as it may seem. I think there's more to it than that. I think it concerns you and me and... Well, that's enough for a starter. How about you and me, Sergeant? We going to hit it off or not?
What do you want to know?
What Jim Brown was like the other day. What he said, how he looked when he said it.
Well, came in as usual, sat on a bed there. He didn't look no different to me. A little quieter, maybe, but that's all.
What'd you talk about?
Well, I said, looks like I got a lease on this joint. And he looked at me a little bit, and he said, is that all you got to say about it? I said, sure, what do you want me to do, cry in my beer? And he said, no, I don't. But, oh, what's it all about? What did it get us? I told him it got us home, and he laughed. And he smiled. Then he says, but what did we prove by it, Sarge? What did we prove by it? He searched me. I said, what do you prove when you step off the sidewalk and get knocked down by some woman driver? Nothing, except maybe you should have stood in bed that day.
Was that all?
No. Then he says, you don't know what I'm talking about, do you, Sarge? Well, that's for sure, I said, and what's more, I don't think you do. Well, maybe not, he said, maybe not. Maybe I better look into it some more. And I said, it looks that way to me. And, well, that was it, the long and the short of it.
You ever talked that way before, Sergeant?
Nah. You know what I think, mister?
No, what?
I think it's that girlfriend of his. No, I've seen it happen a dozen times. Guys can go through hellfire and brimstone in action. Never show it. Then they get home and some dame gets her hooks in them and they come all loose at the seams. Funny, though, I never thought it had happened to Jim Brown. That boy had guts, mister.
He still has, Sergeant. Hey, Lou. Hey, Lou.
Yes? Oh, hello, Mr. Douglas.
Why isn't someone on the PA?
Lieutenant Brannigan gave it up. He says it's a waste of time. They're working on some kind of scheme now to bring him in.
Bring him in? How, in heaven's name?
I don't understand. Something to do with the net.
Net? Are they out of their minds? Brannigan.
All right, now, what you...
Brannigan, listen to me. Brannigan.
Look, Douglas, I'm busy now.
I don't care what you are. You got to listen to me now.
Now, look, Douglas, I don't want any trouble. I asked you in a nice way to wait.
I'm telling you in the only way I know how. This can't wait.
All right. What is it?
You can't do it, Lieutenant. Whatever you're doing, you can't do it to that boy.
Why not? It's for his own good. It won't hurt him.
That boy up there is no psycho, Brannigan. He's as rational as you or I. You can't do this to him. You just can't wrap him up in a net like you would some wild animal. You can't put him in a straitjacket as if he were a manic depressive on the loose. You just can't. We got to convince him that it's worth his while coming down.
We've tried that, Douglas. It's got us nowhere.
Then we got to try again and keep trying.
It won't last that long. I've been through these affairs before. He's going to jump, Douglas, and soon. Why do you think that crowd's collected 35 stories below us in the plaza? I tell you, he's going to jump.
All right, maybe he is. If we can't stop him, let him. But don't let's push him over. Don't let's force his hand. He's done us a service on that stinking Asiatic peninsula that we can never repay. Not adequately, ever. Let's not do him a disservice now. What do you say, Brannigan?
I say you're nuts, Douglas. But I'll go along with you. What do you want me to do?
Pull away the nets.
All right. What else?
Keep them occupied. I don't care what you do. Keep them occupied till I get back.
Where are you going?
To get some people. It won't take long.
We cannot consecrate. We cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work that they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced.
Mary Lou.
It's rather for us to be
Oh,
here
Mr.
dedicated to
Is everything
the
all right?
task remaining before us.
Lieutenant Brannigan has just been reading things. Just anything to hold him there.
That cause for which
Declaration of Independence, Constitution, the Lord's Prayer,
we
the
here highly
Gettysburg
resolve that
Address.
these dead shall not
And
die.
he's just holding it, Mr. Douglas.
Nation,
Just.
under God.
Yeah, I
And a
know.
new birth of freedom.
Save him, Mr. Douglas. You've
Government
got to
of
save
the
him.
people,
Somebody's
by the
got to.
For the people.
Somebody's got to.
Hey, come on now. I think you better tell him who I am.
All right.
Stick close to me, huh?
Mr. Douglas is back, Lieutenant.
Good. I've done all I can, Douglas. It's up to you now.
Yeah. Go on, Mary Lou. Tell him about me.
Jim, can you listen to me a minute? Jim, this is Mr. Douglas here. He's a friend. You don't know him, but he's our friend. No, don't turn away. I know this doesn't sound important, but it is. Jim, he knows something. He says he knows something that nobody else here knows. Only you.
Okay, Mary Lou. Hello, Jim. Jim, I know why you're up there. I know why you picked this building. I know what you've been waiting for. And I know the time is up. You're ready to jump now, I know. And I don't blame you. But I'm going to tell you about yourself. Your whole life up to the other day. Then I'm going to tell you what happened to change it all. You know, they say a man's life passes swiftly before him as he dies, so that in that last mortal moment he can review all the things he's done and all that he's left undone. But that's all. Then it's over. And there's nothing more he can do about it. But this time it's going to be different, Jim. This time I'm going to do it for you. Now, before you fling yourself out into space. Before it's too late to go back and do something about it. Are you listening?
He's listening, Mr. Douglas. He's listening.
Yeah, I know, but this is no good. Look, Lieutenant, can I forget about this PA and get up close to him? I don't think we'll ever really reach him this way. It's too impersonal, too public.
Well, if he'll sit still for it, go ahead.
I'm not going to give him a choice. I'm just going to do it. But it's got to be me. Just me.
Sure.
Mr. Douglas.
Well, okay, you too. Look, Jim, I'm going to get rid of this TA and come up close where we can talk. Mary Lou's coming with me, but that's all. We'll stand just under the ledge and talk to you. Nothing more. Okay?
Mr. Douglas, he...
Don't upset him. There. Isn't this better, Jim? Up to the other day, Jim, you were a boy who took everything in his stride, right? What will come, will come. That was always your philosophy, wasn't it? You weren't a worrier. You just took things in your stride. Even when you lost that leg. Because you knew that everything would be fine again once the medics fixed you up. Am I right, Jim? Are you listening to me? I want you to listen close. I don't want you to miss a word of it. And if I get any of it wrong, Jim, I want you to stop me and tell me I got it all wrong. Okay, Jim? Okay, so you came back to the States and you found everything was the same. The old job was there. She was there. Nothing had changed. Life went on as if nothing had happened. You said to yourself, sure, that's the way it's got to be for survival. You take life in your stride. And so you did for a while. You began to make plans with her. You began to talk about a home and about children. And that's where something happened to your stride, wasn't it, Jim? Thinking about those children. Thinking about them growing up and going to school, getting out of school, and then what, Jim? Going to war? Always war, forever pain and suffering. And as you thought all that, something happened to you, didn't it?
Oh, Jim, why didn't you tell me? Why did you keep it to yourself? Why couldn't we have shared it?
Mary Lou, please. Instead, you became what you never were before. You became a worrier. And you began to ask yourself, seriously to ask yourself, the questions you'd taken in your stride before. Why did it happen? What did it mean? Was it worth it? So you went to some books written by men who look into these things. There you found a few answers. In Korea, the book said the UN has taken history's first collective action against aggression. And you were relieved because it was a good answer. You were relieved to know that that lost leg was part of history now and not lost after all. And reading on, you learned a lot more. You learned that in some 7 years of its existence, the organization that's housed in this building you're perched upon had brought peace between Israel and the Arab states, India and Pakistan, had established Indonesia and Libya as free and independent nations. And you were proud to have been part of that world force. And you understood better then why it had happened, and what it had meant, and why it was worth it. You strode away from the books in a way you never before had. And you were no longer afraid to have children, no longer uncertain about marriage and the future, because it seemed to you that the world had found its proper stride, too. And it couldn't possibly go wrong now. But when you talked to people like Sergeant Ritchie, you discovered he didn't even know what you were talking about. And you talked to some others, and they said, sure. But you could tell they hadn't really thought about it either. They didn't really know. Suddenly you were shaken by that realization. Suddenly you were scared. Suddenly all things were meaningless and a waste and worthless. Suddenly it seemed that none of it was true, save what was in the books. You shook with that knowledge, so much that in a kind of desperation you limped into this building looking for some last straw, for some assurance that it was not as lost and as hopeless as it seemed. You read the preamble of the United Nations Charter, up there on the wall for all to see. Read it aloud to yourself. We, the people of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, to hereby establish an international organization to be known as the United Nations. You read those words aloud to yourself, didn't you, Jim? Not once, not twice, but a dozen times. Read them and savored them and found comfort in them. And then walked with some recovered confidence into the General Assembly room, seeking further reassurance. Only it wasn't there, was it? It wasn't there at all. In its place were strife and dissension, hate and deceit. Your heart sank and you wept bitter tears, just as you're weeping them now. No, Jim, don't turn away. Let us see them. Let the whole world see them. They've got to see them, Jim, so they'll understand why you're up here, why you took off that shiny new artificial leg and shinnied your way painfully up to that final precipice of man's hope and salvation, why you're perched hopelessly and prayerfully on that tottering ledge of man's uncertain future, waiting, determined and waiting, that they shall know why you weep and why you must jump. Am I right, Jim? Am I right? Jim, one last thing. Down below you there's a mass of humanity with its collective face turned up to you. The whole world's looking on, Jim, listening. They know why you've done what you've done. You've made them aware of the meaning of your act, and you've made them aware of the meaning of the UN. You're up there, and the time has come to jump, to put the final exclamation point to your act and to your life. But, Jim, it's wrong, believe me. You can't do it. Like you, Jim, the whole world's teetering on the brink of destruction. You're its symbol now. Oh, I know what you're thinking. You think they've come to gawk, those people down there, to watch you plummeting to earth. Well, you're wrong, Jim. I went down into that crowd a few moments ago, and I brought some of them up here with me. Turn around, Jim. Look into their faces. What do you see? Pain, worry, anxiety, sorrow. You know, there's an old proverb, Jim, that says, the gods we worship write their names on our faces. It's in your power, Jim, to change the look on these faces, to put hope there. It's in... Jim, wait! Jim, listen. Listen, do you hear that? Do you hear them down there? Look down, Jim. Look down a moment before you leap, please. They're praying, Jim. The whole world's praying for you to live. Because they want to live. Down there at the base of this monument to the world's last best hope. They're on their knees praying. You can't do it, Jim. You can't die. The world's hope can't die here in this building with you. You've got to live, Jim. You've got to live and walk and take the whole blessed future in your stride. Oh, I can't talk anymore. Sorry I can't. I just can't.
Mr. Douglas, he's turning around. He's coming down. Mr. Douglas, it's singing down below. Oh, Mr. Douglas, thank God he's not going to die.
Yeah. Thank God.
Douglas of the World. The Judgment Day starred Jack Moyles as Brad Douglas. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence. Musical direction by Michel Perrier. The Judgment Day was written by John Vlahos. Production and direction by Stephen R. Callahan. This concludes the series, Douglas of the World. Phil Woodson speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's story, recommendation from Rommel, about an American OSS agent in Italy who almost outsmarted himself, is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
Hey! Come back here! You can't leave me here! I demand to see someone in authority! Let me out of here!
Brother, that was some spot to be in. Me, Joe Donato, in a jail cell in Milan, Italy. It was crazy. Well, after a while, I got tired of yelling. So I sat down on a narrow prison cot and thought back to the way it had begun. On a train from Varese to Milan, the French underground had smuggled me from Lyon across Switzerland, and I made my way over the border. From there on, I was on my own, posing as an Italian chocolate salesman. So I sat back in my compartment, lit a European cigarette, and blew smoke rings over my head to the rack, where my shortwave radio was hidden in one of the suitcases. All of a sudden, the train gave a lurch. One of my suitcases took a flying dive to the floor. It was a suitcase with a penknife scar across the leather handle, the one with the radio. I was glad I was alone in that compartment. I couldn't wait to find out if that radio was all right. You see, the case was lined with a false backing of boxes of chocolates to hide the radio. I unfastened the backing, and there was the radio. It was okay. Nothing was broken. And then before I could refasten the backing, I heard voices outside the compartment door. I didn't have time to refasten the backing. I had just enough time to slam the case shut again, slide it back up in the rack, and get back in my seat.
Major, what is this? I was under the impression this compartment was reserved for me alone.
There must be some mistake here, Field Marshal.
There was a mistake, all right. My mistake in picking the one compartment on the train that had been chosen for Field Marshal Rommel.
Dumko, what is the meaning of this?
I do not know, Senor Major. There has been a mistake, a grave mistake.
Do not tell me of mistakes. This is your stupidity. You had your orders.
No, I instructed the train guard very carefully.
Peace, Steele. I will not have this disturbance, you understand?
Yes, Your Excellency.
I am sorry if I have been the cause of this. I assure you it was quite unintentional. I will take my suitcases and leave immediately.
Assiste, va. It is best. You leave. I will find you another
No,
compartment.
wait. It's unnecessary, conductor. The gentleman's already here. There's room for both of us. We Germans and Italians must share. Is it not so?
Oh, perhaps you would prefer your privacy. It is nothing for me to move.
No, I will not hear of it. Sit where you are. Actually, I would welcome company. I detest train rides. Major, arrange a table for me in the dining car.
Yes, Your Excellency. You are stupid, conductor. Next time, pay attention to order.
I do not know how this happened.
Such a fuss over nothing. Tell me your name.
Oh, my name is Donato, Giuseppe Donato, Your Excellency.
Where are you headed for, Signor Donato?
Oh, I am getting off at Milano.
Oh, see? Well, we should have time to get acquainted. Yes,
Time to get acquainted. Great. What are we going to talk about? Maybe I could get the conversation started by saying, Herr Field Marshal Rommel.
Yes.
It might interest you to know that I am an OSS spy. I'm in Italy to radio back information on your northern supply concentrations.
You say you're a chocolate salesman?
See, my office is in Verona. Here is my card.
Well, I'm not in the market for chocolate. You may put the card back. Oh, here. You drop this. Your medical classification, the fascistiari.
Grazie. That was a great disappointment to me, Your Excellency, but you see, an old back injury kept me out of the army.
You must not blame yourself for something you cannot help.
Still, it is a great disappointment.
Yes, I understand.
Your Excellency.
Yes, Major.
Your table in the dining room, it is ready.
Knocker. I will return soon, Signor Donato. We will continue our conversation.
We had talked 10 minutes, and I aged 10 years. I wondered if I should change compartments before he came back. No, that might seem suspicious. I looked out of the window. The green rolling hills of citrus and olive trees didn't tell me anything. I just crossed my fingers and hoped we were coming into Milan soon.
You, Donato.
What do you want with me?
I do not want anything with you. Field Marshal wants to see you, and you'd better be quick about it.
Oh, see.
No, leave your suitcases. Just come with me, quickly.
You, wanted to see me, Your Excellency?
Yes. Sit down. There, opposite.
Oh, grazie.
I thought about you after I left the compartment, Signor Donato.
See?
Si. Would you care to join me for coffee, Signor? It would be my pleasure.
Coffee with Field Marshal Rommel. Wait till I tell the gang back home about this, I thought. There was a man across the aisle. A dapper little guy with a waxed mustache. He and Rommel nodded to each other. And then the dapper little old guy kept watching me.
Yeah. I never can get used to this Italian coffee with all its chicory. Don't suppose I ever will.
I would naturally have a fondness for it. I have had it all my life.
Where was your home originally?
In Urbino.
Oh, the birthplace of Raffia.
My family is still living there.
Yeah?
Would you like to see some snapshots, Your Excellency?
Yes, I would very much.
They're right here in my wallet. I hear. You see, that little farm in the valley? It is here, you see?
The pretty child. Who is she?
Oh, my sister Francesca.
She looks very much like you, yeah.
It was interesting that Rommel thought the kid in the picture looked like me. The snapshots had been made by OSS photographers, and an early picture of me had been superimposed over the negative.
Very attractive family group. You know, I've taken quite a fancy to you. Tell me, these chocolates you sell,
Oh, see, that very good.
Not.
Oh, no. Well, surely, 1, 2 of them would not be missed, huh? Is it all right with you if I send my adjutant to get one of the suitcases? Yes? We German Italians must share. No. It is perfectly all right. Only I will get them myself.
There's no need. Major, yes, I'll go to the compartment and bring one of the seniors.
You take... No, it is foolish to send him. I can easily go myself.
No, I insist. We would have so little time for talking before the train stops at Milano.
I had no choice. I had to sit there and sweat it out. Just pray that the adjutant brought back the right case. I felt as if there were a band of steel around my head that kept getting tighter and tighter.
What is it, my friend? Are you not feeling well?
Oh, it is very hot in here, is it not?
Oh, yes. It is, unfortunately, yes. Perhaps I should call the conductor and have it... Oh, here. The Major returns with your sample case.
The first thing I looked at when the Major put the case in my lap was the handle. There was a long scar in the leather. It was the one with the radio.
You know, I've always had a fondness for chocolate. Well, come, open it. Well?
The catch, it seems to be stuck.
Well, surely you can fix it.
Oh, see, of course. That is, I will try.
Give it to me.
What?
I have an excellent little penknife. Perhaps I can adjust the lock.
No. I will get it in a moment. I'm sure.
I reckon.
Milano. This station is Milano.
Oh, Milano. That is my stop, Your Excellency.
So soon, what a pity.
Well, if you wish, I will stay on till the next station. Open this for you. Take a bus back.
No. I would not think of it. It is too kind of you to suggest it. But we must say, auf Wiedersehen.
Arrivederci, Field Marshal Rommel. It has been a great honor. I hurried back to the compartment to get my coat and hat. And then on an impulse, I grabbed the other case off the rack. As the train stopped, I turned and ran back toward the dining room.
Senor, this is Milan.
I know. I'm getting off in a minute. Un momento. Here, Field Marshal.
Senor Donato, I did not expect to see you back.
Your Excellency, if you will permit me, here is this case of chocolates.
Oh.
For you.
Oh, senor.
You see, the lock works now.
Thanks. Grazie. Molte grazie. If I pass through Milano, I will look you up.
I don't know where I'll be staying, sir.
It is not difficult for the police to find the man. Auf Wiedersehen.
And with this pleasant thought, I left him, glad to get off that train. You don't need OSS training to tell you when someone's following you. It's an instinctive feeling you get. I started to walk a little faster. The footsteps behind me quickened, too. I passed a small coffee shop, and through the reflection in the window, I could see coming after me the man in the dining car who had never taken his eyes off me. The dapper little guy with the mustache. He and Rommel had nodded to each other. Was it a signal? Did Rommel just try to string me along? I broke into a run.
Senor, stop!
I didn't intend to stop until I got past that gate. Then maybe I could lose him in the crowd.
I said, wait! Stop him, somebody! Hang on!
Guard, what are you doing? Open that gate.
I am sorry, Signora. This gate is closed now. Use the south gate.
But I can't...
I am sorry. This gate is closed.
Senor, I've had such trouble catching up with you.
Who are you?
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the Count Pietro Imperiale.
What do you want with me?
Well, I noticed you were having coffee on the train with Field Marshal Rommel himself. I'm a great admirer of the Marshal, and I have a nodding acquaintance with him.
Oh, see? What has that to do with me?
Well, I happen to know, Signor, that Rommel does not make friends easily, and so when I saw you two together, Amico, would you do me the extreme honor of joining me at my palace for dinner this evening?
It would be a great pleasure to entertain a good friend of Rommel's.
As the long black limousine drove up to the palace, I felt like a visitor of the Middle Ages. The gray stone steps were hollowed with age.
This way, senor.
The lower windows were blazing with light, and two torches set in brackets flanked the doors.
Quiet, Bobo, quiet.
The floors were made of colored marble. On the walls hung ancient tapestries with scenes from the Old Testament. I walked through, past a line of servants. My mouth was open at all this grandeur. And I walked right into a suit of armor. Excuse me.
Come, amico mio. Dinner is waiting.
That was a delicious dinner. Grazie, Count Imperiale.
Molto bene, molto bene. I'm delighted you enjoyed it. Now, we will sit here in the library and talk of Rommel. Cigaro?
Grazie, no.
Tell me, what was he like? What did he say?
Oh, we merely exchanged pleasantries.
Uh-huh. Great leader. Great chief. Once when he was in Milano, I planned a reception
talk
for
and
him.
kept looking around the huge library.
He was unable to attend.
What a setup for a basketball game.
However...
Well, this was being introduced to Milan in a royal way.
What was that? A little brandy?
Oh, no, grazie.
What is it, Bobo? What's the matter?
Good evening, Count Imperiale. They told me you were here.
You see, Bobo, it is only Antonia. Come, my dear. I would like you to meet a friend.
See?
Signor Giuseppe Donato, great friend of Rommel's.
I am impressed.
Piacere.
The pleasure is mine.
Che bella questa ragazza, no? My secretary is very pretty. Non è vero?
Your Lordship, there is a call on your private phone in the small library.
Oh, see. I will return. It will give you two a chance to get acquainted, huh?
Quiet, Bobo.
Molto bella, signorina. You are very pretty. Count Imperiale was right.
Did you find yourself forced into that compliment, Signor?
Oh, no, not at all. We Italians are proud of our beautiful women, and it is impossible not to notice how well you represent them.
Where do you live? In Milano?
No. I'm here on business.
Where are you staying?
Oh, I only arrived today. I've made no plans yet. You are the Count's secretary?
His personal secretary. Since the Count has passed on, I attend to all arrangements for his banquets and receptions, as well as his personal correspondence.
Oh, I see.
He is un gran signor. I am very fond of him. I remember how disappointed he was when Field Marshal Rommel failed to attend a reception he planned for him.
Oh, I know. He told me that.
He is a great admirer of Rommel. So am I. Tell me about him, Signor. Does he intend to come to Milano soon? Perhaps we can plan something else in his honor.
I don't know his intentions.
Perhaps he is returning to Africa immediately.
I don't know that either.
Well, I see you two have become acquainted, huh? Molto bene.
Your Lordship, since the Signor is staying in Milano, shall I give him the name of a good hotel?
Hotel? With 40 rooms here, most of them empty? I should say not. You will stay here, amico mio, as long as you want.
Grazie. Molto gentile. I'm very grateful. They gave me a suite myself, with a tremendous canopied bed, and a sculptured rug on the floor. Through the casement window, I could see the piazza sundial, the narrow streets of Milan, and off in the distance, the church of Santa Maria della Grazia. Who was going to look for an American spy in a setup like that, huh? Who's made to order? Every night I patted the radio in the suitcase and hoped I'd have a message to send back soon. A few days later, Count Imperiale asked me to walk to his office with him.
This Italian summer makes me feel 10 years younger. You know, if I were 20 years younger, I would be more attentive to that dark-eyed secretary of mine.
I don't blame you.
She seems to have taken an interest in you.
Oh, that's so?
Yes. She's keep on to ask questions about you.
See, you still have not told me why you want to see me at your office.
I refuse to speak business at home. Never do.
And your business? I don't know that either.
You will. Soon enough. Come. My office is in the municipal building across the square.
I followed him across the square, over the fat, pink cobblestones. Everywhere around me were black-shirted fascisti. I wondered if my good luck so far had made me too sure of myself. I followed him up the stairs of the municipal building, down the narrow corridor, and we stopped at a door third from the end. And then I knew what his business was. Superintendent of Police.
Prego. I beg of you. Please, go in.
Count Imperiale, I don't understand.
Now you know my business. I'm superintendent of police. Often an unpleasant occupation. Come in. I said come in. That's right. I wanted to see you here because it's necessary for us to have a little talk about you and the police.
What have I to do with the police?
How would you like to work for me? Now, come. Don't look so startled.
Work for you? As a member of the police?
But of course. Perhaps this communication from Rommel will explain.
Grazie.
As you can see, it's a request from him for me to locate you in Milano and offer you this position. He's obviously very fond of you. Great Chief Rommel. And he knows how badly you feel about your medical classification in the Army.
I don't know what to say.
Just to say you accept. Ordinarily, of course, I would have to make extensive research into your background before offering you this position, but a personal recommendation from Rommel hardly makes that necessary. Well, what do you say, amico mio?
What do you think I said? I said yes in a hurry. And when I left the office later, I had a badge and everything. Ever since I boarded the train at Varese, I had one bad scare after another. But so far, nothing had happened. I was beginning to feel I led a charmed life. Until I got back to my suite at the palace.
Quiet, Bobo.
Antonia! What are you doing with that suitcase?
These are excellent chocolates. Will you have one?
What right have you in here?
I was curious about you. I found out I had reason to be curious. I'd like you to meet two friends, Giacomo and Mario.
For the first time I saw them. Two men standing half hidden in the shadows of the big room. And on the chair before Antonia was my suitcase. She turned it around so I could see the inside. The backing was off. The radio was gone. Who are these men? What is this?
No, Paola. Do not be afraid. Antonia was right when she said we were friends.
But
this was a foolhardy place to leave your radio, Americano. I found a better hiding place. In the wall safe of an unused room in the palace. It is all right, Signor Donato. We are partisans, members of the underground.
You just stand there and tell me this?
Why not? The American radio has given us proof of who you are. No doubt that you want proof of who we are. Escort her.
I'm listening.
We will tell you all that we came here to find out. All you have to do is to ask, and we will answer. We will answer even before you ask.
The Nazis are using northern Italy as a supply base for the Africa Corps. In fact, Rommel is expecting air reinforcements to leave here at the end of the week.
How many planes?
75 bombers.
Where are they?
In a field at Caravaggio, 10 miles away.
You emptied my valise. There was an altitude bomb there. Did you find it?
Is this what you mean?
Yes. Is there anyone in the underground who can duplicate it?
The professor of chemistry in the university, Milano, is a friend. What?
You see, if you remove the pin from these bombs and plant them in an airplane, they'll explode automatically when the ship gains altitude.
We will let you know when you can see the fireworks.
And another bit of information.
See.
It might interest you to know that you have been talking to a member of the Fascisti secret police.
Ah, Antonia, you look more lovely than ever this evening.
Buenos Aires, my lord. And grazie.
And you, amico, where are you going?
For a drive, sir.
How wonderful it must be to be young again, especially in the summer. Well, go. Enjoy yourselves.
Oh, we will. We are sure we will.
It is fortunate the Count did not invite himself alone.
You're sure we can see everything from this hilltop?
Very sure. When the planes take off from Caravaggio, after midnight, we will see them.
It's cool up here on this hill.
Not cool enough to offer you an excuse to put your arm around me.
Oh, you remember what the Count said. We are young. It is summer.
Senor, this is business. Ascolta. Listen.
The planes. They are taking off. Any minute now. Any minute.
What if something happened? What if they weren't able to plant those bombs? What if...
What if, eh? Although this seems a poor way to repay Rommel for his hospitality. Rommel didn't get his 75 Luftwaffe bombers. No sky protection, and that played a part when he was thrown back from El Alamein a short month later. The OSS continued to get total information on northern Italy, supply concentrations, troop movements, and underground activities. Each time police triangulation detected my radio antenna, I, as a member of the secret police, would lead a raid. Having first, as a member of the underground, moved it to another spot. And then one day, the Americans took over Milan. I walked into G2 headquarters to give them a personal welcome.
What do you mean, just walking into my office like this? Sergeant, who is this?
I'm sorry, Major, I couldn't stop him. By the black shirt he's wearing, whoever he is, I don't like him.
Now, wait a minute. You boys got me wrong. What I came to
What's
tell you...
your name?
Donato. Lieutenant Giuseppe, Joe Donato. Look, you don't understand. I'm a member of the OSS.
Yeah, sure, he's a member. Look, Mac.
That's enough, sir. Donato, according to our list, you're a high-ranking member of the Fascisti police. Thanks for giving yourself up.
I'm not giving myself up.
That's what you think, Mac.
I tell you, I'm a member of the OSS.
We have your full record, Donato. In his own reports to Fascisti headquarters, Count Imperiale thought very highly of you.
I don't care what he thought.
And in the files, we found a personal recommendation from Rommel about you. A personal recommendation from Rommel, and you expect us to believe you're a member of the OSS?
But you
Take him away, Sergeant. Throw him in jail.
You can't do this to me. I'll write to my congressman. Hey, come back. I demand to see someone in authority. Let me out of here. I stand on my constitutional rights. Let me out of here. Shut up.
A week later, OSS in London sent verification on Lieutenant Joseph Donato, and an embarrassed G2 headquarters released him from jail. Thus, once again, the report of another agent closed with the words,
"Mission accomplished."
Listen again next week for another true adventure from the files of OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Joe was Ralph Bell, Rommel, Barry Kroger, the Count, Arnold Moss, Antonia, Jan Miner,
The Colonel, Raymond Edward Johnson. Others were Boris Applin, Jerry Jarrett, and Carl Weber. The script was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon. The music was under the direction of John Garth. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This program is directed by Louis G. Cowan and Alfred Hollander under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks.
The Green Lama strikes for justice.
Time now for another exciting adventure taken directly from the files of Jethro Dumont. Jethro Dumont, the wealthy young American who, after 10 years in Tibet, returned as the Green Lama to amaze the world with his curious and secret powers in his single-handed fight against injustice and crime.
I am Turku, whose honor and pleasure it is to serve the Green Lama. Jethro Dumont, the Green Lama, is so called because of his great wisdom and powers of concentration, which he learned while visiting my country, Tibet. As it is the duty of all lamas to oppose evil, Jethro Dumont returned to his native America to fight crime. Of the 6 sacred colors of Tibet, he chose green, which is the symbol of justice. The story of the $1 million Chopsticks began as a ship nestled against a pier in Hong Kong. Aboard the ship was the Green Lama, who had been summoned to Hong Kong by a friend in great trouble. The Green Lama was standing at the gangplank talking to the captain of the ship.
Hello, Mr. Dumont, sir. We're in harbor. I hope you enjoyed your voyage. It is a troubled place you've come to.
Captain Jensen, it is written that a man may find trouble everywhere if he does not find peace within himself.
Yeah, well, I never was much for problems, Mr. Dumont. I suppose you're right. Still, Hong Kong is filled with thieves, murderers, cutthroats, and the scum of the 7 seas.
You mean the refugees from North China?
Some call them that. North China, Mr. Dumont, is filled with looters. They're bringing into Hong Kong everything of value that can be carried. Every thief of the Far East is here. And everyone else is becoming a thief.
Everyone, Captain Jensen?
Oh, Madam Ming, I didn't see you. Forgive me.
It is quite all right, Captain. I came to meet your honored passenger, the Green Lama.
Yes, of course. Mr. Dumont, this lovely lady is Madam Jade Ming. Madame, Mr. Jethro Dumont.
I'm delighted, Madam Ming.
No more than I, O Lama.
If you two will please excuse me.
Certainly. Even in China, or perhaps I should say especially in China, the news of the deeds of the Green Lama has reached my ears.
Oh?
Mr. Dumont, this is my servant, Yen Fu.
Yen Fu? Madam Jade Ming uses a most interesting name.
My father, Ming Qing Huang, named me Ming Yu, but I have anglicized the name.
Ming Yu, yes, of course. Yu is the word for both jade and for the 5 cardinal virtues. But your father must have been an admirer of Tiang Yung So.
Oh, yes, he was. But what made you think so?
Looking at you, I'm sure that your father, in naming you Jade, was thinking of the remark of Tiang Yung So. The magic powers of heaven and earth are ever combined to form perfect results.
You are most kind, Lord Lama.
Tell me, your home is in Hong Kong, Madam Ming?
Oh, yes. I have a small antique shop here. I will be honored should you care to visit it.
I'd be pleased to do so, if I have time before my return.
Oh, then you will not be long in China?
Well, that's difficult to say just now.
Perhaps you do not care to discuss your mission, O Lama.
Madam Ming, it is written that silence is the only true friend of discretion.
It is also written that the unspoken word watches over the hidden action. Hong Kong, my Lama, is a strange city. Even the Green Lama should think carefully of its dangers.
Oh?
Hong Kong is filled with looting and the spoils of robbery. And these things, my Lama, might add up to murder. Couldn't you come?
Rita Randolph. Only a much more grown-up and a more beautiful Rita than I knew years ago.
We'll talk later. I have a cab waiting. Come quickly.
Yes, of course. Don't you think you might begin to explain more fully why you brought me here?
I told you over the phone, Jethro. I'm in trouble. I need your help. Jethro.
What is it, Rita?
That man coming toward us.
Yeah?
The one I want to talk to you about.
Going somewhere, Miss Rita Randolph?
No, I was
Trying to keep me from seeing you, Miss Randolph, eh? Now, you wouldn't do that to your old friend, Toby Holbrook, would you now, Miss Randolph?
Please, we really must be going.
Who is your friend, Miss Randolph?
This is Mr. Dumont.
Dumont.
Dumont, this is Toby Holbrook. Now, if you'll excuse
Did I
me...
hear you call him Jethro? Jethro Dumont, huh? The Green Lama. What's wrong, Miss Randolph? Are you frightened of something?
Mr. Holbrook, I'm sure you'll excuse us. Miss Randolph and I have some important business to discuss.
If you say so, Mr. Dumont. Only you'd better tell that little girlfriend of yours to slow down. At the rate she's going, one of these days she might have a heart attack.
Well, at least the hotel is cooler than the street. Now, what's the trouble, Rita? Must be pretty serious for you to ask me to come all the way to Hong Kong from New York.
Please, come up to my room. I don't want to talk here.
All right.
That man you met, Toby Holbrook, I went in business with him. I supplied the money, and he was to supply the brains. Well, he did. He took me for everything. I don't have a dime left. We were in the exporting business, exporting Chinese art, particularly jade art, to America.
Yeah?
Now he claims that the business has failed and that we've lost all of our money. My money. But I have another idea.
What is it?
This is my room here. I think he not only pocketed my money, but that the whole scheme was one of using it to finance some crooked operation.
I see. Well, you still have a lovely suite in one of the best hotels in Hong Kong.
I won't have for long. Right after I get to next door. Jethro, look on the couch. Is he dead?
No, I don't think so. Are you, my friend?
No. Resting my eyes. Very wise thing to do in Hong Kong. Hello, Rita.
Howard, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you, my pet. What else? Although you might stock up at a greater bourbon. Also, you might introduce me to your handsome friend. Who is he? My replacement?
Jethro, this is Howard Stacy, Mr. Dumont.
Mr. Stacy?
How do you know?
Howard and I have known each other for some time.
What an amusing choice of words. Mr. Dumont, huh? Alias the Green Lama. I suppose you're here because little Rita's in trouble again. Well, she's in trouble because she wouldn't listen to me.
Really, Mr. Stacy? And, what did you recommend?
She'd spend all her money buying the finest bourbon for me, of course. If she had followed my advice about not going into business, she wouldn't have run into the curse.
Are you still harping on that superstitious business?
What is this about a curse, Mr. Stacy?
Didn't she tell you?
Oh, of course not.
Wait a minute, Rita. What about a curse, Mr. Stacy?
Little Rita loses sight of the important things, Mr. Dumont. When she went into business with Holbrook, their first shipment was a mixed lot of jade curios. Rita had to go down to the ship the day before it sailed and look it over. And she had to decide that one of the items, a pair of jade chopsticks, was something she wanted. She took them home with her.
I still don't see what this has to do with a curse.
You will. These were jade chopsticks made for Lu Nung Shandi of the 14th century. He's the old boy who put a curse on everything he owned. Well, just run along. Look me up sometime, Mr. Dumont, and we'll talk about women and curses.
Yes, perhaps I'll do that. Where do I find you?
At the Hong Kong Yachting Club, or you'll find me on my yacht. Rita, my love, I'll see you around.
Don't pay any attention to him, Jethro. Stacy's a playboy, and he likes to pretend that he's interested in things like curses.
Still, I think I'd like to hear about the chopsticks that have a curse on them.
All right, I took a pair of chopsticks from that first shipment. Why shouldn't I? I was half owner of everything. They were beautiful green jade, and I just couldn't resist them.
The curse, Rita?
Later, I heard about that. It's true that a number of strange things happened while I had them.
Such as?
Well, I thought I was being followed a couple of times. It was probably only robbers. Then someone broke in here once.
Where are the chopsticks now?
I sold them, and I ran out of money.
Who bought them?
Madame Jade Ming.
Oh?
She gave me $5,000 for them.
I see. And that's all about the chopsticks?
Yes. Except for the fact that a couple of days after I sold them, someone called me and offered me $1 million for them. That was probably Stacy's idea of a joke.
Yeah. Quiet, someone's at the door.
Jethro! It's...
Surely, Miss Randolph. It's your old friend, Toby Holbrook.
I'll call a doctor.
No, no use. I just came to tell you, Miss Randolph. The $1 million chopsticks are...
Jethro! Jethro!
Never mind calling that doctor, Rita. He's dead.
In my country, Tibet, crime is as rare as the snow in August. Yet in Hong Kong, a city of oriental charm and beauty, there was now a murder involving a pair of chopsticks said to be worth $1 million. While I, Tulku, waited in New York, the Green Lama was facing death and violence in order to help a friend. When Toby Holbrook died in Rita Randolph's hotel apartment, the Green Lama telephoned the manager to summon the Hong Kong police. Yet even before they could arrive, a small, round Chinese had rushed to the scene of the crime.
I am here, Green Lama, ready to serve you.
Who are you?
You represent the police?
Oh, no, indeed, Noble Lama. My name, Liu Bing-ha, Chinese private detective, protector of law and order, Oriental Philip Marlowe, custodian of Chinese papers, Sam State style, at your service.
Then who sent you here, Bing-hao?
Liu Bing-hao, also house detective for Royal Guard Hotel. Here, manager, phone police come at once. Like American private eye, Liu Bing-hao never sleeps. It's so.
Jethro, I can't sleep.
One moment, Rita. Bing-hao, did you see anyone leaving the hotel in a hurry within the past 10 minutes?
Liu Bing-hao, very shrewd, very astute, very alert. See, no one.
Jethro, this man's
Wait,
obviously...
Rita. Someone stabbed Toby Holbrook inside the hotel and within the last 10 minutes. Since this man also works as house detective for the hotel, he must know the complete floor plan and would know where a murderer could hide.
Green Lama, very smart, very intelligent. No good detective when he see one. Look, Liu Bing-hao have American-type Hickok wallet without benefit American-type folding money. So, he'd give you a special fee. $1 per clue.
That's very kind of you, but I doubt if it'll be necessary. Tell me, do you know anything about a pair of chopsticks worth $1 million?
$1 million chopsticks?
These chopsticks belong to Lu Hongshangdi.
Aye, Lu Hongshangdi. He great philosopher who say that man who commit murder bite off more than he can chew.
A very sound proverb. And in this case, I think when we discover why the chopsticks are worth $1 million, we'll have found the murderer.
Yes?
I want to ask you some questions, Madam Ming.
Mr. Dumont, please come to my private quarters where we can talk. There's someone there I would like you to meet. This way, please. My most valuable objects are not for the public eye, Mr. Dumont. They are shown only to those who recognize their true value. Ah, here we are, Mr. Dumont. Please step inside.
Thank you, Madam Ming. Yes, this is quite a nice place you have here. I see.
What do you see, Mr. Green Lama?
Well, Mr. Howard Stacy, the young man with the taste for fine bourbon.
And I suppose the Green Lama doesn't approve?
Mr. Stacy, your habits are of no concern to the Green Lama.
I was not aware that you two had met, Mr. Dumont.
We met a short while ago, Madam Ming, through a mutual friend. I wasn't aware that Mr. Stacy was interested in antiques.
I've always been interested in things of beauty, Dumont. Fine whiskey and fine women not accepted.
Your taste in women is excellent, Stacy. I wonder if it's as keen on the matter of fine chopsticks.
Very clever. Except you forget that it was I who told you about the chopsticks. Well, Jade Ming, I think I'll come back and see you sometime when there's not so much company.
Goodbye, Mr. Stacy.
See you later, Dumont.
Well, seems as though our young friend Stacy takes a decided interest in the community.
He is quite harmless, Noble Lama. But his interest is not in antiques.
Oh? What do you mean?
He's in love with a Randolph girl. He seeks advice from my humble person. Please be seated, O Lama, there by the window. We shall have tea.
I'm afraid I haven't time for that now, Madam Ming.
Please call me Jade. In your country, friends are known by their first names, Jethro.
Yes. Jade, a man was killed this afternoon. Before he died, he mentioned a pair of chopsticks said to be worth $1 million.
This is the only reason you've come to see me?
Rita Randolph sold a valuable pair of chopsticks to you recently. I wonder if I might see them.
Can this not wait, my Lama?
I'd like to look at those chopsticks.
Very well. They are solid jade, worth approximately $10,000. I bought them for $5,000. This is a far cry from $1 million, is it not, Green Lama? Here you are. See them for yourself.
Thank you. Very unusual. I've never seen chopsticks so large and thick. However, Lu Nungshangdi was said to be a large, powerful man who had everything made for him of large size. Perhaps this is even true of the legends about him, eh? Tell me, Who owned them before Rita Randolph obtained them?
In Hong Kong, one no longer asks how priceless objects are obtained, Jethro. Many strange things take place. Smugglers are as common today as pickpockets used to be. Two ladies on six...
To get the person who threw that knife.
Mr. Dumont, what has happened?
No one in sight but you, Bing Hao.
Mr. Dumont, why you look at me? What is it?
Someone just threw a knife at me through the back window of this shop.
Oh, was not I, Noble Lama, son of many Noble Lama. Was not I see no one.
Yes, I was afraid of that. Wait. A piece of rope.
Oh, heavy rope. Clue, oh Lama. Lie in alley near the shop window.
Yes, but it's not rope. It's line, heavy line, the kind used on board a ship.
Oh, it's significant, Green Lama?
More than significant. It's but a few inches long, yet long enough, Bing Hao, to hang someone.
Hey, good afternoon. Colonel Tremble Smythe of the Hong Kong Police. Anything I can do for you?
Yes, my name is Jethro Dumont. I'm looking for a Miss Rita Randolph. The clerk at her hotel said I'd find her here.
Randolph. Randolph. Name's rather familiar. Rather.
Oh, Mr. Dumont, Green Lama, at last you come.
Yes. Lu Bing Hao. Say, where's Miss Randolph?
This a policeman. He comes to Royal Guard Hotel. He see a dead body. He see Miss Rita, and we go to jail.
Yes. You know, I remember. Miss Randolph. Yes, she's the one that killed that fella up in the hotel. Slipped my mind for the moment. The whole thing is quite messy, really rather messy. Blood on the carpet and that sort of thing, you know.
Then you arrest Miss Randolph for the murder of Toby Holbrook?
Oh, I had to. He was dead, you know.
Lu Bing Hao, he fight like crazy. Defend Miss Rita. The 10 men subdue me. I lose.
This Lu Bing Hao fella has been creating quite a fuss in my station. We arrested the girl, and he insisted on coming along. We can't get rid of him.
Colonel, on what grounds are you holding Miss Randolph? What proof is there she killed Holbrook?
Proof? Well, the man was in her apartment, wasn't he? I mean, he was dead, wasn't he? What further proof do you need, old boy?
Yes. Well, I'd like to see her, if I may.
Yeah, you're that Green Lama fella, aren't you? I thought I'd seen your face before in the papers, what?
Him most famous man in world, second only to Confucius.
Yeah, very well. Well, perhaps you may see her for a moment, but please make it brief. Jail regulations, you know. This way, please.
No, but Green Lama, Lu Bing Hao is not idle. While silly colonel read newspaper, Lu Bing Hao still keys to jail, see? That's very clever, oh Lama.
Very clever indeed, Bing Hao. However, I suggest you return them to the colonel's pockets before he finds them missing.
You do not want them?
No. Were I to steal them and free Miss Randolph, I'd be as guilty of crime as the one I seek. No, Bing Hao, I do not want them. And I don't think I need them.
Well, here we are. Remember now, just a few moments. Must follow regulations, you know. Here we are.
Jethro, I prayed you'd find me.
Rita, I only have a minute. Now, I need the answer to one question, and you must be honest with me.
Yes.
All right. Who knew that you took the jade chopsticks?
Only Captain Jensen.
I see. Did he object when you took them?
Yes, but not for long. I did have a right to them.
Yes, of course. Was your exporting all to be done by Captain Jensen's ship?
Yes, we chartered him.
Who else was in the business with you and Holbrook?
No one. Why?
There must have been somebody else. Yes, I believe I know who killed Holbrook and why. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll pay a call on a murderer. Coming, Bing Hao?
I think I stay here with Mr. Randolph.
Very well, Bing Hao. I'll go to the harbor alone. Good evening, Captain Jensen.
Mr. Dumont, what are you doing here? What do you want?
I want a murderer, Captain Jensen. A murderer who killed for a pair of chopsticks worth $1 million.
No, you don't mean me, Mr. Dumont. I had nothing to do with it. I'm innocent.
Are you Captain Jensen? Toby Holbrook had a partner besides Miss Randolph.
I wasn't his partner. I was only hired to ship their exports. You must believe me.
And what happened when Rita Randolph took the pair of jade chopsticks?
I tried to stop her because I knew that Mr. Holbrook wouldn't like it if anything was missing.
And who did you tell that Miss Randolph took the chopsticks?
Only Mr. Holbrook, sir. He was very angry.
Why?
Oh, I don't know, sir. I had a feeling, sir, that Mr. Holbrook was engaged in more than just exporting, but that was none of my business, nor were the phone calls he made.
What phone calls, Captain?
Well, after I told him about the chopsticks...
Darkness may protect the strong and fortify the weak, but it will not conceal evil. I see you there in the shadows of the bridge. Om Mani Padme Hum. The Green Lama strikes for justice.
Stand back, you idiot. Stand back or I'll kill you.
Have you killed Holbrook?
Stand back, I say.
Your gun's almost empty, Mr. Howard Stacy. One shot remains. Fire that and you're at my mercy.
You asked for it, Dumont. I'll put a bullet in you with pleasure.
Now, Mr. Stacy, we're on equal terms. This is too make powerful weapon.
Dumont, look out for the railing. We'll go over the side. Look out. Mr. Dumont, Mr. Green Lama, you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, Bing Hao.
Oh, I was very afraid for you. I decided to find you. I know you need help. Mr. Randolph, pay me. You okay?
Seems that Mr. Howard Stacy can't swim, Lube. Throw him a line. He's harmless now.
Bing Hao, Mr. Green Lama. Oh, we're very brave. We heroes. We capture murderer. Lu Bing Hao, finish case. We run gun fast tower and putty.
And so there's your man, Colonel Smythe. Howard Stacy, would-be playboy, smuggler, and murderer.
Yes, highly irregular, Mr. Dumont. Highly irregular bringing this man here. He should have been taken to our major headquarters. Regulations, you know, huh? However, perhaps we can overlook that. Oh, I say. He is wet, isn't he, what?
Oh, him all wet many ways.
Very well, Mr. Dumont. We'll accept the prisoner, and naturally, Miss Randolph will be released. We appreciate your assistance, Mr. Dumont.
Thank you. Now, if you'd care to come along with me to Madame Ming's, we might look at a rather interesting pair of chopsticks.
Welcome back, Jethro. You returned to have tea with Jade Ming?
No, not this time. Perhaps we can have tea later. You know Colonel Smythe?
Oh, yes.
Of course, dear lady.
Jade Ming, you still have the chopsticks you bought from Rita Randolph?
Yes, of course.
I know you don't wish to part with them, but this time I'm afraid it's necessary. Here's my personal check to cover what you paid for them. May I have the chopsticks, please?
I can see that it is urgent, so it shall be as you wish. Here they are, Jethro.
Good. Now, I think we'll find that one end of each of these chopsticks will unscrew. There.
By Jove. Emerald. First, small emerald.
Yes, from looted Pekin. These emeralds are the reason why the chopsticks were worth $1 million.
That's amazing. Simply amazing.
How did you know about the jewels, Jethro?
Well, it was partly a guess. But also it was due to the fact that everyone took it for granted that the chopsticks had really belonged to Lu Nung Shangdi, and that they shared the curse he put on his possession.
Oh. And this is not true?
No. No, it isn't, Jade Ming. I looked up the list of possessions left by Lu Nung Shangdi in the illustrated description of ancient jade, the only authentic catalog of Chinese jade.
Oh, yes.
Shangdi left no jade chopsticks. Therefore, the only alternative was that the chopsticks concealed something. It occurred to me that the exporting business could also make an excellent screen for smuggling more valuable things into America.
Splendid. But what made you suspect this Stacy fellow?
Holbrook had to have a partner who murdered him. Mr. Stacy seemed so interested in the chopsticks. Then, after the attack on me here in Madame Ming's, I found a piece of line in the alley, most often found on yachts. And our Mr. Stacy was a yachtsman.
Absolutely amazing.
I think it is more than amazing. Jethro, why not stay a while and tell me all about it?
Perhaps later. When the duties of the Green Lama are finished, I can return.
Which means never. For even I know that the duties of the Green Lama will never be finished as long as there is injustice in the world.
Oh, my Lama, it is good to have you back from the China seas.
And it's good to be back, Tulku. It's truly written that home always beckons the traveler.
So it was said by the great Buddha himself. I thought perhaps you'd like to see the evening paper, my Lama.
Oh, thank you, Tulku. Oh, those no good nicks. Well, here's an interesting item dated from Hollywood, California. Listen, Tulku. The La Brea tar pits in Hollywood, long famous for having preserved the fossils of prehistoric animals, was today the source of another story. It is being rumored all over the glamour city that a live dinosaur has come out of the pits and is loose in Hollywood. Police and local papers are trying to stem the rising panic.
A dinosaur? But this is impossible, O Lama.
So is Hollywood, Tulku, but it exists. I think we'll look into this dinosaur. Tulku, file this story under the heading of The Last Dinosaur. Om Mani Padme Hum. The Green Lama strikes for justice.
The Green Lama, starring Paul Frees, is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Tonight's story is by Richard Foster and William Frood. Tilku is played by Ben Wright. Featured in the cast were Georgia Ellis, Paul McVeigh, Lillian Baya, Jack Crucian, Larry Dobkin, and Charles Russell. The special music is by Richard Arant. Next week, at this same time, the Green Lama faces an exciting adventure with The Last Dinosaur. Be with us when
The Green Lama strikes for justice.
Port of Vancouver, gateway to the Orient. Rough, tough Vancouver, whose waterfront presents an ever-changing panorama of mystery and violence. A constant challenge to such specialists in crimes of the sea as Don Gray, Marine Investigator.
My name is Don Gray. My business, marine investigation. And that means shaking hands with crime and disaster. But whenever there's low play on the waterfront, whenever there's a situation that doesn't have the honest smell of fish or lumber or grain, then it's Don Gray the interested parties hire to kick it around for them.
Province, News Herald, British crew mutiny on high seas. Son! Thank you, sir. Thanks, lady. Mutineers bring ship to Vancouver. Son, Province.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, sir. Mr. Garron?
That's right. I have an appointment with Mr. Gray.
Yes, sir. He's expecting you. This way, please. Mr. Garron is here, sir.
Oh.
Please go in.
Sit down, sir.
Thank you. This is quite a mess we have on our hands, Mr. Gray. The crew simply refused point blank to take her out.
I didn't figure you'd want them to. Aren't you laying charges?
As owner's agent, I advised the captain strongly against it. Our job is to get the ship on her way. You've been at sea yourself, Mr. Gray. You'll appreciate the point.
Appreciate it, all right. It's a poor policy, Mr. Garron, to require a captain to overlook mutiny.
Captain Cardale agrees with it in this case. The papers haven't got the full story. You see, the circumstances are unusual.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't outright mutiny. The men were too terrified to go on with the voyage.
Terrified?
Terrified. Of a ghost.
Mr. Garron, superstition dies hard at sea, sure, but when a ghost...
The trouble is, it's not only the rating. The mates, the engineers, the captain himself are half convinced.
Oh?
That's why they made little resistance to the men's demand.
Are they quitting too?
No, they'll carry on. If they can get a crew and a replacement for the second engineer.
Second? He quit?
He was buried at sea 3 days ago. He died violently in the bunkers. And according to them, by the hand of the Stanford's ghost.
I went down with Mr. Garron to see the captain of the Stanford. The ship lay at Evans Coleman Wharf. She was as ancient a tramp as I'd ever come across. She looked abandoned, with a starboard list leaning against the wharf like an elderly trollop. I had already learned she was carrying a load of coal to be found. Captain Cardale sat us down in his room and produced the inevitable drinks. He was a young man for command, no more than 30, and not very sure of himself. I said, "Your ship's an old-timer, Captain. Still coal burning?"
Still burning coal, yes.
Mm-hmm.
She's 42 years old.
You've seen many a port in that time. Yeah. Well, if you'll tell me about this ghost, Captain. Seems very real to the crew.
It sounds crazy, Mr. Gray, but oddly enough, there's something in it. When I was advised you were coming, I mustered some witnesses.
Uh-huh.
They're coming now. Come in, come in.
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Gray with Mr. Garham.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Gray is inquiring into the death of the second engineer. Sit down, wherever you can find room.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Gray, the first to hear the tappings was the cadet, Tom Wallace. It was the day after we left Comox, Vancouver Island.
That's where you loaded your cargo.
Yes. The tapping came from the main bunker hatch. The trimmers were still working the lower side bunkers. There could be nobody under the hatch unless he were trapped. Tom called the third officer. Go on, Mr. Dent.
Well, when I got to the hatch, I couldn't hear anything. We were in heavy weather at that time, and the tarpaulin was secured over it. I thought it must have been something loose that Wallace had heard. But I tapped on the hatch with my knuckles. Sure enough, an answering tap came back. Oh, that's funny, I said. How can anyone be trapped down there? Oh, I tried again. The same thing happened.
What time of day was it?
About 11 o'clock in the morning, sir.
So what did you do?
Well, sir, the only thing I could think of was a stowaway. So with the cadet, I knocked out the wedges and lifted the mattress cord. But there was nobody there. It was dark inside with the coal and all piled under the beams. But if anybody'd been tapping to get out, he'd have been there, wouldn't he?
I imagine. Unless he was nuts or very frightened stowaway.
We thought of that, Mr. Gray. We've never been able to find any evidence of a stowaway.
Okay, so what happened next?
Well, I closed the hatch again, and we didn't hear any more, so I thought nothing more of it. But that night, it began again. I could hear it from the bridge. The mate heard it, too, from his bunk.
Uh-huh.
I saw him come out on deck, so I went down. When the tapping stopped, I knocked again on the hatch. The tapping came back. Maybe the mate would like to tell you what happened then.
Okay, go ahead, Chief.
Well, I called the standby man, and we opened the hatch. There was nothing there. I gave the standby man a torch and told him to go in and look. He refused. He was scared. So I went in myself, but I couldn't see anything. And that's all.
Up until then, Mr. Gray, it was only puzzling. When they reported it to me in the morning, I shrugged it off. A rolling ship makes all sorts of sounds. But it continued intermittently through the second day and night. On the third day, the trimmers were working in the 'tween deck, uneasily, but working, trimming coal down to the lower bunker pockets. It was Wallace the cadet who witnessed the next incident. Go ahead, Wallace.
It was at 12 noon, sir. I was just getting ready to eat when I heard a sort of strangled howl outside my port. The starboard bunker pocket hatch is there, sir. I looked through, and there was Frame, the 12 to port trimmer, tumbling out of the hatch. His eyes were staring out of his head, and he was choking. He was gasping, "There's summit down there! Summit down there! Oh, God!" I rushed out, and then some of the others arrived.
Uh-huh. Yes, Captain?
We searched the bunkers. We couldn't find a thing. Very dark down there, of course, and we have no electric light. We used torches and hurricane lamps in groups. We even shifted some of the coal to get into the corners, without result. There was nothing but coal and the open trimming hatches leading to the lower bunker pockets, and they were empty. But the trimmers now flatly refused to go down. So the second engineer went down, to set an example sort of thing. The next thing we heard was a fearful scream. We rushed below. We found Mr. Bray at the bottom of the lower bunkers. He was dead.
How do you know he didn't just trip?
Well, there were marks showing where he had been dragged over the loose coal. And one of his shoes was still in the 'tween deck, 10 feet away from the trimming hatch. We found his torch, too, in the 'tween deck, and it hadn't been just dropped. It was smashed, as if he had thrown it with some force at something. Incidentally, he was the chief engineer's nephew.
Uh-huh. Tell me, you, Frame, we haven't heard from you yet. What scared you down there?
I don't rightly know. I don't know, sir, but sudden like my lamp goes out. Then something brushes against me. When I look up, all I see is terrible eyes. I didn't wait for anything else.
Look like animals' eyes?
They look like devil's eyes, sir.
I was figuring the possibility of a cougar maybe having gotten aboard at Comox. Cougars don't play knuckles on hatchboards.
I can assure you, Mr. Gray, the ship's been thoroughly searched. But nothing could get the hands down the bunkers again. We had to burn cargo from number 2 hold to get back here.
Pity you weren't able to keep the body, Captain. It might have given us an answer. By the time we left the ship, I had something to think about, and it wasn't ghosts. Garham was sweating and said,
Well, do you suppose there's anything we can do?
Yeah, Yeah, get another crew.
We've already asked for one. There isn't a local crew will sign. The word's got around.
Yeah. I'd say it's a good way to cripple competition. Fly a crew from the East Coast, then. And ask the skipper if I can sleep on his settee. A long time since I made a trip to Japan.
Let go of the tug, sir. Aye, aye.
Let go of the tug!
Pull ahead, sir. Pull ahead, sir.
It was next day we pulled out with an East Coast crew. Some of the original crew had come back, led by the cook. The cook, the donkeyman, a couple of ABs. We dropped the pilot at William Head and cleared the Strait of Juan de Fuca by morning. And so far, nothing had happened. And then, at 10 o'clock, it began.
Come in.
It started again, sir. The tapping. Main bunker hatch again.
No. Well, Mr. Gray?
Let's go down. I don't hear anything.
Just a moment. I'll tap on the hatch.
Well?
There's a door leading from there into the Fiddly, isn't there?
Yes.
Let's station someone there before we open the hatch.
All right. Mr. Vernon?
Yes, sir.
You better take the standby with you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's knock the wedges out. Just a minute.
Yes, sir. I want you to come with me and stand by the bunker tween deck door.
Oh, if 'tis that tapping again, sir. Oh, no, sir. I hope you realize what disobedience means, Bailey.
I should never have come back, sir. I thought maybe Vancouver would have broken the jinx. I thought maybe if 'twere a stowaway, you'd have gotten out by now. I can't go down there, sir.
All right, beat it. I'll go along myself, sir.
All right. Give a hand with the hatch, Bailey. Right. The top. Take the other end of the hatch board.
Okay, Captain. Hand me the flashlight. I'm going in. Beyond the thin light that came down from the hatch, it was as dark as the inside of a chimney. Coal was stacked up to within a couple of feet of the hatch covers, and a pinnacle sloping down to deck level. Then I noticed a faint glow from down below. It was a trimming hatch. In the lower bunker, 20 feet below, an almost naked trimmer was throwing coal into the stokehold. He was working in the light of a hurricane lamp. I considered whether he could have been doing the tapping. But there was no ladder at the hatch. It was designed strictly for trimming. I moved away and flashed my light around. Forward of the main hatch was a steel bulkhead. Abaft the hatch, the deck ran aft on each side of the fiddling engine room casing. I moved my light overhead. Nothing but beams and the underside of pocket hatches all secured. And a couple of ventilators plugged from inside. I tapped the plugs. They were wooden discs, a couple of feet in diameter. They were solid and fast. I moved aft. Both wings ended in solid steel bulkheads. There was only the door into the fiddly now. I opened it. Vernon, the mate, was standing outside on the fiddly gratings. He had a crowbar in his hands. He looked a bit tortured, as if he was braced to both fight and run. We went up through the fiddly, past the galley, and out on deck. It's good to breathe the fresh air again. I went over to the hatch. I said, might be an idea to leave the hatch open, Captain, and see what happens.
In this weather, she'll be taking seas any time. The weather report isn't good.
Okay. Close it down.
Bailey?
Yes, sir.
A minute. Before you draw the tarpaulin, let's try our own tapping again. Nothing doing. Okay, batten her down. Hold her now. Let's try again.
I should never have taken this ship out again. I tell you to a
That'll
downright...
do. Get on with the job. Finish the wedges. Well, what do you make of it, Mr. Gray?
Oh, I can see what you mean, Captain. You're going to have another mutiny on your hands if this goes on, even if nobody else is killed. We pulled a boner in taking any of the original crew back, Captain.
Frankly, I thought it was all over.
When do you have inspection, Captain? Sunday morning?
Yes.
I'd like you to make one this morning, Captain, at 11 o'clock. Quarters, storerooms, galley, and so on. Besides, I haven't met everybody yet. He sent for the chief engineer. His name was Bray, the same as the second, who died. And we started with the officers' quarters. Bray, the chief engineer, was a good-looking 40, dark complexion, but a supercilious, vain kind of a cookie. My guess was women had spoiled him. He was the kind of heel they fall for, anyhow. Seemed to suffer the round of inspection like it was a concession to a skipper's idiosyncrasy. We didn't inspect his own room. That was the skipper's concession to him. We looked in the galley. The cook and his mate were working on a pot of Irish stew and a load of sweat-rag duff. And I knew it was Thursday. On a limey tramp, you can tell the day of the week by the menu. I remarked to the cook, swell of you to come back.
I don't believe much in spooks, really, sir. Spirits? Yes, in a bottle.
It was a kind of a joke, but I figured at that he wasn't enjoying it. It was the kind of joke you hear when the ship's sinking and the lifeboats are smashed. We went on through the rest of the accommodation, the crew's quarters, the cramped and gloomy places. There were the usual pin-up girls. Over a bunk here and there, a picture of a wife. Or a girlfriend, maybe both. The chief engineer never came into the quarters. He held back at the door. You could almost see him holding his nose. But I got what I wanted, a general plan of the ship. I took the next plan from the bridge looking aft, a bird's eye view. Abaft the bunker hatch was the galley with warship's weather plates before the doors. Then the fiddly, the engine room casing, the boat deck, the mainmast, the poop, where the men were quartered. The ship was rolling now in a heavy sea, taking spray aboard. The canvas covers were on the ventilators. It was 8 bells, noon. I went down to dinner. It was then the next thing happened.
Captain, quick! There's a trimmer just sprung out of the pocket bunker hatch. He's fainting.
Which side?
Starboard side, sir.
What's the matter, man?
There's something down there. Something down there, Captain.
What? What do you mean? What's down there?
I don't know what it is, but it's breathing.
I think this is... Did you see anything?
Just a kind of shadow and eyes. Brushed against me.
Maybe you should get the chief engineer along, Captain. Didn't see him in at dinner. Anyhow, I guess it's his department.
Yes, I wonder where... One of you...
Oh, he's coming.
What's the trouble now?
Chief was in his boiler suit, a blue boiler suit, kind of dirty. He was wiping himself off with a sweat rag. At first, he seemed more amused than sinister. I asked him, "No dinner today, Chief?"
Oh, yes, when I'm ready, Mr. Gray. The engine room comes first.
Having trouble?
Yes, keeping the stokehold supplied with coal. Now, what's the matter with you, Tolfin?
We told him, and he turned back on the man.
Nothing but mass hysteria. Get down below and trim that coal before we have to stop the ship.
Now, sir, I refuse to go down them bunkers. That's flat.
Nearly all hands had gathered by this time, and their eyes and their mouths and their grim nods said there was going to be a first-class mutiny to get the ship back into port. The chief turned to the captain and shrugged.
Well, Captain, if you can't do anything with them, I'll have to get my engineers into the bunkers, that's all.
Then you'd better do that, until we get this thing resolved one way or another.
I'll make another search of the bunkers with you first, Chief. Ready?
When I've had my dinner, Mr. Gray, such as it is.
We didn't find anything. The new second engineer was working down there, trimming coal from the tween deck now into the lower bunker. He had the third with him. They were working in pairs. Down below in the stokehold, the firemen had doubled up to trim it from there to their fires. The fourth was tending the engine. I knew they couldn't stand this for long. I decided to take a turn myself and watch change. But at 3:30, I was just dozing off. I leapt for the door. I bumped the skipper on the way out.
In the name of heaven!
Below?
In the low bunker! I am the chief engineer!
What in heaven's name was he doing down there?
Believing the others for tea.
The crowd was staring silently. It was Bray, the chief engineer, all right. I looked at the trimming hatch 20 feet above us and back again. He was not only battered by his fall, his throat had been cut from ear to ear. Well, Skipper, I guess that's it. I hope you're well off the coast.
Off the coast? Yes, we're well off the coast.
Because when the fires die out, you'll be drifting. You'll get nobody near those bunkers now, even to take her back in.
I'd better radio for assistance. Coast Guard, perhaps. Navy?
If necessary. I want to take a look at Bray's room, go through his things. There's maybe a clue in the fact that the two victims were related. Let's go down. Take a look in the bunk drawer, Skipper. I'll go through his desk.
Yes.
There was the usual stuff. Log abstracts, requisitions, engine room catalogs, circulars, yellow with age. And then I opened a box. It contained snapshots. I riffled through them. They were all women. I said, take a look at this, Skipper.
Hey?
I figured him for a ladies' man, but it looks as if he could have taught Solomon a thing or two. Look at this one.
Yeah, it's quite a figure.
I wouldn't sneeze at her myself. And this. Who's this? Take a look.
Yes. Well?
Does it look familiar?
Well, no. Why should it look familiar? There's a name on the back. Terry Brown. With love, Terry Brown.
Anybody with that name aboard?
Nobody. No Browns aboard.
But there is an enlarged picture of the snap aboard. Think back to our inspection. You remember seeing it somewhere?
No. No, I must confess I can't.
I can't either. Remember where. Captain, we're going to make another inspection. We find that picture. There's got to be a tie-in.
What's that?
Nobody there.
No, but somebody has been. Somebody's been listening at the door. I didn't find the picture I was looking for. I knew it had been up in somebody's room, and it was no ghost that had taken it down. But there was nothing more I could do yet. The engine was still running, but the fires must have been getting low. The skipper himself was about petrified by now, especially when the tapping began again. It was 8 o'clock, dark. It was the third mate who called us to the hatch. He was sobbing with hysteria. Answer it, Skipper.
All right.
Keep it up, Skipper. Don't open the hatch. I'm going down through the fiddly. I kicked off my shoes, padded along and down the fiddly ladder. The tween-deck door was open, but something creaked as I slid through. I flung the beam of my light towards the main hatchway. I could have sworn something vanished as the light hit it. Then there was a movement of coal sliding down the heat. I moved the light on the whole area of the hatches. There was nothing there. I brought it down to the deck. The beam fell on a circular wooden cover. Ventilator plug. I sent the light upward again. There was plenty of room for a man inside the vent. I moved over and looked inside. Yeah, he could stand on the crosspiece and draw the plug in after him. But the canvas cover was still in the mouth of the vent. He'd have to cut his way up. I was trying to figure it when some more coal slithered. I doused the light and ducked. Yeah, it was a pretty lively ghost. All I could do now was ease back towards the door and hope I didn't slide down a trimming hatch in the dark. Near the door I stood, tried to wrap my ear. But all I could hear was the tentative knocking of the skipper on the hatch. I wasn't getting any answer. Now. And then, whatever it was on. I collapsed at the first touch deliberately. It lost balance. It scrambled away as I was recovering my own. And now I could see it. No body. Just some kind of a face with eyes glowing in the dark. I could hear it panting. My gun was in my hand. I didn't wait. I aimed between the eyes. The face disappeared with a body hurtling toward me. I put my light on it. It was human, all right. It wore a dark overall. His face was covered in a black mask. The other mask, a grotesque thing with luminous eyes and a bullet hole between them, was clutched in his hand. I pulled off the other mask. It was the cook.
he coming, Mr. Gray?
Up to putty.
Shall we give him another shot?
Wait a minute. Coming around a bit. He wasn't dead yet. We were trying to doctor him in the rat hole the ship called a hospital. I'd already been through his room and found the picture stashed away. He opened his eyes. Okay, Cook. Maybe it'll be easier for you to talk.
I don't mind now.
All right. Who is the gal?
My niece. I bring her up.
Terry Brown?
She was me sister's girl. She were orphaned in 1940. I give her everything I had.
So? What happened?
Bray, the chief engineer, came along. I didn't know him then. He ruined her.
Ruined her? How?
How? She took sick. Afterwards, she drowned herself. But she left his legs. So I watched me chance to ship with him.
Go on.
It was too bad he's never come down first by himself. But why shouldn't I get his never too, huh?
Did the chief engineer know who you were?
Not until I killed him. Then I told him in the bunkers. And then you had to find a picture.
So I had to be next. I wouldn't dope him anymore, Skipper. Even if it'd do him anything left for him here.
He must have been mad.
You figure? Don't you think you could ever get that fond of a niece, Skipper?
Well?
Let's go. There's nothing more we can do.
Don Gray, Marine Investigator, is a CBC Vancouver production written by Thomas Gilchrist, with Doug Haskins in the title role. In tonight's supporting cast were Lee Taylor as Captain Cardale, Walter Marsh as Garin, Alan Roughton as First Officer Vernon, Stan Jones as Chief Engineer Bray, Eric Vale as the cook, Juan Root as Third Officer Dent, Strowan Robertson as Stoker Telfin, Bud Slater as Cadet Wallace, Frank Vivian as the trimmer, Frame, and Roy Brinson as Able Seaman Bailey. Marine Investigator is directed by Raymond Whitehouse, with sound sequence by Ted Levesque and Frank Vivian. Control operator, Don Horn.
I hope you guys are enjoying the shows so far. It is now 3:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. So far we've had quite a few people on the stream. It looks like we are looking at almost 1,000 views so far. 152 people currently watching. Hello everybody, good morning. As we go into the last three shows of the live stream, we're going to be starting with The Snowmen from that adventure show High Adventure. High Adventure was billed as the Mutual Network's answer to Escape, which was a hugely successful adventure show. In this episode, four men are spending the winter in the North Country, looking to make money off of gold, furs, and anything else that they can acquire. They hear strange sounds in the woods one night, and they find a crashed airplane with several skeletons inside. They also find a bunch of jewels worth a fortune. They decide to try to make it back to civilization instead of waiting the winter out in their cabin, even though there are severe storms coming. As the miles and the weeks go by and the trip becomes harder, they start turning on each other, and I'm not going to say any more. Next after that is Contraband from Tarzan Lord of the Jungle. The show consisted of 4 separate serials between 1932 and 1953, this one being the final one. And even though this episode is part of a serial, it can still be enjoyed like all of them as a standalone story without knowing the previous ones. Tarzan is tasked by Captain Lawrence to help overcome a woman warlord who is inciting a rebellion in a neighboring nation's people and causing widespread killings. A long journey through the jungle leads to lots of adventures and the discovery that the natives are receiving contraband weapons from a war profiteer. And then our final show tonight is The Telltale Bullet from Challenge of the Yukon. This is the show as it existed before being changed to Sergeant Preston of the Yukon in September of 1950. Here in this 1943 episode, in the town of Blackhawk, the bank manager has stolen $15,000 and finds out that the auditor is coming to check the books. To avoid getting caught, he and his accomplice hire 2 men to rob the bank to cover up their crime. Sergeant Frank Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police and his lead sled dog Yukon King are tasked to track the 2 robbers down. Will they also uncover the true thief? We will find out. I just also wanted to thank everybody for watching again the live stream. Also, I'll let you know that on Sunday there's going to be a slightly different video coming out. I hope you'll enjoy it. It's something a little different than I've done before. And then on Tuesday, there will be, I believe, let me check here. On Tuesday there's going to be a video coming out that premieres at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then a week from now, next Friday, there will be another science fiction live stream. So hopefully you can tune in for those as well. All right, so without further ado, let's get back into the last 3 shows tonight, starting with The Snowmen, High Adventure.
Schulten, makers of Old Spice aftershave lotion for that top-of-the-world feeling after every shave, brings you the top of the world in action drama for men. High Adventure!
High adventure, friend. That's what we call it. And as long as you're here, sit down and be a new recruit to the High Adventure Society. If you like your stories strong and savage, your heroes He-Man and hard, then you're qualified and your membership chair will be waiting for you each week. To those of you in the know who've been around before, sit tight. On the agenda is The Snowmen, written and directed especially for High Adventure by Bob Monroe. It concerns 4 men deep in the North Country who gambled desperately for $1-million stakes. But suppose we let you follow it through yourself. For here to tell it is one of the 4 men, Big Bill Ortman. The Snowmen, a Northwood story of high adventure.
Some men seem to get along fine working the same job week after week, year after year. Others, like me, never seem to be able to stay in one place very long. I was on the road when I was 12, moving from place to place, learning as I went along. By this time, I've been a good many ways, seen a good many things. And I don't know which is better off, me or the man who stays put. But I know this, I'll never go north again. I'll give it to you just as it happened. I teamed up with Wally, Bert, and Slim one night at Wildman's Landing. Split 4 ways, furs, gold, uranium, whatever we made. We headed up Chinook country, past LeBlanc. When winter came, we decided to hole up in a bush pile and drop the supplies we needed. The snow was already heavy when we were working a ridge that day. Wally was out on the trap line, and we were just killing time till he got back.
Break this up a little, Slim.
Sure. Let me see some of that you just broke.
That's sandstone.
Let me have some anyway.
All right.
Boy, if it wasn't so cold, I'd be hot.
I told you it was sandstone.
I guess so.
Heck, why don't we just stick in a little dynamite and blow the whole ridge apart?
We got 1 case left. We're not going to break it.
Sure save a lot of work with the pick.
Use your hands, not your mouth, will you, Slim?
What the heck's the hurry?
We're going to dig. Let's get digging.
Here, you take the pick.
What's the matter? High pockets getting worn
We're
out?
going to burn all the time. Take it out on the rock.
What's eating you?
Not a thing. We're all going to do our share. You too.
I'll swing it. Give me the pick.
I'm doing my share, doing more than my share.
And don't try to be boss.
I'm not trying anything.
Nobody's boss.
This where you want, Bill?
Yeah.
Rock. More rocks.
That looks like something. You strike a seam?
Nah, I split a floater.
Hold it, Slim. Let's see.
Well?
Quit leaning on me, will you?
I reckon he's shooting.
A signal from the kid.
Let's get up the ridge. Had some luck with his traps, I guess.
I could use some fresh meat.
Yeah, or a good pelt.
He's over that way. Come on.
Got a bear, maybe.
Traps wouldn't hold one.
In the forest, near the break.
Sounds to me like it came from
Near
over
the
that
break, that's where it came from.
Yeah. He's made us come for no reason now.
Sure as heck would be funny if he got a bear by the tail and couldn't let
Shut
go
up,
with
Slim.
it.
Hold it.
Hey, Wally!
Come on.
Look what I found!
I hope it's something more than a jackrabbit.
What is it?
An airplane.
Sure is beat up.
Let's get a look at it.
I was going to string a new trap line through here when I thought the woods looked funny.
Shut up.
Been here a long time.
Yeah.
Bunch of skeletons inside. I thought I ought to sit
Help me
in
pull this stuff away, Bert.
Yeah.
Must have crashed mighty hard. Look at the way they're all jammed
Well,
in.
you going in or not, Bill?
Yeah.
I wonder how long it's been here.
Years, if you ask me. Look at the way that tree grew through
Bill.
that.
Yeah?
What do you think of this?
What is it?
You can keep your skeleton.
Uniform.
Well, what kind?
Hey, I recognize...
Nazi, that's a swastika. Nazi German.
Yeah.
There's something strange here. What would
Well,
Nazi
they didn't
officers...
get where they were going, that's one thing, sure.
No.
I guess they didn't know the war was over, huh?
Well, I'll be doggone.
What is it, Slim?
Come here.
What do you got?
I pulled open this suitcase. Ain't they pretty? Whole thing chock full of them. Ain't these diamonds?
Yes.
And look at here. What's these?
Emeralds, if they're real.
They're beautiful.
I think they are real.
Boy, wouldn't my old Sioux girl look pretty with some of these hung on her. She'd be so set
Let
up.
me have some of that stuff, Slim.
Sure.
Are they real?
That big one must be 4 carats.
Sure make a sight, don't they?
Are they real?
Yeah, they are.
They're mine. I was here first.
Now, hold on a minute. I found that suitcase.
I found the plane, didn't I? I found the
But
plane.
it was me who opened the suitcase.
They're mine.
You would have never found them if I
Shut
hadn't
up,
opened the...
both of you.
We made a strike.
I found them.
Bill, you know what junk like this is. Have we got something?
Yeah.
Is it worth much?
Yeah, it's worth something.
How much?
Well, I don't know.
Maybe $100?
More than that, I know.
$1,000?
You want to guess?
Yeah, just rough. How much?
Somewhere over $1 million, depending on the market.
Well, what do you know?
$1 million.
You sure?
I said I was, didn't I?
All right.
We split it 4 ways.
I found it. I ought to be having the
It's a
biggest...
strike. We agreed whatever it was, we split 4 ways. Any objections? We'll haul up in the cabin for the winter like we planned. Then in the spring,
In the
we'll get out
spring,
of
what
here.
do we have to stay for now? We each got $250,000.
It's too late to make the trek out. We'd never get there.
Reckon that's so, but it sure would be nice.
Bert's
to
been
get...
up in this country more than I have. Ask him.
We can make it out if we started now, couldn't we, Bert?
I wouldn't any more think of... Yeah. Yeah, we can make it.
Big snow's coming in any day. I'm not going to get caught
We
in
can
the
make
trail
it, I tell you.
Sure we can. We made our strike. Why stay up here if we don't have to?
Have you ever walked 1,000 miles on snowshoes at 30 below zero?
Well, I'm for trying it.
What?
I'd sure as I'd rather die in the snow than have you fellers cooped up in a cabin for 6 months together. I'd never know who slit my throat.
Slim's right, Bill.
Well, I want to get a
Shut
chance...
up, Wally. You got the picture, Bill? Already we've been fighting each other. You want to spend 6 months with Wally, Slim, and me, and wonder if you're going to wake up the next day with us splitting it 3 ways instead of 4? I don't want to.
You 3 go on. I'll come out next spring.
No.
Let him stay if he wants.
We're going to need all our supplies to get us out. We can't leave you enough to last you, so you don't stay. I say you're overruled. 3 against 1.
That the way you and Wally want it, Slim? All right. Let's get going.
The sooner the better.
Get ready for me, Texas. I'm coming.
Come on, Bill. Snap out of it. We're rich, man. We're rich.
Yeah, if we live to spend it.
Well, now, there you find 4 men who struck it rich with a vengeance. They each have $250,000 in diamonds and jewels. But the main problem is for them to get to a place where they can spend it. That means Big Bill, Wally, Slim, and Bert start out across 1,000 miles of ice and snow. And what happens along the trail is anybody's guess. But that's not unusual, friend, for this is the beginning of another high adventure.
According to our high adventure story, it seems it's easier to spend time than money. And sometimes it's a lot more profitable. So let's spend a profitable minute talking about good grooming. I don't mean just the Saturday night kind of grooming when a fella gets all slicked up for a big date. I mean the everyday attention to detail that means a really well-groomed man. The kind of man, in short, who uses Old Spice lotion every time he shaves. Once you've tried Old Spice lotion, the aftershave lotion, its bracing freshness will become a part of your daily life you'll never want to miss. Old Spice aftershave lotion is soothing, antiseptic, and healing to the skin. It instantly takes away uncomfortable razor burn and your skin feels smooth and cool. Old Spice Aftershave Lotion has a clean, fresh, masculine scent that men prefer. Yes, everywhere you go, you'll find that men who appreciate real quality, men who know the value of good grooming, say, I use Old Spice Lotion every time I shave.
And now back to the Snowmen. Big Bill Ortman's Northwood story of high adventure.
Back at the cabin, we divided up the diamonds and jewelry as nearly into 4 equal parts as we knew how. Slim cut up some canvas and sewed 4 bags, one for each of us to carry his share of the strike. Then we packed our rolls and started across the snow. Bert led the way because he knew the territory better than the rest of us. It was going to be a hard enough trek without getting lost. The weather was good to us the first week, with only light snow and temperature not much below zero. It was a hard pace Bert set, and nobody talked much during the day. At night, we'd eat sourdough meals and roll in around the fire.
Boy, will my Sioux girl be glad to see me. I show her all them diamonds, she'll never let me go.
She let you go before.
Yeah, but I couldn't buy her no pretty things then.
She'll want you to marry her. That's what they all want.
Listen to the big man with women.
Yeah.
Well, they do.
I told old Sue I was going north to make my fortune, and she said, don't come back till you do. Well, I got my fortune. I'm coming back.
The government doesn't take it away from you.
Yeah, you're going to have to pay income taxes now, Slim.
Heck, I'll tell them an uncle left it to me. I got so many uncles, they won't know the difference.
Then you'll have to pay inheritance taxes.
I'll figure away.
I wonder how they got there. Who? Those fellows in the airplane.
They crashed. Anybody could see that.
It's simple.
All right, you tell us.
Airplanes crash all the time. Nobody finds them.
That's not what I mean.
Been there for years, hadn't it?
I had a hard time seeing it was covered with brush. I was right
There
on
were
it before
no
I could-
search parties even for this baby. Why? Because nobody knew it was coming, so nobody knew it crashed.
I don't get it.
Yeah, you're too dumb to. A plane load of German Nazis flying somewhere with a suitcase
They
full
were
of-
running out. They were losing the war, so they grabbed what they could and they ran.
Oh, shut up.
That sounds like what could have happened.
That's what did happen.
Nazi big shots. Getting out while they could.
I wonder who they were.
Well, I'm sure as heck not going back to find out.
When we get out, we can tell the government. One of
You're
them
not
might...
going to tell anybody.
I don't see any reason...
You're not going to tell anybody about it. None of us are going to talk about it. You want to keep what you got?
He's right. You got to be careful. They'll confiscate the stuff and we won't get a penny.
We ought to get
We
some of
don't
it.
take the chance. We don't talk.
I'm going to get the sack. Get off my bedroll, Slim.
I'm not on it.
This one's mine.
I ought to know. I carried it.
Get off.
That's yours, the other side of the fire.
I want to go to sleep.
Go on, I'm not stopping you.
May look like yours, but it's mine.
I always sleep with my head...
Are you going to get off?
I ain't going to get off what's mine.
I want to go to sleep.
Quit pushing me.
Go get your own.
You can't do that.
I did it.
Got me all full of snow.
So bad.
Now you're going to get off. Yeah. Think you're so big.
You want some more? Get up.
You've been asking for
Drop
it.
the knife, Slim.
I'll cut you wide
Let
open.
him come. Let him come. A good 45.
You think
Slug
you
him.
can scare me? You
Come
got
at me with a knife and I'll let you have it. So help me, I'll let you have it.
All right, can it, both of you. What difference does it make whose role it is? They're all the same.
Big guys always think they can push folks around.
You shouldn't have pulled a knife on
Shut up, Wally. Let's get some sleep.
Go on. Take which one you want.
I don't care. Don't make no difference.
Make up your mind.
Wally, get some more wood in the fire.
It's got enough now.
It'll go out before morning.
Why do I always have to do it?
Because you can't do anything else.
Oh, I can.
Oh, I'll do it.
Well, you gotta sleep to live. I want to live to spend all my strike.
What's that?
Coyote, maybe.
Wolf. Yeah, haven't seen him up this way for years. It's a wolf, all right.
Well, he won't bother us as long as we're together. It'll be rough going if that snow gets heavier. Sure we're going in the right direction, Bert?
Leave it to me, will you? I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, maybe you do. Bert. Wally, Slim, time to roll out.
Leave me alone, will you?
Let's get up, fix some grub, and get moving.
Oh, it's a hurry.
Listen.
Oh, what?
Feel it?
What's the matter now?
It's out northwest, all right.
Wind?
Yeah.
It's not snowing.
It will be, like you never felt snow before.
When it does, we want to be on our way as far as we can get.
Roll Slim out, Wally.
Why do I
Work
always...
him up.
All right, all right.
I'll fix up the fire.
Where's the coffee?
And the other pack.
Come on, you lazy bum. Wake up.
Oh, that Wally drives me nuts.
Good for the little stuff.
I guess so.
Bill, Bert,
What's the matter? You're not man enough to wake him?
come here. Come here.
What is it now?
Can't you get him up?
Look. He's dead, you see? He's dead.
Yeah.
His own knife in his chest.
Cold. Must have got it sometime during the night.
With his own knife.
Who killed him? Who did it? Oh, what's the matter? I don't think there was anybody near us for at least 100... Don't look at me. I didn't do it.
Where's his bag of stuff?
Must be under him. Help me lift him up.
I didn't do it.
There it is.
I got it.
Well, what do we do with it?
Split it up.
Why not?
You gotta give me my share.
Shut up, we will.
Now we each get a third.
First, let's get one thing straight.
What?
Now we know just where we stand.
Go on.
What do you mean?
Slim didn't stick that knife in his own chest, and he didn't fall on it. One of us doesn't mind a little killing.
I didn't do it.
You, Bert, or Wally here figured they'd rather have a third than a fourth.
Or you. You could have done it.
You fought with Slim last night.
Bert, give me the shells out of your gun.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll need
Give them
those.
to me.
All right.
All right, Wally, you next.
I don't have any gun.
The little automatic you carry inside your jacket.
How did you
Give
know
it to me.
I don't like it.
How about yours?
Yes. How about your rifle?
You watch. Now, let's see any of us find a bullet for his gun.
I'll never find him in the snow the way you threw him.
It's dangerous. What if we need a gun for...
It's a good deal more dangerous for a killer to have a loaded gun in his hand.
I didn't do it.
Well, you shut up. You're always whining.
All right, let's get Slim buried. Don't want the wolves eating on him. Then we're moving, and we're keeping on moving. It's safer that way.
Can't stand too much of this.
Oh, you gotta keep moving.
Ought to be getting into the blank soon.
Not for a couple of days yet.
The way I figure it, we should get there in a day or tomorrow.
Oh, what's the matter? You getting tired?
I can make it. It's Wally.
What's the matter with him?
Been dropping back.
Well, let him.
If you take a slower
If he
pace...
can't keep up, let him come along by himself.
You can't do that.
Let
He'll
him take
die.
care of himself. If he's weak, that's his business.
Hold up until he comes along.
Nothing doing.
He's lost us. Slowing us hard.
Now, that's his tough luck.
I'm going back and find him.
Go ahead. Go ahead and help a dumb waste. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. Wait.
Can't be far back.
Wait. Don't you think you can put one over on me, huh?
Man's covering up fast.
Well, if you're going back, you're going to take me.
Keep walking then.
Smart guy.
Help me watch the trail. Snow's covering
Why
it.
don't you get it all for yourself?
What?
I'll go back for $250,000, too.
Ah, you don't make sense.
Make plenty of sense, smart guy.
There he is.
Oh, they call me a mama's boy. My heart's all right.
Come on, kid. Get up.
I'll show him. I'll go be a man. Be like other men. Nobody can take care of me.
You can't lie down, kid. It's too cold. You'll freeze.
I'm all right, Bill. I can make... Let go of that.
Bert, he won't be needing it.
Give it to me.
Give it back, Bert.
So you can get it.
You're not going to take my bag of money. You're not.
Shut up.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
It fainted.
Wally.
Let him lay. Come on, we got to keep moving.
Come on, Wally. Snap out of it. You'll freeze in 5
Let
minutes.
him lay.
Yeah, I guess I will. He's dead.
Not so quick.
Must have had a stroke. Too much effort. I don't know. So that makes 2 of us. 50-50 split. Right down.
Now, can you hear me, Big Bill? No 50-50 split. No split at all. First, you're... Now, that makes 4. You hear me, Big Bill? I got all 4. No split. $1,000,000. Now, I'll get your boots off so you can't follow me. Not that you could find your way out. I've been leading you around in circles for 2 days, but you wouldn't wear out. You wouldn't get tired. Why, you need me to hit you again? Gun butt's good and hard. It's harder than your skull. I've been up here for years trying to hit a strike, and when I do, you think I'm going to split it with 3 greenhorns? Yeah, sure I will.
Bert.
Come on. Try to follow and freeze your feet.
I'll get you.
Sure. You keep going around in circles. The snow will cover my trail, then you'll lay down and sleep.
I'll get you.
If you can catch me. Lay down and sleep.
I'll get you, Bert. I'll get you. I'll get you.
Well, I certainly didn't give you a wrong steer, did I, members? How would you like to be hit over the head in sub-zero blizzard 100 miles from nowhere, stripped of your boots and left to lay down and sleep? How does it end? Well, we'll find out. But we're sure of this. Big Bill Ortman is telling us the kind of story that can only be called high adventure.
Just before we head into our rugged high adventure finish, let me tell you about a perfect finish. If any of you men don't know what a grand feeling it is to finish off your morning shave with Old Spice aftershave lotion, you're missing something, because Old Spice lotion is the perfect finish for a shave. You'll find its skin-tingling freshness will make you feel wide awake and ready for the day. Old Spice aftershave lotion has a convenient dispensing top, and the handsome ship-decorated bottles are a pleasure for a man to see and to use. And here's an important extra. The Old Spice aftershave lotion stopper has an exclusive leak-proof feature which makes it ideal for traveling. Try Old Spice lotion tomorrow morning and be sure of a perfect shave every time you shave.
And now for the climax of The Snowmen, as told by Big Bill Ortman, his story of high adventure.
I must have passed out again from the blow Bert hit me on the head. When I came out of it, my feet were cold. Then I remembered Bert, and I wasn't tired anymore, and the fire in my chest made me forget the cold. I was going to get him. Bert had made a mistake. He'd taken my boots, but he didn't think about Wally. The kid's boots were tight, but I got them on, covered his body with snow, and picked up Bert's trail just as the snow was covering it. He'd be moving fast, but those 4 bags were heavy. He was packing them, and I wasn't. Luck was with me. The snow stopped near the end of the day, so I didn't have any trouble tracking him. At the end of the second day, I saw him in the distance, a black dot against the snow. I think he saw me, too, because he tried to move faster. The next day, I caught him by a frozen lake. The ice was jagged where an avalanche had broken through.
Well? What a deal, huh? 50-50. I got a minute. Keep after me. I'll club you with a rifle again. You hear? Okay for a deal? Okay for a deal, Bill?
No deal.
50-50.
No deal.
Half $500,000 apiece. That's plenty for each of us. And live big the rest of our lives. All right?
I don't want...
I didn't fix you good enough, huh? Maybe this time...
Don't try it.
What?
Don't try it, Bert.
Where'd you get that knife?
You keep forgetting about your pardon.
I told you I'd give you half.
Slim gave me the knife. I pulled it out of his chest and kept it.
Look, you're a hard guy like me, Bill.
Slim gave me the knife and Wally gave me the boots.
You're crazy.
Share and share alike. That was the deal when we teamed up at Wildman's Landing. That's what Wally and Slim want.
Sure. But now that Slim and Wally are dead...
Share and share alike.
Sure.
Slim and Wally are dead. Share and share alike.
I don't get what you mean, Bill.
You will.
All right. Come on. Come on, follow me across the lake. But you're not going to get nothing. You're not going to get nothing.
I'm going to get you.
When it snows again, you'll miss my trail.
I got 2 partners to help me.
You'll miss my trail. And you'll go around in circles until you... Hey! Hold on! Bill! Bill, give me a hand! Bill! Bill, the water is freezing.
Walked on thin ice too often, huh?
I can't keep myself up. Will the ice breaks off?
I'm going to let you die.
You can have all of it. The whole $1,000,000. Bill, give me a hand.
I don't know.
Look at my back. It'll come down with me. The whole $1,000,000. Give me a chance. Give me a chance, Bill. Give me a chance.
All right. All right. Hang on. Gotta get you back. Freezing.
No, you don't.
Gotta keep you from freezing. Gotta keep...
Not cold. You're not gonna get it.
Roll over.
Slim was sneaking around, trying to take my share, but I got him. I got him good.
Bird.
Him sneaking around when we were sleeping, but I got him.
Bird, how far is the nearest settlement?
What?
Gotta get you there fast.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Which way do we go?
I can make it.
I'll help you.
Let go, I can make
Which way?
South. Southwest.
Can't stay here. Gotta keep moving.
Let me rest for a minute.
You want to feed the wolves?
Wolves? No.
Come on.
I gotta rest.
Gonna keep walking.
Let go. I'm not gonna get them. All mine.
Go on. Keep walking.
Not gonna get them.
Hang on my shoulder. Gotta keep walking. Keep walking.
How do you feel today, Osmond? Better?
Yeah, I guess so, Doc.
You'll be as good as new in a few weeks.
Bert's dead, huh?
He was dead when the bush pilot spotted you and picked you up. Immersion in water at those temperatures is almost always fatal. Within minutes, unless immediate medical attention is given. You were yelling at the wolves and dragging his body through the snow when you were found.
Out of my head, was I?
Oh, something like that. Oh, by the way, there were 4 bags of pebbles in your partner's pack. What do you want us to do with them?
I don't care. Turn them over to the government. Pebbles?
Yes, we thought they might be ore samples, but analysis did...
Pebbles? Those aren't pebbles. That's $1 million in jewels.
Oh, you must have had a hard time, Watson. There's nothing but pebbles and bits of rocks in the bags. I'll have the nurse give you another sedative so that...
In all 4 bags? Nothing but rock?
All 4 bags full of it, yes.
Made a switch. Bert? No. He was sure he had it. Wally could have.
We'll give you something to rest.
Slim. Bert said he was sneaking around. Slim. Easy going, Slim. Smarter than all of us. And we buried his pack with him somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. I don't know where.
Right back with what? I'll get a sedative for you.
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Now, you relax. If the man was ever shot clean through with luck, you're it.
Luck?
Well, if there hadn't been a clear day, that bush pilot would never have spotted you. You'd still be walking out there. Or probably would not be doing anything more at all.
Lay down and sleep, huh?
Exactly. If they hadn't been able to land and fly you in, we couldn't have saved your legs. You and your 3 partners were crazy to try to walk out this time of year.
Yeah. We were crazy.
You couldn't pay me $1 million to try a hike like that.
What?
I said you couldn't pay me $1 million to do what you did.
That's what I'm trying to figure.
Well, I don't understand. What are you trying to figure?
Look out the window.
Yes?
You see the kids playing in the yard?
Oh, yes?
They're making snowmen. And they throw at them and break them up.
It's a child's game.
But what's their price for making them?
Price?
Would you make snowmen for $1 million, Doc? Me? I don't know. I still don't know.
The Snowmen, Big Bill Ortman's Northwood story of high adventure. And thank you, Bill. We'll place it in the archives of the High Adventure Society, marked S for Savage, and hold it for future publication. Let's get a little heat in here. I feel cold. Anyway, I'm sure you'd like to know the names of the folks who gave you that fine performance. In the leading role was Don Douglas, with John Larkin, Joe Helgeson, and Jack Orison. Our High Adventure Orchestra was, of course, conducted by Lou Davies. And next week, friends and members, High Adventure is proud to present one of the strangest stories we've ever found. Return Match, which concerns a man who was charged with a murder he didn't commit and had to face death in order to prove he didn't. So until next week, this is your presiding officer saying, it's all around you. Whatever you do, wherever you go. Only we call it High Adventure.
From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Contraband.
Unlike other continents, Africa is poor in islands. With over 16,000 miles of coastline, it has only a half dozen islands large enough to earn a place on the map. And thus, even a small coral islet like San Lorenzo, which is too small to appear in atlases and geography books, has great military importance. The woman knew its importance. The woman who stood in the public square of San Lorenzo's capital, her dark eyes flashing, her flowing hair tossing, her slim body swaying hypnotically as she incited the natives to riot.
Why should you work in the fields all day? Why should you slave for the Europeans from one year's end to the next? Why should you grovel beneath a foreigner's heels?
Are you not foreigner, Ta?
I am one of you.
Your skin whiter than ours.
The blood of many races flows in my veins. It is true, my skin is whiter, but my heart belongs only with the people of San Lorenzo.
You not talk like rest of us, Tom.
My speech has been changed by schooling in distant lands, but my education shall be a weapon to free you from the bonds of slavery. We shall band together. We shall kill every foreigner on the island. We will take over the wharfs and the warehouses, the governmental buildings, the hospital, the prison. We shall free the prisoners. We shall free all whom the whites have enslaved.
We run government.
We kill all white men.
We shall reclaim San Lorenzo for its people, and Ta shall lead you.
We follow you, Ta.
You our leader.
And so began the bloody revolution of San Lorenzo. Despite the fanatical zeal of Ta and her followers, the natives were not able to take over the government in one quick stroke. Instead, the war continued for many months, growing in savagery and intensity with each day. Even the governmental police from the mainland seemed powerless to stop it. And after a raid that resulted in the death of more than a dozen of the police, Captain Lawrence was detached from his unit for a special mission. It took him to the mainland, along the jungle coast, and to a crude cabin that stood in a small clearing.
I say there, are you at home, Tarzan? Would be my luck to travel all this distance.
I don't believe he's home.
Tarzan, you just took 3 years off my life. You have to sneak up on a man like a panther stalking its prey.
I did not mean to frighten you, but I caught the scent of man a few moments ago, and I decided to hide in that clump of trees over there until I learned the identity of my caller.
Well, I'm glad we're friends. I should hate to be an enemy coming to call on you.
You are a friend indeed, Captain Lawrence. Shall we go inside?
Oh, thank you.
Perhaps I shouldn't be so friendly. The last time you made your way to this cabin, it was to arrest me.
Well, I'm happy that the charges proved completely groundless. Tarzan, this time I come to appeal for help.
The government wants my help? In what way?
The people of San Lorenzo are in revolt. They've killed close to 100 Europeans and Englishmen, and almost a score of police.
You hold no elections there. Perhaps revolution is their only method of changing a government they find unfavorable.
My government has long been willing to grant them their freedom, but we feel that the group now leading the revolt would not work for the best interests of the natives, or for world peace.
What makes you think that?
Well, their leader is a woman. She lived in Europe for some years, was educated there. Her reputation was most unsavory, and she was the intimate of those who preach world revolution. Although she was born on San Lorenzo, her ways are not those of the people, nor are her goals theirs.
One seldom knows a woman's aims. What do you think hers are?
She has long been the confidant of a war profiteer, a despicable character by the name of Ali Astigar. It is known that they were in close association before she decided to return home to San Lorenzo.
But what does that prove?
Astigar is in the employ of powers who begin revolutions in many strategic countries. The revolution in San Lorenzo started the day after her return.
I see.
She has gained great power over the natives. They look upon her as some sort of a goddess. Only the influence of someone also looked upon as a deity can overcome her influence.
Someone who's looked upon as a deity? Surely you do not think I hold the position of a god.
The Lord of the Jungle? It is more than a title of respect, Tarzan. Even on the island, your name is enough to make a native think twice before joining Ta and her followers.
Ta? That is the woman's name?
Oh, she has used many aliases in the past. I don't know where she got this one.
Ta is a native word. It means lamp.
A lamp, eh? A lamp that leads the natives to death and destruction. And Tarzan, only you can stem this tide of killing.
The equatorial rain had come quickly, and rivulets of water ran down the faces of Tarzan and Captain Lawrence as they broke through dense jungle growth on their way to Lagos, disembarking point for San Lorenzo, scene of the bloodiest revolution of modern times.
If this rain keeps up, they can sail the steamer right into the jungle to pick us up.
I think it will stop before morning.
Well, I hope so. Every day's delay means more deaths on the island. If only we knew where the natives were getting their guns and ammunition.
Guns and ammunition? You didn't mention that before. I assumed they were using knives and spears and other native weapons.
No, it's guns this time. I told you there were outside influences at work.
Oh. For the first time, I'm really convinced. Could you travel faster, Captain Lawrence?
I'm afraid not. I can't take this moist heat the way you can, Tarzan.
Perhaps we'd better rest until morning. I dislike traveling in this strong rain anyway.
You? I thought you were impervious to the elements.
It's difficult to catch the scent of any enemy with the wind and the rain beating down.
Any enemy who ventured out on a night like this...
Drop to the ground.
Someone's firing at us. Tarzan, you better get down, too.
Not until I find out who's trying to kill us.
As Tarzan sped in the direction from which the bullets had come, a dark figure leaped from behind a protecting rock and fled into the night, fear giving his footsteps great speed. Still, he was no match for Tarzan, and as the Lord of the Jungle gained on him, he turned to fire. He raised his gun to his shoulder, leveled the barrel straight at Tarzan's chest, curled his finger around the trigger, and fired. At almost the exact moment, Tarzan took a diving tackle at his assailant's legs. The shot went wild, the gun dropped, and the two rolled over and over in savage battle.
No break arm.
Stop struggling, man.
Listo. Not break arm.
Put your hands behind you and stand up.
I say, Tarzan, are you all right?
Yes, Captain Lawrence. Would you mind picking up that gun over there while I tie the hands of our friend here?
Not tie hands. Me not make more trouble.
Go ahead and tie his hands, Tarzan. He can't afford taking another chance. And at least it looks as though the rain's letting up a bit.
Why did you attempt to kill us?
Not try kill you. Only try kill enemy people of San Lorenzo.
Ah, so you've been following Captain Lawrence. For how long?
Since day he leave island. Only me lose trail 3 times. Not find him till tonight.
Hey, this is a first-class gun he has here. Don't recognize the make, though.
Let me see it. The stock's ornamented with scroll work in silver.
Yes, I noticed it. Rather a strange design. Beautiful, though.
Captain Lawrence, did you see any guns of this type in the battles on San Lorenzo?
We didn't capture any of their arms. Say, is this native from San Lorenzo? Are you?
Me not say. Not tell anything. You enemy.
The gun does his talking for him, and in more ways than one. This gun comes from somewhere near Tunis. It was transported across the Libyan desert and then brought through the jungle to the coast.
Along with others for the rebels of San Lorenzo?
Exactly.
Well, how can you know all that by looking at the gun?
The ornamentation on the stock could have been made only by a Berber. Probably one near Tunis, since otherwise the guns for San Lorenzo would not have been transported across the desert.
We not bring guns across desert.
You lie. No amount of cleaning and polishing can ever remove the fine desert sand from the seam between the metal and the wood. Yes, a Berber made the gun, probably under the guidance of a warlike Bedouin who also possessed knowledge of transporting arms across the grueling desert of Libya.
You're amazing, Tarzan. And I guess we'd better be getting along. What do you think we should do with our prisoner here?
Keep him bound. Watch him. Or take him with you. You may need a hostage to protect your life.
You speak as though you are going to be with me.
I shall meet you on the Isle of San Lorenzo. First, I must find out where the guns and ammunition originate.
Yes. If we could cut off the supply of arms, the revolution wouldn't last long.
Exactly. And I have more confidence in myself as a detective than as a deity.
It was a long and a difficult trip to the land of the Berbers, and the task of narrowing down the silversmith who had worked on the guns was even more difficult than the trip. But Tarzan's years of jungle training had taught him to ignore not even the tiniest of clues. A steel shaving, a grain of silver dust, 100 other tiny clues finally led him to a silver shop in a small native town near Tunis.
Greetings to the man of the jungle.
My greetings to you, Silversmith. I always admire a fine craftsman, and I hear you are most skilled in your trade.
I do my humble best. Wouldst you have me fashion an armlet for thee? Or perhaps a filigreed pendant to give as a gift to the light of your life?
No, I had hoped that perhaps you could adorn a gun with the rich product of your craft.
A gun? Silver ornamentation upon a gun?
Have you never done such work?
By Eula, I have never heard of such a practice. Have you the gun you wish adorned with you?
I thought perhaps you could supply it. I would pay well.
In my store and in the simple workshop behind it, there is aught but a few scraps of silver and gold with which to make baubles. I am not a gunsmith.
Your shop looks exceedingly empty of baubles as well as of guns.
My poor stock of merchandise is completely gone at the moment.
I noticed the large bales outside your shop. Someone purchased your entire stock?
Yes, that is it. A buyer from one of the great marts of the world so admired my work that he bought everything I had. He has prepared it for shipment.
He must prize it highly. The bales are well padded on the outside.
Were you examining that which did not concern you?
I looked only so I might determine whether the shipment was destined for the desert. You see, I am an experienced guide. And were your purchaser desirous of crossing the desert and then perhaps the jungle in order to reach the sea, I might be of service.
Wait here. My poor memory just recalled some silver I left upon my stove in the workshop.
I shouldn't want you to neglect your work on my account.
I shall return immediately, Effendi. Do not go away.
I have no intention of leaving. Your reputation is so great.
Ali Astagar, there is a Nazrani within my shop who asks strange questions.
About my bales of merchandise, perhaps?
Yes. He entered the shop and started inquiring about...
About guns?
Yes.
He stands 6 feet or more in height, perhaps. Has a slight scar upon his forehead and dresses like a jungle native. It has the skin of a white man.
Truly, Ali Astagar, you have the wisdom of 1,000 men.
I have the cooperation of a clever woman by the name of Ta. Her native followers are now legion, and her spies are everywhere, both on the island of San Lorenca and on the mainland.
She told you of this stranger?
I have been expecting him.
He has offered to act as a guide for your caravan.
I was not prepared for that good fortune. Return to the front of your shop and assure him that you can arrange for his employment as a guide.
But he is a man of great stature and fearful strength.
The stature of a man is unimportant when he lies helpless on the sand. And even a man of great strength finds survival difficult when he is attacked suddenly and left in the desert to die of thirst.
In just a moment, we shall learn Tarzan's fate at the hands of the clever Ali Astagar. The grueling sun was reflected on the sand, and the heat was oppressive as the caravan slowly wended its way across the parched desert of Libya. A long line of well-laden camels trudged slowly, despite the urgings of the Bedouin camel drivers. And at the head of the caravan, astride muscular dromedaries, rode Ali Astagar and his guide, Tarzan.
The sun beats hot upon our heads. I shall welcome the passing of the day.
Had you followed my advice, we might have reached the shelter of the jungle by now.
I prefer the longer route. This way we shall enter the jungle near Gilfolan.
But there are no trails through the jungle from Gilfolan. Everyone else who travels in the direction of Lagos keeps to the elephant trails as much as possible.
I wish to avoid the trails. At Gilfolan, we will be met by native bearers I can trust. I want no one to know of my shipments.
Are the silver ornaments we transport that important?
We are not carrying silver ornaments. Surely that does not come as a great surprise to you?
No, it doesn't. Particularly since I have found that the man who represented himself as a silversmith is your personal servant. But I am surprised to hear you admit that the cargo does not consist of silver.
I never meant to deceive you, Tarzan.
You know my name?
Of course. And I know that you are a friend to all of Africa's natives. To you, I can confide the real contents of the bales.
You are most kind, Ali Astagar. What do the bales contain?
Medicine, bandages, antiseptics, and anesthetics for the poor wounded natives of San Lorenca.
Medical supplies?
There are certain foreign powers who would lead you to believe I transport contraband shipments of ammunition and guns. They have their reasons for giving out this false information.
Frankly, I believed what I was told. I traced a gun to that silversmith's shop where you made your headquarters.
You are most clever. You must have traced one of the 2 guns I had made. They were given to the natives who guarded the last shipment of medical supplies.
But why should Captain Lawrence lie to me about such a matter?
Tarzan, he represents a government that is loath to give up its island colony. There are some who would gladly lie to their own parents in order to protect their selfish interests.
I've often found man to be deceitful, but I was sure I could accept the word of Captain Lawrence.
Would you believe me if I stopped the caravan right here and permitted you to open and inspect any bale in the caravan?
You would do that?
Gladly. In fact, I insist on it, so that you may learn to respect the word of Ali Astagar. Shams!
Yes, master.
Have the caravan stop. Permit Tarzan to open any bale he selects.
I could have sworn the bales contained arms.
The mind accepts what the heart dictates. Minds are often courts that judge before trial.
Yes. Yes, that is true. I had you marked as a villain before our paths crossed. Forgive me, Ali Astagar, and bid the caravan move on. I accept your word.
No, I shall not let you accept my word. I insist you open a bale. Do it yourself. Be convinced. Come, I shall dismount with you.
I feel as though I were causing you much needless trouble.
If there is a fault, it lies with me. Go ahead, select a bale.
All right, I'll take the nearest one. The one on that dromedary, right there.
Shams, Harun, Baba, take down the packet from the camel's back. Kamar, Majid, help them. At least I can be thankful that I have cohorts in Lagos who know that my mission is one of mercy. My shipments are speeded to the island from that point.
Here is bail, Sahib.
No, I would not cut the rope, Tarzan. We do have to tie it up again before we proceed.
That was an instinctive gesture.
The clumsy fools turned it with knots on the underside. Shams!
I can reach the large knot if I kneel down. Yes, now I can...
No! Enough! Stop! You need not waste further blows. He is quite unconscious.
Harun, Baba, fasten the bail on the camel's back.
And hurry. We must remount and ride as the wind. And by the time we enter the jungle, its lord will be quite dead of exposure and thirst.
As evening came, Tarzan regained consciousness, got to his feet, and staggered in the hopeless direction of the jungle. High overhead, carrion birds hovered expectantly. But neither the birds of prey nor the clever Aliastigar had been able to estimate the almost superhuman strength and endurance of Tarzan. He seemed to grow stronger instead of weaker with each passing mile. And by dawn the next morning, he had reached a small waterhole. Within a few days, he had crossed the jungle and secured a small boat to reach the Isle of San Lorenzo, the bristling fortress now commanded by Captain Lawrence.
You've had another miraculous escape, Tarzan.
I suffered greatly. Perhaps it was my punishment for having doubted the word of a friend.
Astigar speaks with a crafty tongue. I hardly blame you doubting me.
I blame myself, for by this time fresh ammunition and guns have reached the rebels.
I don't know. There have been no new attacks during the past several days. We can only conclude that they must be out of ammunition.
Oh, then perhaps I shall be relatively safe as I proceed into the tangled forest surrounding their island stronghold.
You intend going into the interior? But you may fall into the hands of Tar, some of her fanatical followers.
I shall have to take my chances, even with them.
Jumbo, Morocco.
Jumbo, you relieve Morocco as sentry.
Nadio, you go back camp.
Santa, his big war Shaoli there.
Tomorrow we hold Shaori in capital of white men. Then we...
Drop your gun.
Nadio, we drop gun.
Why, you're the same native who made an attempt on our lives in the jungle. But I thought Captain Lawrence still held you prisoner. You escaped?
Captain Lawrence say, me free, go home. Not back war camp of Ta.
And so you promised and then came straight to the camp.
Ta say lie to white man not count. It's not crime lie. Kill oppressor.
Oppressors? Oh, believe me, you have been misled.
Not misled. It's true.
Do you not accept the word of Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle?
Believe only word of Ta. Ta, lamp who guides to freedom.
And you? Do you believe all that this woman tells your people?
Ta speak true. For her we kill.
And nothing I can say will change you.
Tarzan not leader now. Ta is leader. She beautiful, wise.
I should like to see this woman who holds you under her spell.
Come. I take Tarzan to Ta.
Fine.
Fill your soul with the spirit of war. Tomorrow we kill. Tomorrow we rule San Lorenzo. The stranger who approaches our council fire.
Morocco bring Tarzan who wants speak with Ta.
You are Tarzan?
Yes. And you are Ta, the lamp which beckons the people to destruction.
I lead them to victory. Today, fresh ammunition and many guns have been received. And tomorrow we attack the fortress in the capital. And under the new government, you will no longer be lord of the jungle, Tarzan.
People of San Lorenzo, can you not see that this woman spreads the lies of those who would hold you under a greater oppression than any you have yet known?
It's lie. We have victory. We rule country.
You will be ruled by this woman. A liar and a cheat by the name of Aliastigar and the corrupt government they represent.
Enough! Capture him, men! Don't let him escape! Chase him! Fire at him!
Save your ammunition. In surviving the desert, he has proven his reputation. You will not be able to shoot him down from the trees.
People of San Lorenzo,
If you attack the fortress and the capital tomorrow, misfortune will fall upon you. That man there, alias Dagger, who just slipped from a hut like a worm from beneath a rock, he is your real enemy. Know it now, or learn it tomorrow.
Tarzan did not return to the fortress immediately. Instead, he hovered in the vicinity of the war camp, observing much and taking particular interest in the departure of Ali Astigar and his bearers. Someday he would settle the score with Astigar, but at the moment a greater task was at hand. Toward dawn, he returned to the fortress, and he stood at Captain Lawrence's side as the big attack began.
Well, there's certainly a slew of them out there. Their aim isn't so good.
Have you suffered any casualties at all?
Well, not yet. Our numbers are not sufficient to warrant an attack. But once that horde of natives charges the fort, I fear for the outcome. What in the world was that? They have no guns large enough to create an explosion that loud.
I think I know what caused that explosion, and I know now that the natives will not attack.
Not attack? But you can see them massing for the offensive blow now.
I shall dissuade them. Tell your men to guard their shots, so that they do not hit me in the confusion.
Oh, Tarzan, where are you going? You can't just walk across the clearing and into the midst of the enemy.
But Tarzan did walk across the clearing and straight into the troops of the natives. And as he did, a strange thing happened. Small cannons exploded, breaking into 1,000 pieces. Native guns disintegrated in the hands of those who attempted to fire them. Bullets failed to explode at all. Rifle levers jammed. Cartridges refused to fit into the guns for which they were intended. And despite the urgings of Tar, the natives threw up their arms in confused surrender. Only then did Tarzan signal for Captain Lawrence's men to advance.
No, you mustn't surrender. Until death must you fight.
Captain Lawrence, have your men take the woman prisoner.
No, you won't take me. No,
There you are.
No.
A nice shiny pair of handcuffs to wear.
No.
Take her over there.
You had best save your tears for the people you have misled.
Tarzan, I just watched something, and I still don't believe it. What in the name of heaven happened?
The people of San Lorenzo were betrayed by Astigar, a man who double-crossed everyone who had an interest in this small island. He sent Tar here to incite the rebellion. He got a foreign power to pay for the arms he delivered, and he reaped a double profit by purchasing defective guns and ammunition.
But when did you learn of all this?
Some of these things I learned last night as I threaded my way through the camp. And some of the things I learned by long association with those who know no loyalty except to their own purses. I think from now on, the loyalties of the people of San Lorenzo will be with those who have proven themselves their friends.
In just a moment, a word about our next story of Tarzan. Stanley reported the strange lake in his book, In Darkest Africa, which was published in 1890. And yet, even today, little has really been learned about the small body of water, whose shores are strewn with dead butterflies, in whose dark red waters fish cannot live, and which is taboo to the natives of the Congo. They call it Kiwa Navisi, Lake of Blood.
Tarzan, the creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced and transcribed by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production.
The challenge of the Yukon. On King! On you Huskies! King, the swiftest, strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes the trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserved law and order in the Yukon during the gold rush of '98. That was the year that brought over 50,000 men swarming into the Klondike region, and the greed for gold led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against them, the force preserved a splendid record in maintaining the right. The challenge of the North was answered, and justice ruled triumphant. Trappers and prospectors, the cafe owner, gamblers, the lucky ones, storekeepers, and fur traders. These were the men who crowded the bank at Black Hawk. Two clerks, Dan Snyder and Sam Collins, were taking in dust as Jed Harrow opened his office door.
Dan, will you come in here a minute, please?
Did you hear that? You take care of things, Sam?
Sure. I'll just get them all in one line. Go on in.
Thanks. Maybe it won't keep me long. Yes, Mr. Harrod?
Come on in. Close the door. Sit down.
Yeah.
Dan, we got bad news. I just got a letter from Iverson.
Iverson?
Yes. He's coming in to check the books.
That is bad.
We've got to do something to cover what's gone, Dan. Do it fast. You, got any idea what it comes to?
About $15,000.
It's a lot of money.
It sure didn't last long with our luck at cards. I thought we'd be able to double it that in no time.
Yeah, we doubled all right. But the wrong way. I was talking to two fellas who will be here this afternoon.
Yeah? What do they do?
Up to now, they've got pretty good records for robbing banks.
Robbing banks?
That's the only way to cover what we're short.
They'll be here this afternoon, eh?
That's right. I wanted you to know. When Iverson gets here, you can play dumb, see?
Yeah, sure. He certainly wouldn't like knowing his regional manager dipped his fingers into the bank's...
You're in this just as much as I am. So shut up and listen to me. I want you out in front with Sam. He won't suspect anything.
Late that afternoon, with the threat of snow hanging heavy in the sky, the bank was deserted except for Jed Harrow, seated at his desk behind a closed office door, and the clerks, Sam and Dan.
Better get that dust in the safe, Sam.
Yeah, I guess so. Sure looks mighty pretty, don't it?
Never could figure out why you don't go out and dig for your own instead of writing up everybody else's.
I ain't the lucky kind. Well, I'll put this in the safe, then soon as you're through with them books, we can call it a day.
My arm! My arm!
What in the... You can't come in here like...
You're on, mister. We are in. Put up your hand.
Wait a minute, Lance. You got some gold there. Hand it over.
Oh, no, you don't.
You better do as he says, Sam. They shot Harrow.
But I ain't... All right.
Now, keep your hands up. Now, open that safe. I said open it. And you keep your hands up.
They're up.
You'll never get away with this.
Your only worry is to turn that combination. You better do it fast. I'll watch him, Lance. You get the gold.
Yeah. This is terrible. Masked men, guns, my bank robbed.
Yes, some haul. Come on, hurry. There, I got it all.
You got what was in that drawer, didn't you?
Yeah.
Anyone that steps through that door for the next 5 minutes stops a bullet, see? Open the door, Pete.
Remember, stay where you are.
Mr. Harrow, you're hurt.
Oh, it's nothing. Just my arm.
Well, I'll fix it for you, sir.
Hey, Sam, the door to my office. Go out that way and bring help.
Yes, sir.
You'll be safe. I won't be able to see you.
Here's the kit, sir.
Damn fool. Did they get everything?
They swept the place clean.
Good.
Are you really hurt?
Me? No. But you better get my arm wrapped up before he gets back with help.
Meanwhile, once outside, Sam Collins raced through the streets, spreading the news.
The bank!
Yeah, the bank.
I had my dust in there.
So did everybody else.
The bank's spilled off.
Empty before, except for the two clerks and Jed Harrow, the bank now was the focal point of attention as a crowd gathered into the small building. Men who'd lost their savings in the robbery, others who didn't have dust there but had friends who did. All of them were there. Jed Harrow, his arm in a sling, was trying to quiet the excited crowd as Sergeant Preston elbowed his way into the room.
Hey, man! That's how it happened. Sam here can tell you we didn't have a chance.
What do you aim to do about it?
Let's try to get it back. If we can.
What do you mean, if you can? I lost $12,000 to them varmints. By golly, I'll follow them.
You do, and you're setting yourself up a sizable job.
Sizable job? Why, I
Take a look outside.
He's right, Len. With the snow coming down, their tracks will be covered before you even get to your sled.
Sergeant Preston. Well, I didn't know you were in town.
I just got in. What do these men look like?
Oh, we couldn't tell.
You couldn't tell.
They were wearing masks over their handkerchiefs over their faces.
That's right, Sergeant. We couldn't get a good look at them at all. Only I heard one of them calling the other Lance.
They were in and out in about 5 minutes, Sergeant. There was no one else in the bank?
No. Broke in through the door to my office.
Door to your office?
Yes. When I tried to stop them, one of them took a shot at me.
Yes, I see. Hit you in the arm.
Yes.
What do you aim to do, Sergeant?
How could they know about that entrance, Jed? Mind if I take a look at it?
Why, no. It's over this way.
This is your office, huh?
Yes. You see, they came in this way here.
Mm-hmm. You tried to stop them?
They stopped me with a bullet. But you probably won't find much evidence in here.
I wouldn't say that, Jed. Sometimes find evidence in unexpected places.
Late that night, Sergeant Preston met Will Iverson outside the bank as the banker looked up and down the street, shaken after his session with Jed Harrow.
Will Iverson.
Yes? Well, Sergeant Preston, this is the first piece of good luck I've had today. How are you?
Fine. But I didn't know you were coming to Black Hawk.
Why, I wrote Jed and told him I'd be in today and tomorrow.
Strange you didn't mention it.
Yes, Jed told me the news. I guess there's nothing to do except pay the miners what they lost and chalk that up to a bad investment.
It would have been impossible to follow them once they left the bank, Will.
I know. He told me it was snowing. Poor Jed, he's all broken up about it. Did you see his arm?
No, I didn't.
He's got it in a sling. Can't use it at all. You know, Sergeant, when I gave Jed this job, I was a little doubtful. Oh, I guess I shouldn't say it, but he was kind of wild. Of course, that was a long time ago, and I've always been able to keep a close eye on him, coming back and forth pretty often. But a thing like this, what could he do? The same thing could have happened if I had been here.
I didn't know that.
What?
That he'd been wild.
Oh, yes, but he settled down. How about stopping in the cafe with me for a minute, Sergeant?
Thanks, Will. I was going in to say hello to some of the boys anyway.
Fine. It's been a long time since I've been in here myself.
I'm afraid you'll have a lot of questions to answer. Most of your customers are in here.
Well, I'll have to answer them sooner or later anyway.
Late that night, as Sergeant Preston walked down Black Hawk's only street, he heard quick footsteps behind him.
In a hurry, Sergeant?
Oh, hello, Sam. No, I was just thinking.
I didn't see you leave the cafe. Pretty noisy in there, wasn't it?
Yes, the men will keep Iverson talking for another hour, I guess.
He's a fine man.
Yes, he is. Sam, I've been wanting to ask you a few questions.
Go ahead.
Do you know if Jed Harrow spends much time at the cafe?
Well, now that you mention it, seems to me he does. He and Dan are together a lot.
I see.
They play cards a lot. In fact, they often ask me to join them in a game. The stakes are too high for me.
Just one more question, Sam.
If I can answer it.
How many shots were fired when those men broke into Harrow's office?
One.
Are you sure of that?
I'd swear to it.
And that bullet was in the floor.
What'd you say?
Just thinking out loud. Who fixed Harrow's arm?
Dan did, I guess. And they sent me out to fetch help. Why?
It's only a hunch, but it's worth a try. Where's Jed now?
Down at the bank.
In his office?
Yeah.
Well, in that case, King and I will retrace our steps. Thanks, Sam.
Thanks? What for? I ain't done anything for him. What do you suppose it...
We'll go calling on Jed, King. But I have a feeling we won't be very welcome visitors.
A single light burned in the bank, in Jed Harrow's office, outlining the figures of 3 men, all of them gathered around the banker's desk.
So that takes care of everything. You've got your cuts. No need for us to ever see each other again.
Still the banker, eh, boss?
Without the banker, you boys never could have pulled this job. Well, that's all.
Hey, think I saw Preston looking through the window.
Preston?
Guess we better get out of here.
No, he's already seen you. If he comes in, remember, you've come to see me about a loan to work your minds. Well, this is a surprise, Sergeant.
Yes, I imagine it is, Jed. I saw your light and thought I'd stop. Oh, if you're busy...
Busy? Oh, no. These men were just leaving. Sorry I couldn't let you have the loan for that mine, boys.
We'll stop by in a week or two.
Can't work it without the cash.
You're Pete LeBeau, aren't you?
Yeah.
I didn't know you'd gone in for mining.
I ain't it. I mean, not that anyone knows. We're keeping the claim a secret.
Yes. Well, now, maybe if you...
Jed, how's that arm of yours? Give you much trouble?
No, I was lucky. Just a scratch. Dan here got the bullet out before any damage was done.
So you fill in as a sawbones as well as a bank clerk, huh, Dan?
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's mighty handy being able to do 2 or 3 things. Our king here can smell a bullet wound a mile away. Can't you, boy?
What's he barking for?
Probably just because he wants to look at your arm. Don't you, King?
Dogs make me nervous, Preston. Just keep him away from me.
Oh, King won't hurt you, Jed. He's just friendly.
Well, he doesn't look friendly. If he comes any closer...
He's got his teeth bared.
Look out, Jed.
Tell him to stop. I'll stop him. I'll brain him with this chair.
Your arm, Jed. I thought you couldn't use it. Down, King.
Why didn't you say that before? You'd let... What's your game, Sergeant?
Just this. When I saw a bullet in the floor there, I wondered why you faked that wound.
Oh. You hear that, boys? Sergeant here saw something we missed.
Something you missed.
Too bad for you, Monty. That dog of yours as good as signed your death warrant.
You better put that gun away, Dan.
Not before I use it.
You daft. You can't kill a Mountie.
Who says I can't? What do you think, boss?
I think he knows too much.
So that's the way it is, huh? These are the men who robbed the bank, and you led them into it.
Yeah, much good it'll do you to know.
You won't get away with this.
That's where you're wrong. I've gotten away with it this far. You're not stopping me now. You won't take a chance shooting him here, Dan. Out by the lake will be better. Then we
You're not going out to the lake or anywhere else, Harrow. Get that gun, King.
Watch that dog. Look out, Jed.
All right, King. Down, fella. I'll reach all of you. Higher.
This is all a mistake. I can explain.
The only mistake you made, Jed, was when you had that arm tied up. And right now, the only place you're going is jail. Yes, King. The case is closed.
Challenge of the Yukon, a copyrighted feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, brought to you every Saturday at this time, originated in the transcription studios of WXYZ Detroit. The characters and events in tonight's drama were fictitious. Bill Morgan speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.